In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy. before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Lovedeyes, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
I mean, he's been putting in work for so long.
Putting a lot of work. What's going on, guys? Welcome to a special PAX online edition of Putting in Work, the interview podcast as part of the 8-Bit Collective. We are powered by Audio Technica, and I'm your host, John O'Peck, bringing you the first ever video version of the show for this panel. And we have to thank everybody joining us on Twitch. I'll be in there interacting with anyone who might have questions as we go. But today we are deep diving into how performance can bring video game icons to life. And we're looking at both voice acting and motion capture. So we're joined by two of the very best in the business. Between them, I think they've been in just about every video game franchise you could have think of or ever heard of. And first up, we have a Jedi, a Disney princess, a Metroid fighting bounty hunter, the leader of the Deadlock gang, and of course the commander of the Normandy. It's Jennifer Hale. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
I might edit in some thunderous applause since there's no live audience, but
can I have that as my morning wake up?
Yeah.
Right?
And then alongside Jennifer, we have your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He is the Prince of Persia, the savior of Sunset City, and a crucial member of the Persona 4 investigation team, Yuri Lowenthal. How you doing, Yuri?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you. I mean, as well as any of us can in this unprecedented and weird moment in life.
I have to ask, how did I do introducing you? Because you've each done about 1,000 different roles throughout your careers.
That was good.
So, yeah.
That was good. I
More
should
than
have you
I
do my
remember.
introductions. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I always leave it up to, the host to do that, because I'm
I
terrible
mean,
at
we
that.
work under NDA all the time, or code name, and then it's a couple years before things come out, and people will sometimes
Right.
hand me stuff, and I'll be like, "Oh, I'm in that."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
And
it.
because
Oh, cool.
NDAs are so strict, I'm afraid to talk about things sometimes, even after it's come out. I'm like,
Oh.
maybe I should. I'm not sure. I have to consult the company before I. Yeah.
I so get that. I kept getting texts from Erin Fitzgerald. She was at BlizzCon, and on the Friday of BlizzCon, when the year they announced Ash, and I was scheduled to appear on the Saturday, but nobody knew that. And she kept texting, going, "I'm hearing this trailer. They played it today. It's you." And I was like, and I finally just emailed my agents. I'm like, "Can I please say yes or no?" And they're like, "Go ahead." I was like, "Okay, it's me."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
For when they dropped that first Spider-Man trailer,
Yeah.
and clearly it was me, and clearly I was getting texts and emails, stuff saying congratulations on that. And it took 8 months from the time they dropped the trailer to the time that they wanted to announce who it was. So I had to spend like 8 months pretending that I
Oh
didn't
my
know what
God.
anybody was
Just ignoring
talking about.
texts.
I so get this. I was in New York when they did a big event for the Iron Man VR game, and they're playing clips, and I'm in New York, and they had Josh and Chantal there, and I was like, "Can I say it?" And they're like, "Nope." And they
Nope.
finally
Yep.
just announced like a month ago that I'm Pepper Potts in the new Iron Man VR. I was like, "Oh my God!"
Congratulations, by the way. I didn't even know that. That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mocap, man, doing that mocap was, it's the best.
It's a
We'll get
awesome.
into all that good details
Right.
very, very soon.
We
So
hijacked you, John. We've totally hijacked you, John.
no, it's good. We want the banter, so that's what we're here for.
Oh, we can banter. Just ask any voice director.
So
Yeah,
I guess
that's what this is going to devolve into. I promise you.
I'll try and
you're in. They're more like very strict elementary school teachers. They get everyone to shut up and focus.
I will try and direct you, but I might not be quite as good as an audio engineer. So I think like all the superheroes that you've both portrayed, and like you just mentioned with Pepper Potts, it's probably good to start off with some origin stories. So Jennifer, what is the thing about voice acting that hooked you back at the start of your career in the arts? Because I'm sure, as a young actress in whatever decade that was, there was many avenues to go down, and you probably didn't think I'm going to be known for video games, right?
No, I was hooked by the fact that somebody paid me $30 to do a commercial. I was like, what? I think it was 35, to be fair. It was 30 or 35. I'd gone to a fine arts high school, and my thing was rock and roll. I'd been singing in clubs for a short time at that point, and I started singing in clubs when I was 15. It was illegal. But I acted like an adult. I sort of went to a certain age and stopped there. I know I regressed. Anyway, just the fact that I got paid to come in and do a voice acting spot, and then these beautiful humans at the studio where I did it were kind enough to mentor me, because I pestered them a lot. And then I put on a little suit and I went door to door, and I was still in my teens, like to ad agencies with my little hair in a bun, cold calling ad agencies to get work. And
adorable.
And, I saw it as a way forward. I have a business degree, and I remember sitting in university and just going, it was statistics, and I loved statistics, or maybe it was accounting, which I actually weirdly enough really liked too. And I remember thinking, I can't do a traditionally structured job. I'll go crazy. So was perfect.
Yeah. And was there a point where voice acting, like the voice part of that, became the focus for you that you remember?
It was the first paid gig I got was an on-camera commercial, but the voice one really captured my heart, because I think it was I could feel the infinite possibility of it, and I could feel that I could build it into something. And I'd always had this kind of relationship with my voice. I didn't even know voice acting existed. But I sort of knew there was something inside. I was an extremely shy kid. I moved a lot, and one of the towns I lived in the kids were pretty vicious, and I was bullied a lot, and I was quite isolated. So I never really spoke up in class. But one day at a career survey of what possible careers there are, they were talking about advertising, and they asked about a slogan for a certain coffee thing, an old coffee commercial. And out of my very shy, very closed mouth flew this thing going, they said, "What's the slogan? Does anyone remember the slogan?" And I went, just involuntarily, "It's mountain grown." And everyone fell out laughing, and I turned bright red. I was like, "Let the earth swallow me now." So voice acting where you're in a booth and you're isolated was a phenomenal thing that I just was lucky enough to fall into. Yeah.
Very cool. I'm drinking my coffee right now and thinking, yeah, mountain grown. That does sound good. Yuri, same question to you. Like, was there a point where the voice came out as the way forward for you?
Yeah, I think for everyone it's a slightly different path, but we all get to that same point. I had come out to Los Angeles to do TV and film, and I, come from theater in New York, and I was just looking for work, and we were both, my wife and I, who were, we were doing that. We came out to do the same thing, and we were trying to find things besides waiting tables and being secretaries to make money. Like what could we do as actors? And Tara said, "What about voice acting?" And I'm embarrassed to say that I hadn't thought of that, because I was the one in the family who grew up, watching cartoons and playing video games. Like that should have been the first thing that I thought of. But it seemed somehow like this job that wasn't available to any, mortal beings. So I hadn't even considered it. And so we both took a basic class, and we made a demo, and we started, just beating the pavement, getting that out and trying to, auditioning and so on. And one little gig led to another little gig. I think my first paid gig doing that was a CD-ROM. Hey kids, remember CD-ROMs? No, you're too young. You remember? Okay. So it was a CD-ROM that came with, like, if you bought a 2-liter bottle of 7-Up or something like that, it came with the CD-ROM. That's the game you could play. And I think that was my first one of those things. And then I also sort of simultaneously had been, the guy I had taken the class with got a job directing anime dubs. And he started auditioning students of his. And I got into that world as well. And so it all came together very quickly. And, much like Jennifer just said, the infinite possibilities, the empowerment, I think, is what did it for me. As actors, we have very little power as far as, they cast you for this right here and what you look like, and they can't see outside that. But all of a sudden, so many more things became available, so many more different roles and so many more different stories became available, because I can sound different than I sound different than I look right now. I still sound, like I'm, in my teens, and I'll hold on to that as long as I can.
You sound like Spider-Man.
Right. It's crazy, right? Although I guess with Spider-Verse now, you can start casting all sorts of ages of Peter Parker.
Yeah.
So, but that was sort of, yep. But that's where it sort of took off for me. And while I'm still different parts of me are fulfilled by different types of acting and acting in different arenas, from theater to on camera and so on, this has been the lifesaver. This has been the mortgage payer. This has been, the lifeblood, and it's so great.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you mentioned growing up watching cartoons and playing games. It's possible that Jennifer was in some of those, because you were doing a lot of animation in the early 90s, right? I mean, you would have been a bit older. I'm not saying that, like, you were a child when Jennifer was acting.
So you're saying I'm Yuri's mom?
But I guess
I'm older than I look.
I guess my point is that voice acting was probably less common in video games when you were starting out, Jennifer. It was more like the TV and film. When did you realize that voice acting was becoming this more reliable source of work in video games specifically?
Well, I mean, like Yuri, I started my voice acting stuff in a small town. Well, yeah, what we consider a small market. And actually, for anybody starting out, that's a really great hack, because you can get a huge volume of experience, because the pool of talent available to them is smaller, so you can hit more things. You can expand into side markets that are near you, and really get a lot of experience. So that was my first step. And then I moved to LA, like you, Yuri, to get the film and TV work. And I said, I'll just make a tape to make some money, because I know how to do that.
Right.
And now I've lost track of your question, Jono.
When video games became that reliable source.
That actually, I had a reason for going down that road. And I remember, like, I've been doing this a long time, and one of the things that I learned early on, which was a lifesaver to figure out because I didn't take it personally, is that you're going to be in fashion and you're going to be out of fashion. It has nothing to do with you and your talent. You're just, it's your turn and then it's not your turn. Then it's your turn, then it's not your turn. So for me, just as a business decision, if I had multiple avenues that I could pursue to bring in income, animation, commercials. I honestly went and made a voice tape hoping to make some money doing some commercials because I wasn't even allowed to watch cartoons as a kid.
Right.
Wasn't. And I didn't play video games. I was in a rock and roll band working 30 hours a week and going to university all at the same time. So I had no time. So I started, my first break in LA was, my first audition was the series Where on Earth is Carmen Sandiego. And that was my first game as well, because they made the game to go with it, right? And it was at a time when they'd buy a 64 episode, series by. And so
the good old days.
I know, I kept thinking I was going to get fired every week because I had no idea what I was doing, but I dove into class like you.
I still feel that way.
Oh my, it's amen, right? I'm like, okay.
Right? So many years later.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay. I don't care.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I got fired again.
I know what?
Yeah, you're not a professional until you've been fired. Yeah.
And I'm like, there'll be another one. So I recognized that as much as I was in fashion and say animation, it was going to be they're going to need a break, and I'd bump to a different seat on the animation train, and then then commercials took off, and then games. So when games came along, the workload on games was decidedly different to the workload in animation, because it's the same. The booking is essentially the same. Generally, it's a 4-hour, well, for voice acting, as opposed to mocap, it's a 4-hour session. And in that 4-hour session in animation, Yuri and I are sharing the load with our other castmates, and we're all taking turns and doing the dog and pony dance there over that time. And there's a few breaks and there's chit chat and this and that. And in a game session, and also you get the script ahead of time and you're recording generally in sequence of the storyline. In games, it's a 4-hour one-person show, and you get a couple of pee breaks and that's it. And you generally, most of the time, don't get the script ahead of time, and it's out of sequence. And it's a very mentally intense process. And I remember in the beginning, I just said, sure, because I was all about squirreling away the money. I wanted to buy a house, and I just wanted to work. And I never knew when I was going to be out of fashion. So I just busted it as long as I was in fashion, make hay while the sun shines. And so that was kind of my approach. And weirdly enough, that just led me into more and more games and into falling in love with that format. And also getting to ride a really interesting evolutionary curve as visuals changed, so the acting could change, and then the whole format opened up to the stories, and the universes just got cooler and bigger and more diverse. And
that's really cool. I'm interested in that evolution because it feels like you've been there for the whole thing. You were in Baldur's Gate, and then Metal Gear Solid as Naomi. It's like that, at least for me as a young 10-year-old gamer, it was like, this is where I realized that games could do similar things to what film and movies could do. The narrative experiences that you could get the performance out of that rivaled those mediums. So I wouldn't have expressed it that well as a 10-year-old, but that's how I look back at it now.
If you had, I'd have chased you down as a genius.
But was there a point that you realized that games had that potential suddenly?
It's funny when I'm doing things, I'm very much in the moment. I'm very much Dory. I'm like, hello, oh hi, who are you? I think you have to be, because that's our job, is to bring the moment to life in the moment. And I never have an eye on, is this going to be a big game or not?
Yeah, right.
Even if it's a big franchise, because sometimes it is, sometimes it's just not. But I always play everything as if it has the potential to change the world for the better, because why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Stories can do that.
Yes.
Can do that, I believe. Yeah.
And this is a magic medium, because it's not simply a narrative medium. It's a medium of co-creation. Like, these players are, when they're choosing paths and choosing, in the truly, because it was interactive. I remember my first game, I don't know about you, Yuri, but I was presented with just a list of flags, and I'm like, I just say, who am I talking to? All those actors, who am I talking to? What do I want? And they're like, just say the name of the flag. And I'm like, okay. And after asking twice, I was like, just say the name of the flag, Jen. It's what you're being paid for. And it's like, okay.
Right.
But there's so much potential for power in this co-creation that we do together, because the players choose, the players pick, and they spend so much more time with us than they do with a film or even a book. Like, they spend so much time with us.
Yeah, for sure. And Yuri, I think like for you, by the time you started picking up roles in like some popular games like Prince of Persia, that shift into the cinematic storytelling in games had become a lot more common. Was there a game that you remember playing or working on that made you realize, you know, this is going to be a career where I can sink my teeth into it and actually get some, you know, help bring some memorable characters to life, not just maybe, you know, what people kind of grew up thinking video games had the potential to do with storytelling?
I mean, you talk about the Prince of Persia. That was definitely one. I mean, I think that was the first one that I worked on where I had, you know, where I was a lead character in it, and the writing was, it was one of those perfect storm games where the writing was great and the gameplay was great, you know, and the story was great. And the puzzles were like, everything sort of came together on that game. And I still consider myself very lucky. It's still, to this day, you know, many years later, it's still one of my favorite experiences and one of my favorite roles. And and the way people reacted, like, you know, Jen said, you never know. You know, when I was protector of Sunset City, I thought that film or that game was going to be the biggest game that year, if not, you know, and for whatever reason, you know, it catches fire or it doesn't. And that had nothing to do, I think, with the project or the quality of the project or the storytelling or anything, but you just never know. So I've gotten, you know, humbled so many times that I thought something was going to be big or something was going to be great or something was really going to work. That, yeah, much like Jensen, you just got to sort of concentrate on that moment. You've got to work with the people. It is a group thing. There's you know, the writing that goes into it. There are the animators that are working with your performance. There's the direction, from the voice direction, the animation direction, you know, all on down the line to that part of the storytelling that oft gets forgotten that Jen just mentioned, the player. You know, then the player writes the end of that story. So it's in no way something that is, you know, whether you're the lead of the game or not, it's never your game. It's never your game. It's a whole team's game. And I love, you know, coming from theater, so I love being part of an ensemble. I love being part of a group thing, and this is always that, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
It's funny, what you just said reminded me of a feeling I always have about it, which is I feel like I'm just the ink in the tip of the pen.
Right.
You know, I'm the part you see, but there's an entire huge machinery that makes that all possible.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. But that ink is very, very important.
Yeah, if it doesn't flow, you can't run.
Yeah,
exactly.
It doesn't land.
I mean, I've mentioned already, like, you've been in some huge franchises over the years, Baldur's Gate, Metal Gear Solid, quite early in that career. But I think a lot of people would associate you with Commander Shepard, even if it's only one of you know, 200 roles or whatever it is in games. So I'm curious how significant the Mass Effect trilogy is in your career as a performer, you know, being able to come back after the first game and know that this is something that people are going to be, you know, it's going to be popular because there's this established IP now, and there's going to be a bit more attention on it, and you're going to be known for it to some level. So does that at least make you approach it with any other perspective?
I never think of that. It pulls me out of what my job is. I can't. For me, the way this machine works, if I think of that, my attention is on something that doesn't serve the writing and the piece, because then it becomes about me, and it becomes about popularity, and it becomes about money, and it becomes about all those things. And you know, and I love money. Money to me, I design in a different way. It flows in a different way. Meaning from intention and from sort of a big picture perspective. I can't, because, you know, my thinking is my attention is one of the most powerful tools I have as a human. And where it goes is where I go, where my future goes, where my feeling goes, where my vibe goes, where everything goes. And when I show up to work, if my attention is on what I'm going, those things are about what I can get.
Sure.
And if I keep my attention there, I am diminished for what I can bring. And instead I keep my attention on who am I here? You know, my job. Who am I? What do I want? Who am I talking to? I'm so busy with the human connection, just all the acting work that I have to do to not be acting. Like who am I? What's the humanity of this character? What do we have in common? What parts of me do I put on the shelf? What do I pull out? Oh God,
Yeah.
okay, I have to access this piece of me. Am I serving the writer? Am I serving the writer? Am I serving the writer? Because writers make the world go round. You know, I have to say this, it just occurred to me. I got to serve Yuri and Tara as writers and creators in this incredible project called Shelf Life that I had the best time
Look
on.
it up. It's all
Look
on
it up,
YouTube.
guys.
50 episodes. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so good. I got to do
Right.
one.
So
It was
much
just
fun.
a dream. I got to play this character called Killerina, and these guys, what they made was magic. And just to show up and serve creators like that, that's what we do, right?
Mhm.
And if we don't do it 100%, it's like auditions. My philosophy is if you go into an audition with an eye on how you're doing, you're not 100% there.
Mhm.
You have to let go of it. And it's your one chance to do that piece for that few minutes at 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes or however long it is. You might get another one and there's a check attached, but this is it. This is your chance to serve the writer. Go, you know?
Yeah.
Mm.
And I wish that I could say it's always easy for me to divorce myself from that. And sometimes I think about it, or I never think about it. But I have found that when it's an iconic character, that there already a lot of baggage attached to it.
Yeah.
Like say a Spider-Man, or like anything from the comics that I was reading growing up. And I can't when I'm doing it, I still I can't believe that it's happening. And B, like I spent 3 years working on Spider-Man, confident that I was going to ruin Spider-Man for a whole new generation of game players. Like it's such a heavy mantle to wear, to carry. I was at the same time thrilled and at the same time terrified. In some ways, I like characters that nobody's heard of before that I could just sort of get into, and there's nothing attached. But on the other hand, because I'm a huge nerd, every time I get to play one of those characters that that I knew growing up, it's just like I can check that one. Nice. So yeah, I try to. Jen's definitely right on that. It's a lot easier to work when you're not thinking outside, looking in. But sometimes it's hard.
Well, I think for me, it's a survival tool because it falls into the category of things I can control versus things I can't.
Yeah.
And if the way my brain works, if I'm involved, I should be doing something to the best of my ability and I should know everything about it.
Right.
And if I don't have any control over it, I'll make myself bananas, not in a good way, like really ill, crazy, worrying about stuff I can't control. And that's where that came from for me. It was not something I was born with. I had to really work for it. Like, no, like dog training, like stop.
Right. Yeah.
No, snap, whatever it takes. I had to train myself into this thinking. But I did it purely for sanity reasons. Like I'll go crazy trying to worry about that stuff. I can't control that.
Yeah. So with Spider-Man Yuri specifically, like that performance seems like one that people will associate with you for a long time. So I can imagine as a human being, it would be hard to disassociate from that, like you guys have just mentioned. So
yeah, I hope so. I hope they do. I'm extremely proud of it. It's one of the greatest things I've ever done.
You should be. It's a great performance and a great game. But so to pick up a script like that and work with the director and the dialogue engineer to bring a character to life that's got so much behind it, so much reputation and iconography, how do you approach that to do it justice?
Well, again, I'll go back to that whole team aspect of it. Whenever I felt nervous about that sort of thing, I had to go back and remember that everybody who was working on that game was a huge Spider-Man fan, and they all wanted to succeed. And when I was worried about failing, I would remember that they weren't going to let me. That they were, if something wasn't working, we would figure it out. If it wasn't good enough, we'd make it better. Everybody cared so much on that. And also, like Jen said, when the writing is good, our job becomes extremely easy. So luckily the writing was fantastic on there. It was, a lot of people believed in it, so we were allowed a little more leeway than sometimes, on a game that is, they're really worried about the budget, and they're really worried about getting on time, all that stuff. I think once we had done a certain amount of work on the game, enough people were like, oh, we should, this is going to be good. We think we're going to give you guys maybe a little more time or a little more money. I mean, I'm not privy to those discussions, but that's how I felt it sort of went. And so we were allowed to take the time with it. But yeah, it's trusting the other people around you. It's a trust fall. You know, I felt that if something was not working, that they would tell me and that we would fix it. And you have to remember that every now and then, you know, when I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to ruin everything, you're like, you know what, you're giving yourself too much credit. It's not just you. They've got you. So yeah.
That's really interesting. And I think, like, Jen, I'm curious to you, like, working with BioWare on a game like Mass Effect, as well as previous to that, the team process to bring a character to life that has since become iconic in gaming culture, like Commander Shepard. For you, what's it like? Like, we're here talking about bringing, making game characters iconic. So what is it, do you think, about what you bring to that performance that has helped it do so well, aside from obviously the great writing?
I mean, I don't know how much credit I can take. I'll take the credit that belongs to me, which is I threw down with everything I had. And a dear friend of mine, told me the concept years ago of divine spark, which is when you're in touch with the highest and best parts of yourself. And you do a job like, for instance, our job, where it gets recorded and sent out to people. If you connect to that highest and best part of yourself, it will land on whatever transmission material exists, and it will get transmitted out, and it will spark people on the other side if there's whatever's highest and best in them. Not in a literal way, not in a preachy way, but just in like this little fairy dust kind of way. And I held that very close, and I was working with a group of people. I never said it out loud, but it doesn't need to be said. But was working with a group of people who were absolutely committed to making a beautiful game and to making an incredible and profound experience. And it was a collective joy. It was really remarkable. We just hit a groove, and there was no ego. That was the thing. It wasn't, there's a thing, you know, I'm sure you've bumped into this. You know, you want to be something, and then you hit it and you kind of become something. And then you're like, uh-oh, I'm something. I better be that something so I can stay that something.
Right.
You know, and I've found great salvation in being nothing. If I am no thing, then I can be everything. I can be anything, right? I can just let it go. You know, this thing is probably the releasing of the ego, which, good Lord, that's a life's work, but at least turning it way down. And I think that team collectively, really, I didn't ever there was no ego anywhere in that zone. It was just all about channeling the muse and making something awesome.
That's great. And with like so many lines of dialogue and optional dialogue, and I'm assuming it's probably quite a disjointed recording process where it might be a real challenge to zoom out from the page of the script and think about the context of how you're reading that line. So I think that you deserve, both of you, with the games you've worked on, a lot of credit for making the character authentic and come to life with that in mind. Like with how, like, where am I? What's this scene? Like, who am I talking to? You know, they're not in there acting with you. So to bring that to the booth, how do you kind of make that all work?
Well, thank you for oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, you go. Go ahead. Go.
I was going to say thank you for giving us some of that credit, but having a good voice director on who has the whole picture, you know, in her head is a huge boon. And because we are often not given parts of the script or told other parts of the story, and having a director who can be there to immediately give you the information that you need in a very short period of time. One director worked on both Spider-Man and Metal Gear, Chris Zimmerman, and she's you know, been doing this long enough, and with both has a relationship with both of us that, you know, her direction is very concise and very you know, it's very, very straight forward. And you know, if you didn't already, you know the relationship, you would think that we were the bad kids or something like that. But she, you know, having a good director who can impart that that type of information to allow you to know where you are in any given scene with any given person, what the relationships are in the context is huge.
That was it. My 2 words were voice director.
Yeah.
That's a good
unsung heroes. Like, that's a panel I would love to sit through, is the voice directors talking about things from their perspective, because they are the invisible hand that makes the difference.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll try and line them up for next year. Then.
Well, we can definitely hook you up with Chris.
Oh, great! That would be that would be awesome. I think that's a good time to maybe seg into talking about motion capture, because that is an instance where maybe you are able to perform with context and another person in front of you. I want to know what it was like for you guys the first time you did that. I don't know how long ago that was, because it's a process that's been evolving. But I know that you did motion capture for Halo 4, Jennifer. Is that right?
A few things, yeah.
Yeah. So the first time you did that, was it like going back to theater, or did it feel like a brand new thing because you've got, little cameras all over your face, or, ping pong balls, a wetsuit, whatever you want to describe it as?
I'll speak briefly, and then I'm going to hand it off to Yuri because he's done a lot as well.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what the first mocap was I did. I was sitting here going, was it that one? Was it that one? And you were talking about, Jonah, you said working with actors face to face, and I thought, or a tennis ball. Because right when I was doing God of War, I had to look at Kratos' face, and he's 8 feet tall. So acting with an actor, but I'm talking to a tennis ball.
Talk to the tennis ball.
Yeah. It's Yuri, you can say your perspective on this, but my experience is it's the body's doing theater while the voice is doing film. And then the rest of you is doing pretend, because you're jumping off giant gray boxes and hanging off scaffolding to be the ladder of an airplane, or talking into a gray box because it's the salvation of the world, or
No, it's definitely that. It's a very full circle thing for me. I think my first mocap job, I don't know exactly how long ago. It had to be at least 10 years ago, I guess, but it was a racing game that they ended up scrapping all of the mocap for it at the last minute. They're like, we don't need any of that. But it was a great training ground for me. But it does feel very full circle. I started in theater, and went into a booth where I don't have the use of my body or my face to convey anything, and now we're back to it's sort of unifying everything in one, and I love it, and I think it's why so much of what we do is solo in a booth, and creating that performance based on our imagination has to be huge. And with motion capture and performance capture, we've been able to get that type of nuanced performance that you get when you have two actors face to face, or as close as the camera will allow you to be face to face to another actor. Sometimes it's awkward. Yeah, exactly. We've clanked headgear. Yeah, we've almost wrecked expensive cameras so many times. But having that's why I think the performances, to take Spider-Man, the cinematic performances, I think clicked because I was face to face with Bill Salyers, and he is a much better actor than me. And his performance made my performance better. And if I had not been acting with him, on the stage, we had not been performing at the same time with our bodies and our faces and our voices and everything, even with all the artifice of having to wear that suit and having dots on our face and a camera, those performances, probably if we had recorded them separately, would have been fine. They would have been great, and people still would have said, oh, it's a great scene. But that we were in the same room made them better. And that's why I think the cinematics and in that storytelling and in Spider-Man work so well, is because they got the actors together in the room, and it's like putting on a play again, but it's sort of like shooting a movie, because it's a weird synthesis of all those things. And then sometimes very often on Spider-Man, it was if Spider-Man was supposed to do something really cool and Spider-Man-y, it was me standing over the shoulder mirroring a stunt guy, either Ross or Seth, who are I attribute half of my performance in Spider-Man to, because if it was Peter Parker doing something nerdy or awkward, that was very likely me. But if it was Spider-Man doing something cool, that was Ross or Seth probably, because I'm too old to be risking my life flipping around like a crazy person. So it was an interesting way of performing. Sometimes it was just my voice over the shoulder of a guy whose movements they were going to take, and it was like a dance. It was like this really cool dance with our stunt performance.
That's great. I've heard you talk about that a little, and it sounds like you had a lot of fun working with them. Do you think motion capture is recognized enough as part of that equation to bring performances to life?
I yes and no. I think still not enough is understood about that. You know, I love people who champion it, like Andy Serkis. You know, was out there to let people know that. But I think when you champion that end too much, you forget about the people who get overlooked, or the animators who then take your performance and turn it into what it is you'll eventually see. So even at that level, even at that level, there's so many more things that are happening that people aren't aware of. So yes, I think it's becoming a little more recognized, but I think it's still very misunderstood. There are a lot of people who still don't, because they used a separate actor in Spider-Man, because I'm older than the 23 they were looking for. There is an actor that they modeled the look off of, the face off of. And so everybody assumes that he also did all the performance while I just did the voice, which is not the case. So, you know, it's very intricate and subtle.
It kind of reminds me of like Star Wars. You've got James L. Jones, as everyone knows as Darth Vader, but who was the performer? It was some
David Prowse.
It was some 6'7", 6'8" guy that
bodybuilder.
You know, a lot of people don't know. He's not the household name of James L. Jones, but he was the visual performer. I'm curious, what is more challenging for you guys? Because there's an authenticity of a scene when you're out there acting with someone, but when you're in a booth, you have to convey that without being able to do it. But then you're able to give the more clear and nuanced performance that you might not be able to do when you're running around and focusing on stepping in the right place and where's the camera and where's the other person out there with me. So yeah, I'm curious of voice acting where it's a bit more on your vocal, or the physicality of mocap. Which one of those is the greater challenge?
I don't distinguish a lot between the two. I mean, there are distinctions that are necessary, and in voice acting in the booth, it's don't move out of the box, you know. And I move a lot outside the box, but don't wear anything noisy, and don't move this. Everything else moves, and I tend to. I didn't realize this till somebody pointed it out. Well, no, I did, but I didn't spend a lot of mental time on it. I will take a line off the page, sort of instant memorize it, pick it up, and say it to my pretend friend in the room with me, who I try to place here or here so I don't go off mic. And accidentally, sometimes my imagination puts him over there and I get in trouble because I turn my head.
Yep.
And then so that's the one restriction, is I don't move this, but everything else is happening the same. And then with mocap, everything else moves. It just has to move according to a prescribed formula, and I've got to get it in my body so that I can actually relax and be in the moment. One of the differences, though, that I think is untapped magic for voice acting is our interaction in games, is our interaction with each other. There is that extra magic Yuri was talking about, in addition to somebody raising the level for us, you know, depending on what's happening in the moment. There's just that unnameable magic that happens with another human being when you're actually there with them and talking to them and present with them. And that, to me, is the gold. Like, even now, even in our current, you know, COVID structure, you can do a group record, you know, virtually. Like, it's possible. And that's the magic. I hope that we tap into that more, because that raises the level, and it raises the level of connection, and it gives them more of that secret sauce that helps games be more popular. Yeah.
Yuri, anything to add?
No, I mean, I think she nailed it. Yeah.
All right. I don't know where this fits in, but I just want to mention how much I love the fact that you recorded Spider-Man lines in case the character was swinging through the air, and that's a great story.
That was something that they hadn't started out doing at the very beginning, but then realized that they didn't know certain lines would trigger. They were like, well, this line is going to be triggered. You know, he might be just sort of sitting there, or he might be swinging, you know, through the city. And usually, you know, in games, I mean, that's not a new concept to games for sure. But in the past, what they'll say is, give us a read that might work sort of with both. Right. And you have to sort of go down the middle, and it could sort of work with both. And this time they were like, you know what, we want to try something. We want to have sort of an at rest, a sort of a calmer read, and then a read that feels more like it's in action. And we'll program it so that, you know, we'll code it so that one or the other will trigger depending on what you're doing. And we weren't sure if it was going to work. And it was It was,
worked.
and when people noticed, or whether it was going to work or people would even sort of notice, but people noticed immediately. And I feel bad for games that are coming out after that, because now everybody's like, oh shit, now, and we all have to do that, to get that,
Raising the bar.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sad about. Also, I got called in for more sessions because I had to record 2 versions of so much of the script that it was, I get paid by the session. So it actually worked out. It was people's like, oh, that must've been so much harder for you. I'm like, it was more work, but it was more work, so.
Yeah. Fantastic.
It was great though. I adopted a, I don't know if they've ever posted any of sort of video of me recording the 2 different versions, but one is me like right in front of the mic, and then one is me in front of the mic doing this, like just to sort of get the feel that, that there's some movement in it. Your lungs get compressed differently when you're, and at first we had to dial it in, because when I was first trying to find the 2 different things, they were like, I remember he's Spider-Man. It's not so hard. Like this is, you sound kind of constipated, it's easy for him. He's in motion, right? But right. Yes, it would. He's in motion, but he's Spider-Man swinging through the city is what he does. So we had to find that sort of just delicate balance of effort without seeming like it was hard for him. Yeah. We had a head mic and a mic in front. Yeah. It's because then also you're getting it, you can move a little more because the mic's not right in front of you, and when you go out, because it's stuck to your forehead basically.
Yes.
And so that's the way they do it when you're in the mocap suit, and they've taken to adding that mic in the booth when you're recording VO, so that they have that version as well as the the nice mic in front of them.
That's why I keep this in my booth now. This is
that's
part of
what, yeah. Baseball cap in the booth is de rigueur now. Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah. How the magic happens.
Right. Yeah. Sorry if you've seen how the sausage is made. You can't unsee it or unhear it.
Don't watch the making of the sausage show if you don't want to know how it's made.
Right. That's true. You're tuning in.
That's it. It's a panel for the sausage.
Who chose this?
Yeah, it's the sausage show.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry. The mostly sausage show between me and John.
It's a great detail, and it's something like if you're playing a game like Red Dead and they're riding horses and they're 15 meters apart, you do notice like they're yelling across to each other, and it does bring that kind of sense of realism that I think.
And the
really
coconuts
important.
really make it live.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think from the past few things we've been talking about, we can agree that video game developers are wizards and magicians, and anyone that works in games should be praised for skills that are hard to comprehend.
Right. Pretty much.
And the hours, the sheer volume of work they do, the load that they carry. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested now. This show is called Putting in Work, and I want to know what's the hardest part of what you do, or the hardest part of your journey to get to where you are at the moment.
To keep putting in work, because the work, we talk in such glowing terms about doing the work that we do, because once you've got that job, that's the fun part. But getting each of those jobs, we still audition all the time and don't get most of the jobs we audition for. So it's like, if you had to go out for, a job interview, if you had to go out for like 5 or 6 job interviews a day, and you got maybe, 1 in 100, dealing with that type of rejection over time, you gotta find a way to love even that part of it, or at least not be destroyed when you don't get something. Like you can't take it personally, but that's the work,
It is. I think, I agree 100% with that. That's beautiful. You're right. It's not taking things personally and keeping your center and your faith in yourself like concrete, regardless of outside circumstances, defining yourself from the inside out, not the outside in.
And it's hard. I'm not going to say I'm immune to disappointment. There's certain jobs, like when I read the script or I do the audition, I'm like, please let me get this. And then, I try not to, because once you do an audition, you send out the ether, you got to forget it. But there's some every now and then I'm like, I wonder if they're still trying to decide who to cast. I'm like, please. Just because I'm a nerd, and, sometimes a job will come up and it's, Star Wars related, or it's a comic book character. And I'm just like, please. But you can't, and then, and then you could still get fired. You could get it and get fired.
Oh yeah.
Which happens.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the great things about this community is that there's not like competition is, I can almost say it doesn't exist. I compete within myself, but everyone in this community is insanely talented and could do any and all the jobs that come through the door. Like everybody's amazing, and I haven't experienced hostility or ickiness in our community. Like people are genuinely awesome.
Not like in the on-camera community for sure. I
Absolutely.
remember coming to this when I was first doing this. I remember getting a call from a guy, another actor who I met recently, and we got along, but he was basically, we were basically the same type. We would go out for the same things. I remember getting a call from him saying, "Hey, did you go read for this video game they're reading for over at X Studio?" And I'm like, "No." He's like, "You should totally go and crash the audition. You'd be perfect for it." And then he, we talked, and then he hung up. And I was like, "What just happened? Did my competition just call me to make sure that I was getting in on something? Like what? This would never happen, and on the backstabby, on camera world that, and the theater world even, that I'd come from. So yeah, the community is extraordinary.
Yeah, I've had a good amount of voice actors on this show before, some really amazing people, and they all just have so much compliments for each other and for you guys, and it's really uplifting. It seems so positive. And on that, like I talked to Sissy Jones at PAX a couple of years ago, and she mentioned, like, when I asked her for her advice for voice actors, she said, read this book that Yuri and I think you and your wife wrote together.
Yeah.
So I want to know, what was it that made you realize that you had kind of the experience and insights that even like working actors like Sissy would benefit from?
I don't know. All I know is that we had gotten to a place, Tara and I, where people kept asking us, people who wanted to get into the business, mostly younger people, and the acting students and fans, and who were very curious about it, would ask us sort of the same questions over and over. And we thought, wow, what would be a way that we could answer everybody's questions and not have to keep rewriting it every time? Yeah, I mean, it was almost born of laziness. No, not really.
Wrote
but,
a book out of laziness.
But we were like, what can we? And so we started compiling that into a book that it would be the response would be much easier, instead of saying, hey, well, we'll type up all all the things that we think, would just be like, here's a book, that would be all the things that we could tell you over coffee and more. So that was sort of how that came to be. And then we just, a year or so ago, we came out with, because we'd written that book almost 10 years ago, sort of the extended edition of that book, which has a lot more about performance capture and motion capture and the things that have really evolved over the last decade since we wrote the book.
That's cool. And I know, Jennifer, like, speaking of Sissy, you've worked with her doing some workshops. I think it's specialized workshops in actor tactics, or SWAT. Great acronym.
Well, that organization was born of the understanding that it happened right after the strike, the game strike, the voice actor strike for games. And I wanted to connect to the devs. I thought it was just so important to go, you guys are amazing and we adore you and we love you. I also was very aware that when you write and I'd just done a couple of screenplay readings in people's living rooms, that when you write a movie, when you write a TV show, when you write a play, you've got friends and they all get together in your living room and they just kind of sound it out and see how it goes. And I thought, there's nothing like that for games. So we just sort of put together a core crew, and we're available. We do these, just like, it's a couple hours, it's sort of a table read just to try your stuff out. And it's sort of it's a free community service organization, if you will, to devs, and it fosters connection. It also allows people to see what's possible with voice actors. Like, people don't always recognize, they think, okay, I need 10 men and 8 women. Like, no, you need 5 guys, maybe 3 or 4, and maybe 3 or 4 women. It'll cover all that for you and it'll all sound great. They don't realize what's possible. So, and also they don't always understand how amazing the stuff is once they hear it out loud. And it's just a chance it just blossoms into growth for everything.
That's cool. I wonder if there's something that you have both taught, whether it's through the book or through those classes, that even a lot of experienced actors might overlook, that you've just learnt over the years.
Is it going to matter in 5 years?
Yeah.
Is it going to matter in 5 years? Be kind to yourself. Once you become a performer or a creator or anything, a human who does anything creative, and I think everything's creative, you're 2 people. You're the kid self that makes the creation and plays in the sandbox, and you're the grown-up who adults and is the patron for the creative soul and goes out and has the job that you may love, you may not, but it makes all that possible. You are two people. This one knows about finances and budgeting and money and adulting and lifing and, you know, handling stuff. And this one just gets to play. And this one is always kind to this one. That's one thing. I started dreading auditions a while back, a good while, long while back. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. I just wanted to quit. I was miserable and I couldn't figure out why until I dialed into how I was talking to myself in my head that I wasn't even aware of. I was so mean. I was so mean. And I went, no wonder I don't want to show up for auditions. I beat the heck out of myself.
Right.
No wonder. I thought, okay, my work now is to use every audition as an opportunity to be good to myself. And that's the reason I'm going, you know, so that was very helpful for me.
Yeah. I'm still working on that. You know, somebody said something along the lines of, when you're talking to yourself, if you wouldn't say that to somebody else, then you shouldn't be saying it to yourself either. It's, you know, it's not kind. And I'm still working on being okay with that or being better about that. But I definitely see what you're saying, Jen.
That's actually my I'm launching a thing called the Head Game, where it's there's so many great classes and so many great resources like your book and things like that teach people how to do this. But the trick is to bring yourself forth once you come in that room.
Yeah.
And if you're kicking yourself the whole way, that's going to be more and more difficult. And it's just a place to put some practices and some tools in place that are like, hey, but then how do you stop doing it? Let's look at that. What are the mechanics of it? Where do you screw yourself over? Okay. Here's an alternate tool. Stop sticking the fork in your eye and maybe a washcloth.
Right.
Put something in your eye. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. So this is the time where you guys, I know you've worked together, you're friends. I want to give you an opportunity to ask each other a question about the work you've done or approaches to acting, something that I wouldn't think of, hopefully.
I have one.
Go for it.
Yuri, what would you say to yourself 20 years ago? What would you tell yourself? If you could go back in time and tell yourself like a couple things you wish you had known then, what would you tell yourself?
You're going to be Spider-Man.
Right. No, see, if I had said that, I never would have believed it. So, and I still barely do even now. I think what I would say to myself is that you don't, and I don't mean this in a glib way, you don't have to do anything. And what I mean by that is don't try to guess what it is that they want in a performance. If you just let yourself do whatever you're going to do, sometimes it's going to be right for what they want and sometimes it's not. But it's always self-defeating to try to guess what it is they want and give them that. So just the one thing that you have that nobody else can do better than you is you. And to learn more about yourself and to be honest about who you are and not think that what you are isn't enough or it's bad or it's or it won't work or it's not what they're looking for. It's not what that other guy did. It's not what that guy in the waiting room is clearly going to do. And that's clearly what they're looking for. You know, you just got to go in and do you and walk away. And know that is the right thing to have done. It's the that's the long-winded answer.
No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's good.
I've spent so many years and still do occasionally, you know, stuck in that.
Yeah.
And then I remember that it's not up to me and nothing that I can really do is going to either make or break this. I just got to go and do the thing, you know, show up, do it and walk away. And sometimes it'll work and sometimes it won't.
It's so funny listening to you. I can really get something that someone has told me before, which is that doing what you just described is devaluing yourself hugely.
Right.
And then it reminded me of something else, which is that all that critical voice in the head is self-abuse. Do you want to engage in self-abuse? You know? Yeah.
Right. How does that serve you?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I still don't engage in it sometimes, but you know, how does it serve you? I would also like to tell I would like to sit in the row behind me when I was watching Stand By Me and go, hey, see that guy, Will Wheaton up there? One day he's going to be your friend. You guys are going to play D&D together as a job.
That's
because that would just blow my my high school mind. But I have a question for Jennifer, and it's a current question. How do you, in our current situation, what do you do to get through the day, one, alive and sane, and to stay creative and engaged? Because I'll tell you, it's been hard.
Well, I'm alive. Sane is a high mark.
Sure. Probably higher than we deserve to even shoot for these days. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually there's a lot of podcasts. There's this one podcast right now that's crazily enough, it's like a life raft. It's the Jim Fortin podcast. He's amazing.
Okay.
I love it. It's like a little floaty when I need one in the ocean. I slow down. I expect a lot less of myself. I mean, in that whole question, in a year, in 6 months, in 3 weeks, is this going to matter? And if it's not, what matters? What matters? And you get me all choked up now, Yuri. You did that on purpose. What matters is
selfishly, I want to know. I want to cheat and cheat off your paper and do whatever it is you're doing that's working.
My kid fed? Is my kid fed? Did I get fed? Did I have enough water today? Is there food for the next 24 hours? Have I missed anything at work? And did I go outside? I go outside. I forced myself to go outside and put my feet on the ground and literally ground myself to the earth my kid, I picked him up from something yesterday, and he was, because I'm lucky enough that where we are, he gets to go do things because we're very, very clear of cases right now. And I took my shoes off and I put my feet on the ground and I just made myself sit still. And you know what? I seek silence in any pocket I can find it. Like right now, I would just, when the thoughts come up, I just go as silent as I can, just as mindless as I can, just as la la la, because it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And everything's okay. And look at us. We're doing so much. We're in a paradigm shift that didn't take 10 years. It took about 10 weeks.
Yeah.
And we're expecting ourselves to function like normal. That's not nice. Would you expect it of your kid? If you'd expect it of your kid, then if you wouldn't expect it of your kid, don't expect it of yourself. You know? Be kind. Well, also, I think of the big picture. I learned a long time ago that the vibe I have, the vibe each of us have, affects the vibe of everything and the whole planet as a whole. And I just don't want to stink up the space. So I just try to go for neutral. If I can't go for happy, just go for zero. Yeah.
That's good.
Noted. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really good.
And I love
we are running out of time, so I have to ask something that I ask everybody, and we'll get some quick responses. I want to know, if you could do anything and know that you wouldn't fail, what would you do? Yuri, you can go first.
Oh, thanks for that. I've high goals. If I could heal this divide in people today, if I could bring kindness and compassion to everyone, and the ability, to empathize with each other's plight and to not live in a place of fear. I know that's a tall order, but I think it'd go a long way to healing people and planet both. So
it's good. We're getting deep on this podcast.
Yeah, sorry guys.
No, it's good.
And you're thinking, you can do that. You can do it right now. Just start with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or to go to Spider-Man. When you help someone, you help everyone.
Yes.
That's Aunt May said that, and that the game is filled with wisdom, but that is the one. If I had one takeaway, that's
say it again.
When you help someone, you help everyone.
Jen, what would you do if you couldn't fail?
Oh, Jesus. Save the world. I would make albums all day. I'd make music all day, write songs all day.
Yeah.
I finally let myself release some of my music last month, and it was I loved it so much. And go around working with anyone who wanted to in ways to empower them to be kind to themselves and love themselves exactly where they are, so then they can breathe and start going where they want to go.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And the more selfish answer would be, I just want to make like indie horror films. I just like to be on set for indie horror films and make those for. I want to like I'm approaching my Elijah Wood section of my career. I think where that's all I want to do.
Nothing wrong with that. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say thanks for joining us, both of you guys. It's been really fascinating and insightful, and I think that people would have learned a lot about the process. And you've obviously got the experience and the leadership ability to kind of impart the essentials. So I think that you've done a great job.
Thank you, Jonah.
Thanks for having us
and
today.
thanks to everybody out there for all the amazing work you do, and for watching, and for playing, and for just being here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And thank you for allowing me and Jennifer to hang out for a little bit, because we haven't gotten to in a while, and selfishly that was kind of awesome.
It's funny that it takes like someone organizing like a podcast or something to catch up with people sometimes, but hey, I have to thank everybody watching at home, PAX Online. Thanks to Audio Technica. If you want to catch these guys in some games, Iron Man VR's out right now, and Jennifer is in that game as Pepper Potts. Upcoming Halo Infinite whenever that comes out, and I have a feeling that Yuri will show up as Peter Parker and Miles Morales on the PS5, but hey, nothing can be confirmed. Just look at the shrugs and make up your own mind. So
yeah.
For more interviews like this, you can subscribe to Putting in Work on your podcast service of choice. But don't go anywhere, because PAX Online has plenty more to come. But for now, I'm John O'Peck saying take care and keep putting in work.
My name is Ata. I'm 26 years old and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There is a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Chapter 6.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence, and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like Evelyn playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
Hello. I'm Nate Crowley from Rock Paper Shotgun, and today I'm going to tell you something forbidden. Something I was begged not to reveal to you for fear of the potential consequences. But to hell with the consequences. This is something that needs to be shared. This is something that needs to be known. So today I'm going to reveal to you the history of Jason Statham in video games. Now, you might think that there's not much of a history there to reveal, right? Well, that is exactly what Jason Statham wants you to think. It's the only reason PAX greenlit this talk at all, if I'm honest. Because they, like all the rest of us, have been so thoroughly gaslit by years of intense disinformation that they've forgotten. They've forgotten that the vast influence, this elemental force of a man, this living threat whose head resembles an egg crossed with the concept of a fight, has had on the history of gaming. But I remember, and after years of research, constantly pursued, I might add, by the man himself, always staying just one step ahead of him, I finally assembled the proof I need to reveal this to the world and show them all I was right. And I just hope I get to the end of this presentation before he stops me. Because if I say his name enough times, he'll notice, and I've said it a couple of times already, actually. I might as well get it over with. It's Jason Statham, isn't it? He's probably coming for me anyway, so I'll just try and get as much across as I can in the time I've got. And if I seem a bit nervous, well, yeah, I'm bricking it. This isn't a joke. This might seem funny to you, Jason Statham in video games, but it's no laughing matter. Maybe you don't understand the severity of what we're dealing with here, but I have good reason to believe that the Jason Statham we all know, the bald man from the films, well, that's just a pale reflection of his true form. And that true form is something else that's existed in some sort of Jungian conceptual space for longer than I dread to think. And the more people are aware of that concept, that conceptual Statham, the more powerful the physical version becomes. It's pretty bloody powerful already. I mean, he could punch the head off a skyscraper. Anyway, I think games might be the vessel with which this conceptual Statham may finally break through fully into reality. And so by warning you, maybe I hope to present it. To prevent it, even. Now, before we start, I have been told by the organisers of this event that I must read out a legal notice. So I'm going to do that now. This presentation is entirely a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Apart from Jason Statham, everything about him is completely true. So with the formalities out of the way, let's contextualize. And handily, I've made this brief timeline of all the major things that have ever happened in the history of everything. To really get across to you the idea that while video games might be a recent phenomenon, Jason Statham is anything but. And you'll see by my timeline here that just after the Earth was formed at the start of time, God, the big man himself, had a nightmare about Jason Statham. Really, 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 really scared him. He was going to make humans, but he sort of put it off in case, one of them ended up being him. So he practiced on less threatening things like worms and that, probably fish, the old dinosaurs. I'd like to think maybe he was getting closer to the Stathamic ideal with T-Rex and those lads. Mammos, the old elephants with the hair. Then the dinosaurs died. Yeah, that's pretty much all I know about the history of the Earth. But then humans came along, and well, I guess they accomplished some things. But I think that the point to really point out that I've illustrated on this diagram was the release of Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. That was a pretty significant event because that heralded humanity's entry into the current epoch of geological time, which is, of course, the Stathamocene. Now, eras of geological time are often named for the dominant sort of form of life in that period, and I don't think there's any questioning that Jason Statham is the dominant form of life on Earth today, as frightening a reality as that is. So we're living under his shadow, really. But what is Jason Statham? Well, I think as I've already alluded to, he's a film man with a chin like a shovel that lifts weights. The shovel, not the chin, although I bet it could. If he tied it to a pulley, he could probably, don't know, lift a couple of buses in the air just by sneering. But he's more than just a man with a face that can win fights by itself. He's a concept, like I mentioned earlier. And that concept, as I've also said, dates back to way before any artistic representation of the Staith that you might be familiar with. I've got an image here of, this is an Assyrian sculpture. This is from Dur-Sharakin, the fortress of Sargon, which is an archaeological site in present-day Khorzabad. And that was the Assyrian capital in the time of Sargon II. The whole capital was eventually moved 20 kilometers to the south, and the present site was buried. But excavations unearthed this statue of some manner of beast, like a lion, maybe? Because it's got that sort of tail, hasn't it? And wings. And the face of Jason Statham. Now, if that's not a clue that the Assyrians had some idea of who Jason Statham was, I don't know what is. This statue is currently held in the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute, or I should say it was held there. Shortly after I took this photograph, the building was mysteriously called a wanker and kicked into atoms. And we can only imagine who by. But we find representations like this statue all throughout history, echoes in time preceding the arrival of the man himself. And I think it's like Einstein said in his famous quotation, if Jason Statham did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. Sorry, I get a bit emotional talking about this. But what does Jason Statham... We've talked about this conceptual Statham, but what is the concept? Well, I suppose a lot of mythological traditions are based around dualities, balance. So in the deity Kali, for example, you have sort of an equilibrium between creation and destruction. In the Abrahamic faiths, God is usually posited in opposition to the devil. Jason Statham just represents fights, really. He's not really in opposition to anything apart from, well, everything. He's quite singular. Whatever he represents, I mean, you don't want to muck around with it, do you? Is what I'm saying. But to get back to the how he's been represented, which I suppose what this lecture is all about, that image of the Assyrian statue is quite interesting, because that representation of Jason Statham as a man with the body of a lion, or a sphinx, as the Egyptians called it, has some interesting heritage. Now let's jump forward now to the 20th century, the very beginning of the 20th century, and the Irish poet W.B. Yeats, who is perhaps best known for his poem The Second Coming, which I'm going to read an excerpt from now. And this was written in 1919 in the terrible turbulence following the First World War. And obviously the society that Yeats was living at the time was quite an anxious one, like the one we live in today. And this is what he had to say. The Second Coming. Hardly are these words out when a vast image out of Spiritus Mundi troubles my sight. Somewhere in sands of the desert, a shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it reel shadows of the indignant desert birds. Ah, ah. And that was the birds. I like to do the sound effects. The darkness drops again, but now I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to nightmare by a rocking cradle, and what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born. I'll give you one guess. It's this bloke, Jason Statham. It's interesting. Yates didn't just mention the Sphinx, but the Spiritus Mundi, which was a spiritual concept. Yates was something of a mystic, as was the fashion at the beginning of the 20th century. And the Spiritus Mundi, I guess you could see as a sort of a collective imagination, but for mankind, or a shared hallucination, if you wanted to look at it in a different light. And I think if there is such a thing, then Jason Statham has got to be like a hippo in a small lift in that collective imagination of mankind. He absolutely crams it to the edges. And when Yates was writing just over a century ago, he was still being very much kept at bay from the doors of reality. But that's changed now. Now we're going to jump forward to 1967 for the main body of this lecture. And we're going to look at two things in parallel. We're going to look at the history of Jason Statham, and we're going to look at the history of video games. Because as I said right at the beginning, I think video games, we might think film, but in fact games are the way that Jason Statham is moving from being a primarily conceptual entity to a physical one. I will explain my reasoning. Why have I connected games and Statham so thoroughly? Well, because in a way, the history of Jason Statham is the history of video games. They started at the same moment in time. And how do I know that? Well, in the summer of 1967, television engineer Ralph Baer created the very first primitive games console. And you can see it on the screen now. It was a simple wooden creation, given the rather uncreative name TV Game Unit Mark VII. But it became commonly known to Baer and his associates as the brown box. No clues for guessing why. It's got that retro wood effect veneer on it. And it only had one game on it. Well, it had one main game, which was called Pursuit. A simple affair. Two dots could chase each other around a screen. Not exactly what you'd call a thrill. This made Pong look positively next gen. But recent examination conducted by myself of a prototype held in the Smithsonian Museum just before it too was sadly kicked into atoms revealed that the brown box had a second game preloaded on it, a hidden one, simply titled He Is Coming. It featured just a blank screen which flashed once when the controls were touched. Now, interestingly, it also deleted itself. I was only able to reverse engineer proof of this game's existence through consultation with some very, very talented software engineers. So this program called He Is Coming was created to do this one thing and be played exactly once. What happened the night that Ralph Baer activated TV Game Unit Mark VII for the first time? On 25th of July, 1967. Yes, that's right. Jason Statham was born. It's a true fact. Look it up. Let's look at that birth in a bit more detail. Jason Statham, as far as we can tell, was born in the UK in the county of Derbyshire. Now, for most people, star sign is a pretty arbitrary thing. It can be fun to talk about, but, you know, I don't think the majority of people think it has a major impact on your life. And it's different for Jason. He was born under the sign of the lion, Leo. And the second he was born, every lion in a 100-mile radius immediately died of anxiety. So they're not really the king of the jungle, are they? That's Jason. And like many spiders or some types of gods, Jason was born identical to his current form, but baby-sized. Interestingly, though, whereas babies have a head much larger in proportion to their bodies than adults, it was the other way around for Jason. Tiny little head. Now, it's carried on expanding over time, and it's still growing. You know, in 100 years, he might just be a massive building-sized head. But right now, he's got normal human proportions. Oh, and he was also born with a gun, which he used to threaten the doctors who delivered him into letting him out of the hospital and giving him a burger. He does need to be nourished, just like any mortal. And shortly after his birth, we start seeing evidence of Jason's intersection with the world of games. So 1972 to 1978, the time we could, I suppose, roughly delineate as Jason's larval stage, was also pretty much the early history of arcade games. Now, it's interesting here. You can see this photograph taken from, I'm not sure what machine this was actually, but I mean, you go to any dive bar in the States while arcade machines were taking off, and you'd find most high score boards would have Jason's name at the top. Even though he was a baby in England, he was very good at video games. But yeah, I think that was barely even a hobby for him, because the young Jason was engaged in much more traditionally Stathamic pursuits during his childhood. We don't know much about it, but we know he was into fights, kung fu, kickboxing, just battering people with things. He also helped various members of his family with market stalls. And fun fact, he grew up knowing Vinnie Jones, the fight man off of the football. And Jason was taught football by Vinnie Jones and was actually very good at it, but was sadly forbidden from playing the game after he kicked a foam ball right through a man's chest, which was a bit much on a playground, to be quite honest with you. But this is not fully Jason's biography. It's about games too. So let's return to there and to 1983, where I've identified the beginning of the second period of this strange parallel life of Jason and games. So if you've got a rough familiarity with gaming history, you'll probably know there was a huge crash in the consumer video gaming market in 1983. And there is debate as to whether it was a cause or a symptom, but one of the big events usually pointed to illustrate this crash was the catastrophic failure of the E.T. video game for the Atari, which was famously so bad that every copy was recalled and buried in the desert. But was the game really that bad, or was there another reason? And there's two other things happened around that time. One, Jason Statham turned 16. Now, you may remember he was born in Derbyshire, a long way from London. But to fulfill his full conceptual potential, Jason Statham needed to be a Cockney. So on his 16th birthday, he undertook an occult coming-of-age ritual that would turn him into the Cockney he needed to be. So what was the other thing that happened? Well, July the 25th, 1983, the moon of Io, in orbit around Jupiter, did something very strange. And this is absolutely real. You can look it up. Lights were seen flashing on the surface of that distant volcanic moon. And I think it's no coincidence that this happened as Jason Statham turned 16 and the E.T. game is buried in the desert. I'll tell you what happened. E.T. wasn't a film character. He was real. Jason Statham thought he was a complete tosser. So to prove himself worthy of becoming a Cockney, he flew to Io, which is in space, and that's, as everyone knows, E.T.'s house. And he battered him. Strangled him. And then he came back to Earth and said, that game you were going to make about that wrinkly alien, don't bother. He's dead. And you're not going to argue with that. So they buried the game, and Jason Statham, now talking in the proper accent you need for whispering threats in pubs, vanished from the Earth. Because now he'd developed the ability to fly through space unaided. I mean, why wouldn't he? Sounds like a great laugh. I imagine he strangled a lot of aliens after that. So next comes a strange patch in Jason's history, because he wasn't on the Earth. We don't know what he was doing. And this period roughly corresponds to the years between 1983 and 1995. So quite a broad gulf of time. And that, I suppose, is the era in gaming where the third generation consoles became very popular and sort of revived the consumer gaming market. And it started with the Famicom, which is, of course, retitled the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1985. That's very strange, because even though Jason was not on this Earth, we have one bit of evidence that suggested he had a presence during this era of gaming. It's this extremely rare screenshot from 1985 Super Mario Brothers, where if you played the game on Jason's birthday and poured a pint of hot lager into the cartridge slot, when you went to the underground bit, instead of da-na-na-na-na, it would play My Old Man's a Dustman, the famous Cockney song, and Jason would appear as a sort of a titanic presence in the background. Chilling. Anyway, that's a footnote, really. We don't know much more about that era, because, like I say, after and around that mysterious incident, Statham was absent from the history of games for a long time. There are many urban legends about his appearance in games during the 80s, but I think really these are all fabrications and artifacts of modern hysteria. Some remember, if one flew far enough away from the area of play in 1985's Helicopter Squad, a huge figure resembling Statham would burst from the sand like one of those snakes off a dune and eat your helicopter. But I think the footage is doctored. And then, of course, there was 1987's Metal Gear Statham, but probably the less said about that, the better. However, this era would come to a close. In 1989, the market for cartridge-based console games was more than $2 billion worth. $2 billion is coincidentally the number of eggs that Jason had consumed by this point in his life at the age of 22. Eggs would never be enough to satiate the man, though. He wanted to fully realize his presence in the world. And remember, I said to do that, he needed more people to be aware of his conceptual reality, to lend his physical strength form. I hope that makes sense. And you have to realize that seeing just what a rampant phenomenon video games were, that had to be too tempting for him to resist as a means of mimetic infiltration of Earth. So he would return. But first, an interesting little tidbit that suggests where he had been. A couple of years ago, the SETI program, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, received a mysterious signal, which was dismissed by most scientists as, farts bouncing off the moon or whatever they usually explain away these things with. But I got hold of the raw data, and I put it in Photoshop. I came out with this, which is, as far as I can tell, appears to be the box art for an Alien video game. And that text I've managed to work out through, let me tell you, a long time of reading books about codes. It's in a very strange language. It translates to battle quadruped. So there's a chilling thing for you. Even wherever he was in space, creatures were making games about Jason Statham. But this battle quadruped would, of course, return to Earth, and that happened in the year 1990. Jason had returned, tempted by the exposure to mass consciousness that was promised by the fourth generation 16-bit consoles, like the Mega Drive, the Super Nintendo, but he was still biding his time, yeah? He needed a cover story. So he came up with diving. You may have heard the trivia that Jason Statham was a diver in the 1990 Commonwealth Games. And that's true, but he wasn't really interested in diving into water. He was interested in diving into the minds of men. Now, later that year, we'd see the release of the first gaming product to bear his actual name. Now, that might seem a bit odd, given that he was just a sort of a mid-card, watery sports brute at the time. But it would make sense in retrospect. I'm, of course, talking about the game Statham. Now, you don't see many of these around these days. But it was, or at least the bit of it that projected into our reality, was a cartridge featuring a small plastic model of Jason's head that could be affixed to any other console cartridge, or indeed just jammed into any console on its own in order to make Jason Statham a controllable character in whatever game was being played at the time. Pretty impressive. Now, I think he was testing the waters with that, because let's not forget, no one then knew who Jason Statham was. So I think most of the people who bought this were tired uncles who thought they were buying game genies. But it was a good way of infiltrating the minds of mankind. Because once children had played other games as Jason Statham, they might not have known who he was, but they knew they wanted more of this extraordinarily violent character. And I think once it tested the water with this, later infiltrations were a lot bolder. I am, of course, referring to 1991 Statham the Hedgehog. And its horror is, I think, pretty self-explanatory. And interestingly, Statham the Hedgehog was almost too successful, I would say. You might think you remember Sonic the Hedgehog, but you don't. Jason Statham actually ran around the offices of everyone involved in making Statham the Hedgehog with a knife, waving it at them and forcing them to swear blind it had been about a character called Sonic. There was a massive cartridge recall, and Jason spent a full year kicking those cartridges around an abandoned factory, shouting at them until they agreed that they were actually about a hedgehog. So, he really pulled the wool over our eyes. After Statham the Hedgehog, we get to the second intermediate period, as I like to call it, between 1994 and 1998. Because I think that sudden explosion into consumer culture with the Hedgehog game had been too much too fast. I think Jason realized he needed to try more avenues of approach and do things more subtly, build a firmer hold. So let me take you to the early 90s. And this. It's one of the other trivia you hear about Jason, that as well as being a Commonwealth Games diver, he had appeared as a background dancer in various music videos of the early 90s. And indeed, here he is in the video for Run to the Sun, a song by synth pop duo Erasure. You might think, well, it's just a geezer done up with silver paint, but that wasn't paint. At the time, Jason was undergoing a metamorphosis into an iron body because he thought it might make him more powerful. But he found it was actually disappointingly fragile and weaker than his ordinary form. So he cast it aside and became a being of pure energy for a while. And whereas this was really a gesture with its genesis in flippant rage, the serendipity was quite something, because Jason found that now he was a being of pure energy. He was unconstrained by many of the laws of reality. And this finally gave him the power he needed to really spread himself through game culture. We are trapped on a one-way street in time, ever propelled in one direction towards the grave, but not Jason. I think he developed the ability during that period to exist simultaneously at all points in time as an adult, which is why he appears as modern Statham in every game he featured in, all the way back to 1967. Hell, maybe he created himself by traveling back from the early 90s and appearing in that hospital room. This is a being of such power, we can only theorize. But let's not get too much into that darkness. We are, after all, talking about video games. And so I want to take you to December the 3rd, 1994. Since 1988, Sony and Nintendo had been discussing a joint venture with the being of pure energy, formerly known as Jason Statham, to create a new next-generation console called the PlayStation. And this piece of home electronics was powered by a copy, every single one was powered by an electronically copied version of Jason Statham's Soul. However, the prototypes were far too powerful, and Nintendo walked away from the project in fear. The eventual release of the PlayStation came about when Sony panicked and released the devices with a fraction of the power they'd been intended to have, because they'd taken the chips bearing Statham's souls out of them and discarded them. Now, we'll find out what happened to a lot of those. They were mostly bought up by all manner of foolish developers willing to pay any spiritual price to turn a quick profit. And we still have records of some of the games that came about during that period. There was, of course, 1995, where Statham featured as the antagonist in dungeon adventure Stabyrinth. And he lurked at the heart of the game's maze with a Stanley knife. And when you got to him, he'd cut you. And then in 1996, we saw the release of Super Statham for the Super Nintendo, where you just hammered the yellow button on the controller to make him run faster and faster towards the screen until you had a heart attack. PC games gave him plenty of airtime too. There was 1997's Inner Statham, which portrayed him as a doctor who treated patients by shrinking himself and beating the crap out of viruses. And then there was 1999's Rubik's Cube with Jason Statham, which offered a fairly straight-laced simulation of the classic puzzle, but where Jason would occasionally help the player by threatening squares into changing colour. Now, you remember I mentioned those chips that had been taken out of the Play Statham? Well, that was also 1999, I think, was the year of the Stathamagotchi, which is a virtual pet toy containing Jason's soul. And that was visible on screen thanks to an LCD display. And he would be in a state of total apoplexy due to his imprisonment in a plastic egg. That was his actual soul, or an echo of it, and it was extremely cross. These days, it's rumoured that he's trying to track them all down to reabsorb them, those copies of his soul. So if you've got a Stathamagotchi, for God's sake, throw it in the sea. He will kick your house to atoms. Now, this proliferation of Statham in games that seemed to be accelerating through the 1990s looked like it could get out of hand. And indeed, if it had carried on at the rate it was going, there probably would be games about nothing but Jason these days. But then came 1998. And this is the beginning of the golden age. Because until this point, Jason had only been present as a physical man and as an idea, and until quite recently in video games. But then he found another means of infiltration into our world, and it all started with this man. This is Guy Ritchie. And in 1998, he was a pretty unremarkable director and a really big gaming fan. And one Sunday, he was playing a copy of the Statham the Hedgehog sequel, little known, called Statham the Hedgehog and His Enormously Powerful Knuckles. And he engineered a scheme to lure Statham out of the Mega Drive with a wheelbarrow full of meat pies. This worked. Ritchie trapped Statham in a haunted gun, which he then fired at the canister containing the final cut of his film Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. Jason appeared in the film magically as the character Bacon, and the rest is quite literal cinema history. Now, there's a fun fact you ought to know about Jason Statham films I think is crucial here. Jason Statham doesn't actually know that he's appearing in films. He just thinks a camera crew is following him as he goes about his ordinary life. So people will lure him onto a set, out often, as Guy Ritchie learned, with a wheelbarrow full of meat pies, where he will fight a shark, or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, or anything like that, really. None of it phases him, and he just wonders why cameras are following him around. But you can see, looking at this list of Jason Statham's films, that the 2000s were a colossal decade for him. There were loads of them. Well, I can't count, but, that's at least 10, isn't it? Video game fans, of course, were astonished by this. They'd had this figure showing up in games for years, and suddenly, there he was on the screen. Imagine it was like seeing a character from your childhood nightmares show up at work and be introduced as your line manager. Only exciting somehow. And just like he appeared in movies, Jason Statham appeared in many games in the 2000s. There was the Fist series of mystery games, which chronicled his struggle to understand and master the concept of rage while trapped on an enigmatic island. And then there was the marvellous Jason Statham's Art Attack, which featured his mystical quest to climb into every painting in London's National Gallery and fight the occupants. And of course, the 2000s finished with the nightmare that was Crank High Voltage. And it have you seen the film? This is an actual screenshot from it. There's a bit where Jason Statham turns into like a massive kaiju monster, which is like a person in like a foam rubber Jason Statham costume and fights a baddie. I'm not even making this up. I'm looking at you with a dead straight face and saying what you're seeing now is a real, well, it's a production still, but that gurning vision of hell in the centre of the screen is in the film. It's mega odd. But anyway, Crank High Voltage actually contains several video game pastiche sequences. And many think this was just a weird stylistic choice, but no, they were Jason Statham's actual memories of being in video games. This leads us to the final epoch of Jason's life, the Mega Golden Age, which lasted from 2009 to the present. Okay, you might say that a Mega Golden Age isn't an established thing, but then you clearly don't know about the existence of Mega Gold, the most brutal of all the elements, which Jason Statham invented. He has a single tooth made of Mega Gold, and it could beat your dad in a fight. Anyway, some of the most recent games featuring Jason have been enormous commercial successes, but you cannot find a single one of them on Steam today. Remember Aliens vs. Statham from 2010, which kickstarted the star's long-running association with Ridley Scott's beloved sci-fi horror franchise? Of course you don't remember it. You probably don't remember 2015 survival horror blockbuster Statham Isolation either, do you? And interestingly, this promo poster reveals a real biological feature of Jason Statham, which is that if he gets angry enough, he screams, and a tiny Jason Statham head comes out of his mouth and screams as well, but slightly more highly pitched. And there have been games in other genres and platforms as well. 2013, we saw the mobile game Flappy Statham, where a small cartoon version of the Punch King himself hurtled through a wilderness of pipes with his arms whirling around to keep him aloft like a sort of a muscly hummingbird. And then there was Jason Statham's VR Tarot in 2016. It was a fortune-telling sim where every card bore his face and prompted a terrifying chase sequence. And controversially, there was... do you remember the StathNav? Which is a seemingly harmless navigation app for drivers. But in the summer of 2017, it began coding riddles in Statham's voice and steering people's cars into ditches if they couldn't answer quickly enough. People never answered quickly enough. A lot of cars ended up in flames in ditches. And the films continued too. There was the Expendables franchise, Romeo and Juliet, Spy, of course, which Jason made after learning to tell jokes. And then, of course, there was The Meg, which is about an ancient, near unkillable monster thought long extinct, and a big shark. It carries on. Just last year, we saw the release of the Hobbs and Shaw visual novel. A touching choice-based narrative about the rivalry between Jason Statham and The Rock. But I fear that we got more than we bargained for with that game and the film that was based on it. Because I think it was a mistake to introduce Jason Statham to The Rock and Idris Elba, who are both very, powerful men in their own rights. I think they formed an unholy alliance. And this is the reason why everything that I've mentioned so far in this lecture has been removed from the record of history. Indeed, I think there are no traces of Statham-based games media left outside of the images in this presentation, which is why it's so vital that I've given you this information today. What's left then on Wikipedia? If you look for games involving Jason Statham, 2002's Red Faction 2, 2003's Call of Duty, where he played Sergeant Waters apparently, and 2015's Sniper X with Jason Statham, a mobile game which sounds blatantly made up. Sounds like a cover story for me. But now you know the true history. And that's a power, but it's also a burden, because now you're in danger. So now you know the truth. But while that's a great power, that's also a terrible burden, because Jason does not want this stuff known. And now you too are in the same danger that I am in. We're the custodians of a terrible secret. That video games may represent the route by which a full Stathamic incursion into physical reality may yet occur. Don't despair though, because I believe it can be averted. And that's the really crucial part of this, which I'm going to tell you now. Oh, sorry. That's really embarrassing. I should turn my phone. It's weird. I recognise that number. 0779JASON. I'm sorry. I fear I must take this.
Where are you?
Nowhere in particular. Nowhere you can find me. Love, get the car started. Pack what you can. We need to leave.
Save the fuel. Coming for you.
Please, Jason. Please. It was honest research. The world needed to know.
I'll be there in 5.
No. No, please. Spare me, Jason. I'll do anything.
I'll be there in 5 seconds.
You order room service?
Jason. That's a rusty bread knife you're holding.
I look like I'd carry a pencil.
Why are you offering that knife to me, Jason?
5 seconds to remove your hand.
What do you mean you'll give me 5 seconds to remove my hand?
I'll give you 5 seconds to remove your hand. Do you remember that?
No. I can't. Not. Please, I need my hands for the computer games.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
All right, but it's just I'm trying to do a presentation here, mate.
You don't want to do this.
Well, of course I don't want to cut off my own hands, but if that's the sacrifice I need to make, then well, so be it. Give me the knife.
And I pronounce you man and knife.
Thank you for attending today's lecture. There will be no opportunity for questions.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
G'day, I'm Evan from Chironex Studios, and I'd like to talk to you about our game, This Starry Void. This Starry Void is a science fiction dungeon crawler in which you drive a cute little robot around a series of dark and dingy and cool and flashy spacecraft, fighting off hordes of tentacle beasts, chitinous insectile creatures, and just plain weird stuff. This Starry Void is very heavily influenced by my experiences growing up in the 1980s and 90s and playing RPGs on the computers available at the time, and the sense of real wonder and strangeness that as a child I experienced playing these games. And it's been my goal to imbue some of that sense into this game so that when you play it you can feel that too, and I hope that we've done that. The three pillars that we wanted to focus on with This Starry Void were combat, exploration, and contemplation. Combat is pretty self-explanatory. This little robot is designed primarily for salvaging duties or rescue operations, so initially you'll be equipped with some pretty kind of basic weapons like a disc saw, maybe a blowtorch, and as you progress through the game you can modify this robot, upgrade those to bigger and better versions or more militarized perhaps equipment. Exploration comes in two kinds. There's exploring the physical locations of the ship, from greenhouses to engineering rooms to flight decks and barracks, and then there is a kind of temporal exploration where you are uncovering fragments of a narrative that stretch over a period of time for which you are only coming in at the end of this, and then you are piecing them back together to work out what has happened and how we've come to this point. The third pillar is what I call contemplation, and this is the unspoken questions that are at the heart of This Starry Void. So we want the player to be asking questions of themselves and of the world as they play the game. If that all sounds good to you, then please check out the demo, carve up some tentacle beasts, hopefully save a few people, and maybe think about the nature of existence while you do it. Thanks very much.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hello, video game lovers worldwide. My name is Josef, and I'm from a small studio called Bitmap Galaxy in the middle of Europe in Bratislava, Slovakia. And I am going to show you just a thing or two from our game called Yes Tomorrow, which will be out very, very soon. So watch and enjoy. The mystical world of Yes Tomorrow was destroyed and plunged into a never-ending night. But all is not lost yet. You play as Yui, a young girl survivor who discovers that she can time travel into the past. Yes Tomorrow is a puzzle platformer set in 2 timelines with vibrant graphics, rich story, various enemies and abundant secrets. Learn new abilities, reveal hidden locations, and discover whether the calamity can be undone.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in like dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as shadow pups, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
Hello there. I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's 1 tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished. 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite!
out there in the land of PAX Online. Thank you for joining us here for this game of Chaosium's Call of Cthulhu, 7th edition. My name is James, my pronouns are he, him, and I am the keeper for this awesome scenario, which has an awesome, amazing cast. They're so amazing that they don't need me at all to introduce themselves. They can do that easily themselves. So let's jump straight across to Becca.
Hello. Oh, my mic is peaking. I'm Becca Scott. I'm playing Dr. Nevada Jones. Both my pronouns and her pronouns are she, her. She's just, a professor of archaeology, unlike any character you've ever met before, and that's all you need to know.
Excellent. Thank you so much. The Professor of Archaeology will be diving in to the scenario. Nora.
Hi, I'm Nora Ibrahim, and I will be playing Eliza Beaumont, dilettante and novelist. Her pronouns are she, her, and yeah, we'll see what shenanigans she gets herself into.
All right, fantastic. And I love the glasses once again. B-Dave.
Okay, thank you.
B. Dave Walters, he, him. I'm playing Wentworth Avery. I'm a professor of linguistics. You see, I know a number of languages. I'm rather proficient in slang also with the kids, what they're saying these days. And I'm prepared for a mysterious, spooky adventure.
Could you give us one example of something the kids like to say? I know my students often comment on, wow, that's super dax.
Oh, this is the bee's knees, the eel's hips. The bank is closed. The bank is closed means stop making out, by the way. I think I have to deploy that one on the kids on occasion and get them to put their faces down and concentrate.
Stop making deposits.
That's a very different type of course that the college teachers teach you. That one they're missing, you see.
No.
Now we're all learning, which is fantastic. And of course, Holly.
Hello, everyone. My name's Holly. Pronouns she, her. And I'm playing Keiko Kane. I am a science student. And I don't believe in anything, and I think that everything is fake. Science can explain everything, and I am going to prove that none of this is supernatural.
Oh, absolutely, of course. Because it's completely not real, for sure.
Exactly.
Anyway, so those of you who don't know about Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu is a role-playing game of horror and investigation, where the players struggle against incomprehensible and terrible forces from planes beyond human understanding. And with that in mind, let's jump into our scenario, which is taking place in April of 1921. So, on a dark road in the backwoods of rural Massachusetts, a Ford Model T is making its way down the dusty path with a light sprinkling of rain that is just trickling across the roof. This is where your collection of investigators finds yourself at the beginning of the scenario. Now, things go very rarely well in Call of Cthulhu. It's a dangerous game, so we are going to seize every opportunity we have to have said that something went well in the past. We're going to start the scenario with the collection of you having just returned from a successful investigation. You struggle against the mythos and you have prevailed. So, Becca, can you tell me a scary mythos monster that you think you might have defeated on your most recent investigation? Doesn't have to be a real one. It could be something you made up.
It's a very real one. The Glayaki. It was a servant of the Glayaki. It was a piece of it that had come to our shores. And, well, I think we banished it. I'm very proud of how we worked together.
Brilliant, absolutely. B-Dave, can you make up maybe a cool stylistic injury that your character sustained during the investigation or during the ritual to banish the Galaki?
It was almost as bad as those fish people near Innsmouth that time, but I broke my glasses. I only have my monocle left. See, now I gotta investigate with my monocle. Well, nearly thought I was going to lose an eye there. I did, but it stayed put this time.
Managed to keep its place. Perfect. And Holly, can you make up a terrible vision or a terrible memory that is lingering in your mind and that shall haunt you to the rest of your days that you witnessed or occurred during your most recent investigation?
Oh, I saw a flash of eternal darkness, but with nothing but eye-filled ooze on the ground, with its blinking, unending vision looking into nothing.
Okay, fantastic. Looking.
But it's not real.
Oh yeah, of course. It's science. Science can explain most things at the very least.
Nobody.
It was swamp gas reflecting off of the moon.
Fantastic. Of course, yes. And Nora, can you make up a secret that your character witnessed that you have not revealed to the rest of the group?
Well, certain fish people, I once saw a little girl being terribly attacked and eaten by said fish people that I don't believe anybody else saw.
A terrible thing to witness, and something that you don't necessarily have to share with the rest of the investigators to spare their mind of such horrible things. So, you've had a successful investigation. You've all helped each other. You all are relatively known to each other. Perhaps you have come into contact through the Miskatonic University in Arkham, which has a large collection of supernatural investigatory types and tends to be a haven for that sort of thing. And you, after having sorted out your investigation, probably spent a night or two at a hotel near Innsmouth, preferably not the one that is referenced in the book and would be all kinds of terrifying.
We did stay there to prove. There's just nothing to it, you see. That's we just slept like babies for a number of days.
It was perfect.
Well, perhaps you did, but terrible decor kept me awake all night.
Brilliant. Okay, and we will jump into the game as in the morning before returning towards Arkham in a lovely Ford Model T, Eliza, you received a call, crackly on a not particularly good hotel phone. And this was a call from one of the servants, basically, one of your staff that has been assisting you while you've been in America, and specifically this part of America, and has been managing your affairs in Arkham. So you get a call from them crackly over a line. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you while you're on holiday. Can you tell us what the name of your staff member and what they look like?
His name is Edward. A very gaunt gentleman, but he means well and he tries hard. And so I know that he has been with my family for quite some time.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I'm calling to talk to you and your group. I received a message that was sent through and by a man named Dr. Webb, who seemed rather distressed and was very, very insistent upon speaking with you all urgently. Now, Dr. Webb is a name that one of the other members of the group is going to recognize. Dr. Webb is a physician from rural Massachusetts who has been involved in just a touch of mythos investigation in the past. He is a pillar of the local community and beloved by all of the people who live near him, since he provides very high quality medical service for them. But I need one of you to hate this person. One of you. Yeah, perfect. The two of you had a falling out. What was it based around?
Yeah, I brought him a number of treatises on Greek and Egyptian medical treatments that would help the community, and he just dismissed it outright. Said it was a hooey is what it was, and I told him that he would rue the day that he turned his back on the ancient wisdom.
Absolutely, and he was rather rude to you about the entire thing. So Wentworth, you do not lie. Yeah, ready to throw hands with Dr. Webb, or Godfrey, as you would call him.
Godfrey.
Perfect. But in particular, Webb was trying to talk to you and said there was something terrible happening at his home, which is a small cottage near an area of road outside Arkham called Orchard Run, and begged that you throw aside all of the tension that the two of you had held for years and come to help him because he was in desperate need of your assistance. Having delivered this message, the collection of you realize, fortunately, by mere happenstance, Orchard Run is on the way back to Arkham. So it's going to be just a easy detour to drive on past and see what Dr. Webb has in mind, what he wants to ask you, and try and put this man's mind to rest.
I believe Dr. Webb came to my conference once on ancient artifacts in the Mesopotamian area. He did seem quite skeptical. It's interesting. You also had a similar experience, Avebury.
Godfrey, like I'm very much preoccupied. Like, and say, I want to go to his home just to prove this a bunch of hooey. Keiko, you can show him up, show that he's just scared of something completely reasonable. Like he didn't listen to the true arcanum. It probably just were raccoons loose in the walls or some such.
I agree. I think that raccoons are responsible for most of the things that we see.
Well, Keiko, perhaps you will learn that discourse is the way to get to the bottom of anything. But sometimes there's mysteries that can't be explained.
Before we go blaming everything on raccoons, my question is, it's rather unusual that Mr. Webb, or Dr. Webb, who I haven't personally met, had seeked out our assistance, given that he has a very dislike, I wouldn't say dislike, but not a very good rapport with you, Wentworth.
Well, he also did not call me directly. I told him to go chase himself and hung up the phone. But that's fine. He indirectly can ask for my assistance. And you, brilliant young observers and scientists and dilettante. I don't know how one trains to be a dilettante. But yes, you've proven yourself many times over, Miss Eliza, many times over.
It does speak to some desperation that he would go to such lengths.
That's true.
How did he know we were at that hotel to call? He just thought the most dangerous hotel in Innsmouth would be where we'd be located.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
He spoke to Edward, of course,
yes,
Miss Eliza's
right.
assistant.
Yes.
I do like danger. It's fine.
You believe that Webb probably got in contact with the Miskatonic University, and that led through to getting in contact with Edward, which led through to getting in contact with Eliza. You also think that the only reason that Dr. Webb could have contacted you specifically, given the tension that the two of you have, is if the matter he was so terrified about referred to, or at least he believed it referred to, the mythos and terrible things that nobody else could explain. You are his last port of call.
It's a trick, but let's go.
Who's driving? Can you step on it, please?
Presumably I'm driving. I guess.
Absolutely.
I can't drive. The last time I drove, I crashed.
Not a good sign. Yes, I think
I took the night shift, so I was taking a break.
I say I'm driving, but I only have a 20% skill in drive, so I don't have to be driving, honestly, because we're going to be like Model T drift out of here.
That's all right. And also with your monocle, I could be your eyes.
It's true, yes,
Oh,
exactly.
no.
That's
I will direct you.
Yeah, there we go.
So you're driving along down this road, and there's been a little bit of rain, which I described at the start, but that little bit of rain in the time that we've had this interlude of narration has started to get worse. It's raining heavier now, and the road's getting a little bit muddy. The easy trip that you felt very confident making, given that you have 20% in drive auto because it's just a drive along a road, is now looking to be a little bit more complicated. The road is beginning to really land, and wind is pelting the car, and it's even shaking a little.
There's nothing I love more than a good storm.
I can't draw my raccoons in this.
Did Godfrey happen to mention what was in it for us for this? Because this is becoming a bit perilous here. I don't like man versus environment narratives. I've never been a fan of those.
Ooh, all right. Well, unfortunately, the rain is getting worse and worse. So you have not been told what is in it for you. And you're getting increasingly frustrated, and the rain is still pouring down. A storm is brewing. You can hear cracks of lightning and thunder, so cracks of thunder and sea lightning. As you continue, you've suddenly caught in a storm. And then suddenly you're caught in an incredible storm, the storm of a century. And the car is being swept from one side to another, and there is rain pounding against the windows. And Ford Model Ts just have this little fabric top.
It's a fine Arkham weather here.
Is this area known for this sort of weather? I don't believe it is.
Not to this extent. It's not unheard of. You know, just seeing this, you're not like, oh, this is immediately something out of the ordinary. But you know, it is a bit weird, and it's getting harder and harder to drive. And there is mud and slush across the road, and you're desperately trying to maintain. Can you make for me a drive auto test?
Oh no!
It's a meteorological phenomenon of a mystical bent. I feel here.
Wonder what my data shows me.
I got a 3%.
Okay, a 3%. And extreme
I refuse to wreck my car on Godfrey's land.
Brilliant.
Imagine you have 2 eyes.
Yes.
So fortunately, you're able to hold steady, and you're not swerving out of control. You actually managed to dodge a fallen tree at one point. You're going around. The rain is getting worse and worse, but you realize you can't stop now. You know the car will get bogged down in the mud, and you're forcing yourself along. You can hardly see more than a few feet in front of you, but you're grabbing the wheel, white-knuckled. You're continuing. Then, out of nowhere, you see a figure dressed in white, standing in the middle of the road in front of your speeding car. But with that extreme success, you can spin it to the side and you can avoid hitting them. Assuming you want to.
I was about to say, what if I choose to hit them, actually? But okay. Fine. The last time person in the road, it was awful, but yes, I slide.
Okay.
I lean and I look at Nevada, and I'm like, Nevada, do you by chance have your pistol with you this evening? I seem to have left mine behind.
It's in the holster where I always keep it. My 38, and I pull it out and show it to Avebury.
Yes. Yes, you got us out of a number of pinches with that thing here. Is the person there, or did they disappear when we were sliding?
So you spin round. Have you got your gun? Your gun's ready. Mud has kicked up everywhere, and as soon as you stop, the sound of the kind of pounding rain is echoing all around you, and you can hardly hear. The beams of headlights are now looking towards the side of the road, but you can still faintly see the figure standing exactly where they were, maybe stumbling forward ever so slightly.
I step out of the car. I was in the front seat.
All right, you step out of the car.
Eliza, can you see anything through your lenses there?
Oh, what do you suppose he's doing out there?
I'll check on him. Someone's in trouble.
Brilliant.
They might be the trouble there, Dr. Jones. They might be the trouble.
My hand's always on the pistol, just in case.
Are you sure you want to go out there right now? In these conditions?
Is your hat big enough to block the rain?
I think so. We could always roll for it.
The door.
Oh, he must be mad to be out. Oh.
No, please, after you.
Oh, he must be mad to be standing out in the middle of the road. It's a good thing that Wentworth is such a good motorist.
Thank you. Just a minute, Lady Beaumont. If this is Godfrey having a frolic here, just shoot him in the foot. Make him dance.
Oh, my. Okay, so you step out of the car, and immediately the rain hits you like a fist. Rivulets of freezing cold water manage to really get down and cling to your ribs and send an involuntary shiver up through your entire body as you hurry forward. You're looking and trying to get a good gaze at this person. Can I get you to make a spot hidden check, Eliza? Because you're peeking out.
Oh, I am good at these. I rolled a 48. I passed.
Excellent. Okay, with a pass, you squint at the figure and you manage to make out a few details. It's a young woman, It's maybe even a girl, can't be older than 16. She's dressed in what must have been particularly expensive and well put together pajamas, basically. So like a robe and a full nightgown. But they're drenched through, and she has gaunt and pale face and is shivering and wide eyes and is kind of just walking forward. She also has a massive bruise across the side of her head, which is dripping a little bit of dried blood. And
I rush over to her. Oh,
yeah, you are slogging through the mud here. So it takes you, you're only a few feet away, but it takes you a couple of seconds to get your boots through, and you're drenched immediately. You get towards this woman, and she stands there. She stops when she sees you, but she doesn't make any movement beyond that. She just watches you.
Miss, are you all right? Step into our vehicle.
She doesn't really react. Science note, spooky rain, clearly dead lady. Perfect.
While this
I'm
is
very
happening,
busy writing my science notes.
while Nevada's out going towards her, I do say to Wentworth and Kiko, "Oh well, it's not Dr. Webb. It seems to be a young woman in her night clothes, and she seems injured." And then I try to yell out without sticking my head out and getting my hair wet, "Be careful, Nevada!
It's just a young girl."
I throw it in reverse just enough to put the headlights back on them.
Perfect. The car splutters as you manage to drag it through the mud. It's almost bogged, but your excellent driving is going to save you from having to make anything like a mechanical repair check and stuff like that, because you just were skilled there. But the headlights swing round, and Nevada is captured, framed by the pouring rain around, and this woman isn't really following your instructions, but as you reach out, kind of mutely begins to be guided towards the car. And as you're
I
moving
put her in the back
along,
seat next to, I make Kiko scoot to the middle.
Oh, I don't. Does she smell bad?
not particularly. She's rather clean. The rain has, the biggest concern is that the tips of her fingers are turning blue, and she appears to be, suffering from some kind of exposure here. This storm is bad, and even
I know what that is.
Do I
Give her your
recognize
jacket.
this young? Yes, quite. Sorry. Well, I mean, she's not a spectral young woman. As you remember, there was that one time that we got halfway down the road with a revenant that bit through the back of my chair. Yeah, and I do.
He does seem corporeal.
Yeah,
I
scoot over just like to the other side and just kind of like.
Perfect. So,
do I recognize this young woman?
Oh, you might. Make for me an education test. Education representing your job training here. So I think that's probably the closest I'm going to get.
This time I rolled a 9, so I'm officially out of good luck here. Like, it's nowhere from here on out. I'm out of good ideas. But I'm very.
Spin it so early.
He gets in, and I'm like, hey, no, young woman. Yeah, right.
You do recognize her, and you recognize her based on your obsession with Godfrey, because you know everything about this man. It is your professional business. This is his granddaughter. Her name is Elia.
Has the look of Godfrey's granddaughter, Elia. Elia, is that you, dear girl? Is it you? And I do just kind of like rub that hand clap thing. Oh, Elia. Girl.
Let's all rub and clap.
Front seat, Nevada, and you turn around. You're all in the car now, and you're soaking wet still. And this girl is still there, and she makes no response apart from to whisper, "Dead light, bright light."
That seems ominous. Dead light, bright light.
What do you suppose that means?
We're turning around and leaving is what it means. It's just now.
Maybe
we should call upon Godfrey tomorrow.
She might have had a concussion or something. Maybe she's hallucinating.
Also, perhaps Dr. Webb is worried sick about her.
Let me talk to Elia again. Elia, dear, I recognize you've suffered some sort of traumatic event, but we were going to visit your grandfather. Should we go on, or would you recommend against that?
you try to get through to her, and can I get you to make for me I think a persuasion or a charm check, either of those?
Sure. Let's go
Yeah,
with charm.
The girl looks ossified to me, if you know, you know what I mean. I do actually start driving towards the house.
Okay, so you pulled shut.
While she's
I
talking
failed.
to
She
her,
didn't
I'm
tell
like,
me a thing.
Unfortunately, you
Can
don't
I-
get any more out. She whispered.
Can I try and hand her my notebook and the pen?
Yeah, absolutely. You hand her your notebook and the pen. You're trying to talk to her, Nevada, and all she's saying, she goes, "Grandpa, dead light, bright light." And
We got
after
that
being
part.
handed the pen, she will start to sort of draw something, and she draws a circle and then begins to circle it over and over again until there's just a circle in the center of the page that has been circled through 1,000 times.
Let's take the pen away.
I take the pen away.
And I
Does she
lean in
still
and-
keep circling with no pin?
For a second, yeah, there's a little bit of, okay, you're done now. Now, you said that you were beginning to move towards the house, so you've taken off forward and you've begun to head along the road, and suddenly there is a crack of lightning right next to you, and you realize that you are passing through some kind of worse section of the storm. Trees start to sway around you, and bits of sticks are buffeting the car. And this is not in a moment, but this storm is getting worse and worse and worse, and you do not feel safe driving. This is the kind of condition where an experienced driver would be, we need to find somewhere, we need to take shelter. It's just a luck at this stage that a branch hasn't come and crushed the car. Thinking of
Faster, Avebury.
desperate
This
to
is
try
great.
and find somewhere to hide, you do spot up ahead, like a miracle in the distance, the lights of a small rest stop, gas station, towards the side of the road, a little kind of diner.
do we have any idea roughly how far we should be from his house? Because she went on foot, presumably some distance. So even roughly how close?
You couldn't be more than half an hour's walk away and maybe 10 minutes drive.
There's 10 minutes under optimal conditions, which these are not. Would you all like us to pull over and pit in for a moment, or shall we challenge it?
Well, I don't know
like
about
to
all of you,
pull
but
over.
adventure makes me peckish.
And these are dreadful conditions. Perhaps if we wait a while, the storm will give way.
I can't
yes.
take notes if the car is moving this much.
Yeah, well, we go with the majority rule, and apparently everyone says stop. So
I whisper to Wentworth, perhaps she didn't come from her grandfather's. Do you think maybe she's escaped from elsewhere?
Well, no, again, I feel like the girl's been into the Panther Piss myself, but mayhaps.
Panther piss?
Yes, it's what the kids call it. It's the whiskey, the old Panther Piss. It's a little bit of the homemade. You gotta learn how to loosen up a little, Lady Beaumont. I mean, not now. Stay tight now, but later, loosen up a
I
little.
know what that is. I'm a youth.
Can't go. Right. You see, remember the still they set up there in the biology department down. It
Yes.
tasted like potatoes and onions. God awful. But
I passed out for 3 days.
yes, I was embarrassed that I'd lost 18 hours myself. But yes, maybe one day we'll revisit that place. But I try and get as close to the building as I can, so they don't have to go through the rain. Like if I can get right to the door type thing.
Sounds like a good idea. So mercifully, you pull in towards the building, and there is a shade further forward that covers a good deal of the rain over the gas pumps. It is
I'm gonna
really
run around
odd.
to get Elia out, since things seem to be difficult for her.
Totally. So if you're over helping Elia, the car pulls up. It's really like coming out of a sudden to silence, because the rain stops landing directly on top of the car, and there's a merciful quiet. You feel slightly insulated here. You hop out of the car, Nevada, and you begin to help Elia out, who mutely follows you. Her fingers are still blue. She hasn't been treated for any kind of exposure symptoms, unless someone would like to make a first aid
Yeah,
check.
I'll make a first aid roll.
Okay, fantastic. But you will notice as well, the rest stop has a curved road, coming in and then coming out. On the part that comes out, there is a fallen tree, and a large truck has smashed into it. It's damaged. You can see bits of the motor, still exposed, and twisted metal, which has been cooled by the rain. You can see figures inside the rest stop, but there is a very clearly quite serious crash just outside.
I'll do
Someone's
my
having a
first
bad
aid.
night.
I am a meticulous investigator. You see, Lady Beaumont, might I trouble you for your cheaters here? Your spectacles.
Oh, well, yes. And I hand them to you.
I don't go out in the rain or approach it at all, but I do try and look at the truck. I'm like, is there a logo on it? Is there like any indicate like what it is? You know, like any
spot hidden. Can I get a spot hidden check from you, please?
I was about to say it's like Big Tom's old timey hyena farm.
Totally, exactly. Yeah.
Spot, you say?
Yeah, spot hidden.
Spot hidden. My luck has run out. I have exceeded it by 20%.
Oh,
so I'm like, yeah. Like,
So this-
how do you see anything through these glasses?
Well, perhaps they're not your prescription, Wentworth. And can I take a look and see?
Sure,
I
make
see
a
anything?
check yourself. Now, just the things that you can obviously see. You know, there's no logos on the truck, so to say. There's not like a big, John's Delivery Company or something like that up on the side. It looks maybe like a privately owned vehicle. Make your spot hidden check.
Okay, that is a pass.
That is a pass. Okay. You think this is probably a farmer's truck of some sort. You can see, caked in soil that, although it is now getting blasted away by the force of the rain, it has really made its way into the grooves of this vehicle. It seems like it's seen a lot of use. You also managed to kind of lead and get a good angle and look into the cab, which, although it's been pierced a little bit by the impact and there's some rain coming in, you can see that hung up in the back of the cab is a large shotgun.
Oh, these poor farmers. Although, wait, there is a shotgun back there. Do I see anybody else is there anybody visible?
Inside the rest stop itself, which has sort of a diner section at the front, you can see there's a couple of figures moving around, and one or two of them are kind of leaning out, looking towards the collection of you because they've seen a new car arrive.
Even as all this was happening, I was very slowly leading Elia, who was only taking very tiny steps towards the door. And once I get her inside and sitting in a booth, then I'll perform some first aid.
Okay, fantastic. You're leading her inside. Are the collection of you going to follow, or is there anything else that you would like to do outside?
I'll follow, because I want to do a first aid check as well. Because I talk about how my brother is a doctor in San Francisco and how he taught me how to do first aid checks. As like a real doctor, a scientist.
I gave myself a 50-50 chance, and I think I'm gonna try and get the shotgun.
Okay. Now, all right, fantastic. So you edge out of
I think I could make that, Eliza. I'm more spry than I look. You see, I think maybe worth a shot.
What if they're armed inside and they see you?
Well, I mean, presumably the driver abandoned his firearm to go inside. You see, might be doing him a favor. Could you just keep an eye out if you see any shuggoths creeping up out of the grass? Let me know.
I can't guarantee that they don't have anything on them. But all right.
Well, I mean, no, I feel like that is more of an argument for the shotgun rather than against it, there, lady. I do edge out. I make a point of giving her the keys before I go.
Okay. You don't even follow for this. You struggle through the rain, and it is once again like hit by a fist as you come through. You get up into the cab, and you do a little bit just to avoid being seen by the people inside, but they don't have a good angle. You come up, you get the shotgun. The front of the barrel has been sawn off, so it's a little shorter. You could hide it under your coat or something like that if you'd like.
Yeah.
And as you are stepping out, something catches your eye. Make a spot hidden check for me.
I will shoot it. I'm like, cool. Oh, hey, the luck is returned. That is a 19. I pass it. Beat it by 30%, I suppose. Just to be clear, as an aside, I know lower numbers are better. Like, is there some margin which constitutes like great success or?
So we have 3 tiers of successes. We have a regular success, which is just underneath. We have a hard success, which is under half, and we have an extreme success, which is under a fifth.
That might hold on. That for spa that is under a half.
Brilliant. Okay, so hard success.
Okay.
So as you're heading out through the rain, through the wind and the bluster, you spot something on the other side of the road. So far across the, quite far away on the other side of the road, there is a light that's moving through the trees. And you only see it for a couple of seconds, and then it's gone.
Did it look like a dead light? Is it might be what the girl was referring to? I super hightail it like back to my varsity days. You see, knees up in the mud, knees up. Hoop, 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 hoop.
Okay, fantastic.
Where are you going?
No, I do not go after. I'm coming back.
Oh,
Like
I'm
like, yeah,
I thought
that's
you were
where
running after.
No, that's where I'm not going. I'm
Excellent.
going that way.
That's much more reassuring.
Although as I'm coming, I am pointing. I don't know if she's gonna have a chance to see it, but I'm like,
What is it, Redwith?
there's a light in the trees. She was saying, "Ooh, dead light." I mean, I thought the bright lights was the headlights because their death was imminent. You see, but no, over in the trees, I saw something like passing through, like a light or a lantern or some such. But who would be out in conditions such as these besides all of us, I suppose?
Well, yes, but that's just mad.
That has never stopped anyone before on our adventures, Lady Beaumont.
So inside, the two of you have brought Elia in, and you step through, and there's a reassuring blast.
Don't worry, young lady. I once was in the Congo and a pygmy village that I entered. Well, they stabbed me upon entry with a dagger in the thigh, but I've learned a bunch first aid since then, and I sewed my own stitches. So you'll be just fine in my hands.
Brilliant. All right, so you the two of you walk inside and sit down, and I'd like both of you to make a first aid check as you try to treat Elia. Now, people are now looking towards you. Ooh, something good?
Extreme success. I got a 2 on 50.
Oh, fantastic. So with Keiko's help, you're able to basically make sure, no frostbite, and you check the bruise. It's a little bit battered, maybe a mild concussion, but Elia
I want
is
you to
going
stay awake. Or go to sleep. I don't know what doctors recommend in this time period. Either one should be fine.
The rest of the patrons of this small gas stop are all sort of looking towards you now. There's a couple of them. There's sort of 2 staff members, an older man with a small bristly mustache and a young woman with ash blonde hair that are behind the counter, and you can smell some cooking food and see a pot of coffee being passed around. Sitting at the counter itself, there's a very, very, very old couple who is sort of looking out and having a soft conversation, although at seeing someone injured walk in, they appear to have stopped. And finally, there is this very large man dressed as a farmer would, presumably the owner of the truck, and he is he has not made any acknowledgement of your arrival, and he is just loudly ranting to the air about the stupid fucking tree, and going on and on and on, loudly, an aggressive presence that permeates the entire room. He also is occasionally pulling out a small flask and topping up his coffee before knocking it back. After you've performed the first aid.
Pardon me, sir. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, everyone. My name is Dr. Nevada Jones. Does anyone know this young woman?
A few people kind of look towards the trucker. Looks, upset that he's been interrupted and doesn't say anything. The old couple shake their heads, but the man behind the counter, the owner. By the way, the other 2 of you have now entered the building, having hightailed it away from the strange light, and walk in time to see the owner, who introduces himself as Sam. Says, "Yeah, that's Webb's granddaughter, Dr. Webb's granddaughter. I think." I don't know what she's doing out in the middle of the night.
Nor do I. She's catatonic, as it seems.
Well,
Do you know if she lives with Dr. Webb?
Yeah, she does. They got a cottage out back, maybe 20 minutes that way.
Right. Has anyone seen Dr. Webb this evening?
Well, no, they keep to themselves. Is she okay? Yes.
The light I saw, would it have been roughly in the direction of the cottage? Like, I know it's twists, turns, rain, everything, but I mean, even...
No, it would have been on the other side. But good point, yes.
I look at the farmer and I'm all like, well, his spification may be the source of the auto accident. But I say, hey, excuse me, good sir. Before your unfortunate automotive calamity, did you by chance happen to see this woman out for a leisurely stroll? And I motion at Elia.
He looks towards Elia and kind of, no, only thing I saw before the crash was I saw a light, a light passing by in the middle of the road, and it startled me, and I swerved, and I hit the tree, and who's gonna pay for this?
When he says light, I whip around and I look at Ellie with my monocle, see if she reacts. I'm like very much in her bubble, like,
yeah, a word of light, she kind of.
This could be ball lightning. It happens. We did just see a really extreme storm. Ball lightning could be common in these parts if the storm was large enough.
Did you say ball lightning?
It's common. It's lightning in the form of a sphere. An atmospheric occurrence that's relatively common, though not as common as we seem to be encountering it.
Young Kiko, there may be a professor in you yet.
Yeah,
What knowledge
we do.
you
We,
store.
I
we
hope
do
so.
encounter
I want tenure.
We encounter a statistically anomalous amount of ball lightning in our line. Dr. Nevada, Keiko, if I may for a second, and I do like usher them over, and I pull my coat open slightly so they can see the butt of the shotgun, and I also say, I saw the light. It was maybe not 100 paces hence, moving through the woods. I thought about giving chase and then realized that would be foolish. So I came back in here instead to tell all of you.
And as this is going on, remembering Elia's hands, I ask the gentleman, what was his name?
Sam, the owner.
Sam, would we all be able to get a mug of hot coffee, please?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Mary set something up, and within a few moments, you can see that coffee is being brought over, as well as some cocoa, and so even a couple of strips of bacon are thrown over on a grill, so that you can get some food.
Great idea, Eliza.
Thank you. Perhaps we can warm her hands or something.
Oh, I thought you meant for No, I just wanted.
Oh,
it for
I
me.
am
Great
famished.
idea.
I would love to eat as well, but I was just looking at her dreadfully blue hands.
Yeah, with a warm pot of coffee, everything gets a bit calmer. This collection of you scoot into a booth where you're all now isolated a little bit from the rest of the people here. You can still see this farmer loudly yelling in the corner, and Sam sort of enduring listening to him. You are a little closer to the old couple who are sort of having a very old, charming conversation. Every time there's a flash of thunder, the older woman kind of points out and says, "Oh, the angels must be crying," and they have they seem a little odd but very peaceful.
At that I say, did you hear that, Keiko? The angels must be crying.
Angels
just to
aren't
kind of
angels.
egg her on.
Angels aren't. They're not real. That's definitely a hallucination from our past.
Kiko.
Sir, madam.
Mob.
Just as an aside, do the words EA Cthulhu for talking mean anything to you by chance? No reaction.
The two of them glance at each other, and then the man says, "Well, I don't speak that much German, so that was German, right?"
No, and when he reacts like that, only then do I drink the coffee. Oh, okay.
I'd like to saddle up to the counter and maybe straddle a bar stool and ask Sam a little more about Dr. Webb and Elia. You say you don't see these people much, huh? What do you think of them?
Well, I see Elia a little bit. She comes around, fill up her car, and they pay well. I deliver some groceries through to them every now and again. Dr. Webb's old, he don't move so good, so I got to well, you understand.
Seems like not many people live around here.
No, it's quiet around here. Orchard Run. I mean, there's farms around here, but no, it's quiet.
Huh. And do you need the doctor's services much? Is he your local doctor?
Oh yeah, well, people come all over to see him. He's quite talented. Sometimes we get all kinds of odd types coming to visit him. Actually, now that you mention it, driving fancy cars and the like. He tends to a lot of richer clientele.
Interesting. Can I roll psychology to see if there's anything he's not telling me?
Sure. Roll a psychology check.
Oh no, I'm very obtuse today. There's a lot going on. The rain's in my eyes.
So there is a mechanic in Call of Cthulhu, of course, called the pushed roll, where you can attempt to re-roll at a risk of a greater kind of issue. So as you are looking and trying to get something out of Sam, you notice that in the background, Mary, the other attendant at the gas station, is looking a little nervous, and she appears maybe a bit concerned. Would you like to push the psychology roll and go and...
I would like to push the roll, but instead of my justification is, how about her? What does she know about them? And I want to dig deeper into Mary with my push roll. Maybe that's what gets under people's skin. We'll see what happens. Ooh, can't spend luck on a push roll.
No, can't spend luck on a push roll, I'm afraid. So you kind of lean over.
These dice are in trouble. Hold on, they're going in timeout.
SJL.
So you're not quite sure what reaction you're expecting. Sam goes to sort of explain who Mary is, and Mary snaps round and says, "Mind your own damn business." And then...
Testy, testy.
And she storms away, like having realized that she's made an outburst, and kind of vanishes into a back room. And Sam looks surprised. Kind of, sorry.
I coolly spin around on the stool and see if my party noticed that strange reaction.
I don't like it when people are angry.
As a scientist, you understand, we can't control the ape brain. You see, sometimes the anger comes up. Hey, by the way,
I call it the
Sam,
lizard brain.
we don't have a lizard brain, Keiko. Like, that's... Hey, come. You're supposed to be a scientist, Keiko.
We're all part lizard.
Lizard people.
Ape
I
brain,
read
lizard
a
brain.
legend about lizard people when I was inside of a pyramid. There was, drawings.
Yeah, I mean, we saw fish people. Keiko didn't believe it, but then it's telling us that we are lizard people. That's it. You're a curious child.
Well, I don't
but
think
don't
they
change.
were fish people. I just think they were raccoons that might have been extremely wet and covered in seaweed.
How does a raccoon resemble a fish?
If it's covered in seaweed, anything can resemble a fish.
Does a raccoon have gills?
If the seaweed is folded in a certain way and swamp gas is reflecting off the moon, you can see anything. Just
I
like
think
this ball
swamp gas
lightning
is-
outside.
Sam, you by chance, do you have a blower, Sam? Do you have a telephone? That we can, I know you're in these quaint environs. You may or may not, but...
Yeah, we do. You're welcome to use it, and gestures towards a side room where there's a telephone.
Do we know Dr. Webb's telephone number? Whatever I think of the man,
Would Edward have left it with me?
Yeah, you would have had Edward has left a number with you, so you can
just Eliza, when you call after the proper pleasantries, of course. Please let him know that it was Wentworth Avery. It was instrumental in the saving of his grandchild. Make sure you slip that part in there when you talk to the man.
I thought you hated him. Why are you trying so hard to impress?
I want him to know that he needed me. Yeah.
Keep your enemies closer and all that.
Right,
Yeah.
well, Wentworth. Wentworth, are you sure you don't want to make the call yourself?
No. I wish to impose upon the man in person when I see him. Not me, not like this.
So I proceed to call Dr. Webb.
All right. You head over to the telephone, you dial the number, you pick it up, and crash! There's a strike of thunder, and all the light goes out, and the phone goes dead.
Oh.
And suddenly, power outage. You're all
Do
surrounded.
I see any ball lightning?
Mega spot
I look
hidden check.
outside. Yeah. All right.
And I really wanted to tell him that you sent your well wishes, Wentworth.
Yes, I suppose we'll have to do it in person. Also, Keiko, by now you must admit that happens a statistically anomalous amount of the time to us. That things like this keep happening to us.
Well, a
You
statistical
must-
anomaly is just a statistical anomaly.
How did the
You-
All right, so I got a 42 on my. I have to look at my
Your skill, no worries.
for what was I doing?
Spot hidden.
Spot hidden. Okay. Doop doop. Okay, so I have a 45.
Oh, okay, so that's a pass. You
Yes.
spot just for a moment, out one of the windows looking back behind the gas station, you can see there's a small like utility set up. Maybe they have a generator or something. And moving away from it now is a light which is into the trees.
I saw it. I saw the ball lightning. Why don't we go out and try and analyze it?
I could shoot it.
That's
Before we go shooting at things, perhaps we should approach carefully. Assuming that it's not ball lightning, but perhaps cautiously, as though anything is possibly dangerous.
Yes, because it seemed to have had a quite negative impact on this young lady. Your ball lightning seems to have scared the wits just right out of the child. Hey, Leah, hello, my girl. Can you hear me?
She's starting to look a bit better. You've treated her. You've gotten her some a hot drink to warm her hands, and she managed to get another word out or two. And as you're looking towards her, she says, "Grandpa's dead."
Ha! Good.
Wentworth, that's terrible. You can think it, but don't say it to the girl.
Yeah,
As
laughing
Mark
about
Twain-
death is never a good look.
No, if I may, as the great Mark Twain said, I've never wished a man dead, but I've read some obituaries with great delight.
Honestly, Wentworth, the girl is right here.
She does look. I think she starts to cry.
They're
I'll just
there
hug
now,
her.
dear.
I'm gonna hug her. I'm gonna give her a hug. and be like,
She's still pretty
"It's all
out
right."
of it, so
He doesn't-
she's
he doesn't-
restored to catatonia before long. But she can talk a little more, it seems. So if you have any
The mean man doesn't mean it.
Do you know how did he pass?
the light, it was the light.
The light punch you in the face as well?
What? No, it was. And she kind of drifts down, looking at the table again. A few people are sort of looking over, listening to the edge of the conversation now. Sam and, in particular, the farmer, whose name is Jake. He hasn't introduced himself, but for ease of identification, we're going to just refer to him as Jake. He turns back and says, "Oh, that girl seems crazy. Where'd you find her?"
She's not crazy. She's perfectly sane. She was just standing in the middle of the road in the rain and almost got hit by her car.
Yeah, she's in shock,
She
you see.
suffered
This
an
is shock.
accident, just like you. She suffered an accident, and it's uncalled for to say here that she's crazy.
She's been taken by a bit of the fog of war, you see. She's seen something traumatic that her brain is diligently attempted to process, you see.
He
Maybe
bristles.
Jake can help us out.
The implication that his accident was his fault, and he spins around angrily and he's muttering and grumbling. He might be able to help you, although he does seem a rather objectionable sort.
Seems
Let's
rather
keep an eye
surly.
on Elia. Elia, did she answer that she was hurt by the light as well?
She didn't quite answer who had hurt her, but she did seem to imply that the light was. Well, she implied that the light was responsible for the death of her grandfather. Now, you know that the cottage is only about 20 minutes walk away, although it would be through a storm. That said, you have seen this ball lightning drifting around the outside of the area.
I'm a little afraid to look straight at this light if it's so powerful.
It's
Perhaps
a
we can
simple
look through a looking
natural-
glass.
It's a phenomenon, a simple natural phenomenon of the storm.
Well, but normal lightning is also a natural phenomenon that I still would not like to be on the receiving end of, my girl. You see, don't want that.
Very good point. Very good point. I don't
My
want to get charred.
hypothesis is that this is anything but natural. I have seen some ancient powers that are unexplainable by our modern science.
Did you have any adventures that were normal? Like you just went to a pyramid and it was neat and you left?
I'll have to think about that one.
Don't write those ones down, you see. But we are adventurers. We have done this. Is this in any way familiar to us? Have we encountered anything of this ilk before?
Yes, exactly. So usually we would get you to roll a Cthulhu Mythos skill to see if you can recognize something like that. But since you are using these characters, I know that they don't have a Cthulhu Mythos skill. So I'll tell you what, let's have...
Oh, can I do it?
Yeah, well, what's
I do
your
have
Cthulhu
one.
Mythos skill?
Oh, I don't, yeah.
My score,
Yes.
I think it's a 29.
Oh, that is very high. I'll tell
Your
you what.
max sanity
Let's
is significantly lower.
Let's get everyone to roll a d20. who, if apart from Eliza, and that can be what your Cthulhu Mythos score is at, and that will imply what you might.
Big old one.
Oh no!
Oh no!
You get it mixed up with stories and with all of the things you've studied in the
No,
past.
no, exactly.
Yeah.
I read there's a lot of hieroglyphics swirling around in this noodle. You see.
I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong. It is a 16.
Okay.
Is that
cool.
still okay?
No, that's still fine. That's great.
Okay.
All right, mine is a
Hey,
7.
having
So if-
29 is a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
So if everyone's rolled a d20, then and got your Cthulhu Mythos score, then somebody, just one person, can decide to make a Cthulhu Mythos score and see if you might have encountered anything like this before.
I feel like Lady Beaumont has the highest number. It's 16.
Oh yeah, go for it, Beaumont.
Am I rolling a d20 or a percentile?
This will be a percentile dice. I was just rolling the d20 to assign it
okay.
To get
I was
a skill. Yeah.
to the other characters.
Confused. Nope, didn't make it. I rolled a 47.
Okay, look, this doesn't click. You're not immediately like, this is an A, this is a B, but a few things track. In your studies, in your experimentation with the mythos, you have noticed that some creatures tend to be drawn towards different aspects of the world and different aspects of humanity. And you start to realize, well, you know, if there was a car and then what's out the back, a generator, and then people, an odd thought occurs to you that maybe this thing is some kind of electrical impulse or drawn in some way to electrical energy.
Well, it does seem to be not to directly believe that it is ball lightning, but it does seem to be electrical in its nature.
All I know is that something happened at the house, and if there's a corpse, we should probably find it. Maybe it'll hold some answers.
What's the current state of the storm?
It's bad, but you could push. You know you could make it to that house. You'd have to rug up warmly, and you'd have to really struggle through the rain.
We can't drive? Our car works.
Oh, yeah. You could try and drive. It depends. Do you feel more comfortable making a drive auto check or kind of like a climb constitution or survival check?
Would that include natural world?
Natural world is the knowledge, I'm afraid,
Okay.
more than the application.
I'll take my constitutional chances.
I was going to say my skill is equal, and if everybody's going to die from exposure, that's good.
It's the same for me as well. I think perhaps we could drive as far as we can go and then walk through.
I agree.
I was
Sam.
quite enjoying the rocky ride in the vehicle, so I wouldn't be opposed. Let's get back in the automobile.
It was Machu Picchu all over again, wasn't it? Yeah.
It reminded me of taking a jeep through the jungle.
Just gonna say, and snakes
Exactly.
were everywhere.
It's true. Quicksand, more quicksand than you would expect.
If there's no quicksand on this road, I think we'll be fine.
I actually look at the old couple and I motion towards Ilaria, and I'm all like, would you fine folks just keep an eye on this poor young woman until we return?
Yes, it's probably best if we don't take her to see her grandfather's dead body.
The old man asks if she only speaks German because he doesn't know if. But then you eventually manage to explain that just take care of her, and yeah, they sit in the booth with her. She's fine.
Yes, it would be awful to take her back.
I'm gonna leave her my notebook so that she has something to do.
So my luck has
Just
held.
a couple pieces.
My luck has held, and on the drive check, I got under half.
Oh, well
So,
done.
I'm like, no problem. Just got to make sure we live.
Yes, faster, Wentworth.
Yeah,
Is
I'm like, 20
Nevada
minutes.
Jones like, I'm always the one who's supposed to drive.
You get back into the rain and the storm is blustering the car. Now, one quick thing to notice as you leave, you head through the entire diner to go out, and you can see back into the kitchens, and the door to the kitchens is hanging open as if somebody has left in a hurry. But you don't really have time to consider the full details of that. You need to get to the car and you need to get moving. So back in, out to the storm, rain blustering down as you swerve through, turn around, and begin to follow roads as best you can. With a hard success, you're going to actually be able to make it all the way to the house. Well done. Up a hill towards the back of Orchard's Run, where the road is set, you manage to find this little tucked away cottage. It's quaint, it's lovely. There's some tailored garden beds out the front, although they have been thrashed and destroyed by the wind and the rain. And your car comes up, pulling short outside it, and you're surrounded by deep, dark woods. It's like you've walked into this little picturesque English cottage that's set in the middle of a dark and stormy forest. And car splutters to a halt. What would you like to do?
I'd like to use some stealth.
All right.
As we enter the house, maybe see if there's a back door.
Okay, you get out of the car. The rain, once again, you're soaked, but you begin to trudge through it. Make a stealth check, and you can have advantage because there's no way that things are seeing you in this kind of weather. What about the rest of you?
Can I see if... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how does advantage work in this system? That's all.
Oh, of course, a bonus die. So you just take an extra D100, and you roll it and take the higher result.
You know what? I stumbled and fell into a puddle, even with the cover of rain.
Ooh, okay. So unfortunately, you're just not being quiet enough because you basically have to you have to shelter against the house to avoid getting completely stuck. But there is a back door. It's shut, but it doesn't look locked, or if it is locked, it's a pretty flimsy lock. And you kind of move by, but you're pretty sure that you're being loud and the light from the headlights is casting into the house.
I kicked the door as hard as I could, whether or not it's locked.
Okay. The back door flies open. Have the rest of you followed, or are you making your own point of entry?
Well, I had originally wanted to see if it looked as though there was any breaking and entering, or it looked like it was the place was broken into.
All right. So you're going to search around the outside.
It is now.
Yeah, it is now. Exactly. Make a spot check.
Spot hidden. I rolled a 5, and my spot hidden is 99.
Oh,
so
my
that is
God. Masterful.
It's an OP character.
A brilliant spot hidden. Okay, so as you move through, you get to the front door. And you can immediately see the lock is busted. Unfortunately, you didn't really need the extreme success because it looks like the front door has been knocked open at the lock and there is splintered wood. Just as
and the back door now, huh?
Flies open.
As
and
well.
There's now a horrible crosswind and the doors start slamming and doing that thing that neither of them can lock. But inside the house, it's very, very dark and, papers are now fluttering around. I need to know where the other two of you are.
I'm kind of hanging back watching the forest.
Okay.
Because I feel like whatever is coming after us, or not after us, but is appearing, has been outside in the woods.
Yep.
I'm less concerned about another murder or a dead person, more about the natural phenomenon.
Okay, perfect. So you're gazing around at near the car, and what about yourself, Avery?
I'm doing the same because I've spotted the ball lightning, and I don't know if anyone else is around because this is not our first rodeo with creepy abandoned houses. And I got the what is it, hard success, the third, the under a third,
extreme
extreme success for my spot hidden.
No, for a third.
Okay, brilliant.
The lowest one, whatever the best one is. I got that.
So the two of you are standing by looking. Now, those at the house, we're going to step away from the two of you for a second as you both see each other across the passageway. And something else is going to happen to the two of you. But first, outside by the car, you can see the others moving forward, beginning to investigate the house. And two of you kind of looking around, making sure that you don't spot anything. And then suddenly, in the woods to one side, Avery, you spot another figure standing stock still, just like Elia was. This figure's a little bit closer, and you can immediately make out the silhouette of a very broad-shouldered man. And he's wearing soaked, sodden, dark clothes that, despite the deep kind of color, you can see stained with what looks like blood, and he's holding a shotgun in his hand, and he's staring directly at you without any kind of...
I just take Keiko by the hand, but I don't say anything. While her head's kind of just looking, I just grab it. And then I look stock still that direction.
And suddenly I'm also holding a hockey stick.
Okay, you've whipped it out of the back of the car, you're at the ready.
Does
Keiko play hockey? Apparently, it's in my character sheet. It's one of her weapons. I guess there's no explanation. I think she just has a hockey stick.
Yep. Oh, it's useful to keep around.
Yeah.
Yeah, this figure is staring directly at you, shotgun in hand, bloodstained shirt. Look, I think this is scary enough to have a sanity roll, I think, for the two of you. Can I get you to both sanity test?
Uh-oh.
What is, how is that?
So you would just want to roll a D100 against your sanity skill, as sanity score, just as if it was a skill. So you have a look at your sanity score on your character sheet.
Right below your characteristics.
I got,
There's lots of
I got under half.
Okay, you're all good.
All right.
You managed to keep yourself together. You're ready. You're no, you're holding.
Although I do ease my own shotgun out. I don't point it at him, but I'm like, okay. Not how I wanted this to go, but cool.
I got a 20, which is under 60, so I'm good.
Okay, both of you have managed to keep calm and don't react. You ease your shotgun out from your coat, and this man makes no reaction. He just stands there.
Like, Keiko, we should probably separate ourselves a bit. Should he open fire, we won't be both taken by the buckshot.
I'll run to the left, and you run to the right.
Slowly, girl, slowly.
I'm already off.
You raise a hand and say slowly, and then Kiko dives to the side, ready with the hockey stick, ready to crack heads. Are you running too, or do you keep going slow?
No, when she starts running, I don't, because we've accomplished the same thing in some space, and I just say like, hey, hello there, friend. I'm here to call upon the master of the house.
He looks towards you and kind of suddenly seems to come back to himself a little bit, looks around, pulls his shotgun up, but he's kind of just looking at it. Kiko, you've made it over to him by now. Like you sprint towards him. He's just standing there kind of mutely. Are you going to whack him with the hockey stick or?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay, you got to be safe here. Make for me a fighting brawl check.
Okay, yeah, 100%. I'm just gonna like bam.
Okay, a little percussive therapy.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I got a 30.
Okay, and what's your fighting brawl skill?
All right, I'm looking it up.
Is talking a free action?
45, so it's below.
Yes, absolutely. So you can keep talking as much as you'd like. You can be yelling.
I raise my voice and I'm like, Keiko's engaged in fisticuffs.
I hear that, and I'm gonna dash out the door and pull my handgun.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, so I got
the
30.
front door.
Yep.
And then my 45 is my brawl, so it's under. So it's under 45.
So, so you swing down with the hockey stick. The hit seems to jerk this person out of their reverie. Roll your damage because they drop the shotgun and hold it their face and go
oh no!
We'll just say when he drops the gun, I definitely tuck up. I'm like, ho, friend.
Yeah.
All right, so my hockey stick damage is just 1d6. So it's a 1.
Okay, it's just enough to shock him. Now, you go for your gun. Meanwhile, Nevada, you're ready to run. This is your scene coming to action. But then there's a flash of lightning. And between you and Eliza, a sudden... The lights basically from the lightning strike illuminates the inside of the house, which is dark. And there are two corpses lying in the middle of the hallway between the two of you. Rays of blood.
I take out my 45.
Okay, both of
I
you
stopped running immediately. But the gun is still out for me as well.
You're running towards the battle that you know is happening, correct?
I was about to till the flash of lightning illuminated these corpses, and I stopped short.
Okay, so you stop, you freeze. Both of you need to make a sanity check because you've seen dead bodies.
Now's my good roll.
Just made it.
Okay, both of you managed to hold yourself together then. Neither this won't be terrifying enough to dock sanity from you. You're experienced investigators of paranormal.
Once in a dungeon in Edinburgh, I came across 100 bodies.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
This
yes.
is nothing to me.
And once on an investigation of mine, I had a fellow colleague stick their hand completely down a corpse's mouth to retrieve something.
Once
this is like the best flex. It's so funny.
I found a snake inside of a man once, and the snake is still alive.
Brilliant. So down at the bottom of the driveway, where there's this little scuffle going. The two of you have seen these bodies. So what are the two of you in the house doing? Are you going to examine the bodies? Are you going to go towards where the scuffle is, or?
Well, yeah, I'd like to see if I
examine
recognize Dr. Webb from that one time I met him at my speaking juncture.
All right, you walk in towards the bodies and begin to look over them. Meanwhile, Eliza, what are you doing?
I would just like to just generally get a physical description of both of them, because I don't know which one Dr. Webb is, but also for the other person.
Okay, so the two of you step inside. We'll come back to the scuffle that's happening down at the bottom of the driveway in just a second. But first of all, as the two of you step inside and take a look, so Dr. Webb is an older man, maybe in his late 70s or mid 70s, with a very, very small frame, a stern face of someone who believes himself to be very intelligent and respected.
I can see how that was someone Avebury hated.
He has...
Quiet.
His expression is frozen halfway between, like, I guess, like anger or spite and horror. And he's leaning up against a wall, and he appears to have bled out from a shotgun wound to his shoulder. Meanwhile, the other person is a young man, probably 18, 19, something like that, and well built. And has no visible injuries on him. But his eyes are sunken into his skull, and his limbs are sort of twisted around and broken, like as if he's thrown them out at weird angles and been flailing about. And his mouth is crusted with foam, spittle, and it looks like he's sort of had some kind of convulsion and collapsed and died. And his panic is frozen across his face.
Can I roll for occult? Oh yes, yes, Eliza.
Do you see this young man?
I can't look away. It's quite horrifying.
It's absolutely dreadful. What do you suppose happened to him? Clearly not natural causes.
Something definitely most unnatural. Does the man have a shotgun in his hands?
There is a shotgun nearby. Good call. And now that you know to look for it, you spot it, and it's rolled off to the side.
Seems like someone shot the fine doctor and got more than he bargained for. Oh. Can I do a spot hidden just to search around and see if there's any objects that seem, or maybe I don't know if spot hidden or occult to see if there's any objects that seem out of the ordinary.
Either of those will be suitable in this circumstance. So make that roll. Meanwhile, Eliza, is there any roll you'd like to make?
Yes. I think I would just like to, is there anything that I could see? Is there anything on closer inspection of the body that looks, anything similar to what I have read before, anything that I've heard before in my investigations?
I'd like you to make for me, I think, let's go for psychology test. Can we get a psychology test, if that's all right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And we'll jump back to the results of those rolls in a second, because down at the bottom we have a scuffle ongoing. So you tried to talk this man down, so the Kiko darted forward, hit him in the face with a shotgun. He drops his shot with a hockey stick. He drops his shotgun, goes ow, and then you have him at gunpoint. He kind of pulls in. He's got blood dripping out of the bottom of his nose. He kind of.
Make use of those ground grippers there, sir. Just take a few paces back, if you don't mind. Keiko, might you secure the man's weapon, if you don't mind there?
Yeah, I'll take his weapon.
You pick it up off the ground, and suddenly you're both armed with shotguns, and he's staring at two weapons.
This is awesome.
He's looking.
I knew Eliza. As much as I hate Godfrey, I've been here before. Do I know this guy?
No, you won't have seen this person before. Oh, look! Look, I mean, you might make a luck check.
Do I need under my luck? Is that how that works?
I've never felt such power.
Then I am 44 out of 60, so yeah, under.
Fancy. You've got a good memory for faces. You remember that this you saw this man when he stopped at a local bar once. He's a local guy, and you saw him drinking with a few people. This is of course during Prohibition, so it was an illegal act just to be there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Saucy.
Yes, I look at him and I say, saw you at the local watering hole once there, friend. What brings you out here this fair evening?
I was. He's kind of looking over. His shirt's still visibly stained with blood. He starts. I didn't mean to do anything. There's something out here. There's a light out here. I'm so cold. He suddenly come back to himself.
I believe you, friend. I believe you, friend. What is it that you didn't mean to do there?
The gun just went off. We were just after some money.
Ah, so you're a brigand. That is. You're a brigand. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know what that means. We were robbing the guy.
A
thief.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you come back in? We'll deal with that with the constabulary later, but we don't need to deal with any ghost lights out here in the meantime. So I don't know how the judicial system deals with ball lightning. Keiko.
Yes, it's a perfectly natural phenomenon. Why don't you wait for us in the car?
Well, no,
don't
don't put him in our not in our car. You might leave with our abscond with our vehicle,
help.
girl. No, in the house. The house. See, into the house, man.
There's
I'm not going back in there. That's where it was. That's where it came from. That's where the light was.
Well, then why don't you stay with us, sir, and you can help us see what's going on here. You seem like a burly sort.
You're mighty neighborly for someone that just broke the man's nose unprovoked. There, but it's just okay.
I put him in his place. He's fine now.
Isn't that true? Just so. What's your name, friend?
I'm Clem.
All right, Clem. Well, if you mind your P's and Q's, you might make it out of this alive. You understand? But you cross me just once, and boom, in the gut. Got it?
I got it. I won't do nothing.
And I do motion him towards the house, because either way, I've seen the ghost light outside twice now, so I'm going in the house.
He's got to make a decision, and eventually decides that the scary gun is very scary, and it's here, and the ghost light isn't. So he will head inside the house. Meanwhile, inside the house, the two of you have completed your roles. What did you both get?
I go ahead. Okay. I needed below a 31, but I rolled a 40. Can I spend luck points?
Absolutely. You can spend some luck points to succeed.
I have looked up from these bodies, the shotgun on the ground and the good doctor against the wall, and I've got my pistol on the hip, but it's still pointed out in that classy way they only did in the 20s. Yep. I look around and I definitely see something in this room is suspicious.
Okay, all right.
With an occult roll.
Let's start with the occult roll. You track around and you actually get like a gas lamp started so that you can get some light into this place, and a pale yellow flicker is cast across the bodies on the ground. You spot towards the side of the room near like a desk that's had its drawers thrown open is an archaeologist's dream. There is a large metal sarcophagus, probably about this big, with little stands at the bottom and ornate carvings all over it, and it has been thrown open, and there's a foul smell coming out from it, and on the ground around it there appears to be scorch marks. Meanwhile,
Eliza, I think I found what started all this.
Oh, what did you find? As I'm still like looking over, I just peek my head over.
With a psychology test
it reminds me of something I found deep inside. And I start going on.
With a psychology test, what you're able to discover is this, just by looking at the frozen faces of these corpses, you're able to reconstruct what happened a little bit. And as you look at this person who's been flailing about, you see that their movements have gotten weaker and weaker. And this reminds you of when you have seen creatures from the mythos literally draw the strength out of people, suck out their life force, for want of a better word. So there you go.
It looks like something beyond our world has erupted from this tiny sarcophagi. Reminds me of something I saw in a tomb once in Cairo.
Well, whatever you saw in that tomb, do you think it had escaped and did? Because in my knowledge, I have seen what I've seen when this man, how he appears. It would appear as though that something had literally drawn the life force out of him, and that's why he's so mangled and twisted in that form.
My guess, judging from this tiny sarcophagus, would be a tiny mummified corpse. Now, maybe something very small, but it could grow bigger if it sucked out life force, you see.
The other two of you can now enter the house. You've come through and you're pushing Clem along with the butt of the shotgun to get him to move. And you're all now, you see the bodies.
Eyes above halfway if you don't want to be horrified by mangled corpses, friends.
Yes, I'm like giving a warning.
Yep.
Apparently, this brigand here helped create at least one of those corpses, but Keiko subdued him quite judiciously, might I say.
Is there any sort of fabric? I'm not faint of heart, but I know, I worry for Keiko. She's very young. So is there
I
like a
look
fabric
right
I
at
could
it.
put over the...
I've already.
You look right at it. Wow.
I guess there's no need for... I put the
some
fabric that I
corpses.
found back down.
I just say, please
actually-
keep an eye. I like keep an eye. Oh, go. No, please go ahead. No, go.
Oh, I was gonna say I was gonna do a biology check on the bodies.
You absolutely can. Would you like to make a biology check?
Yes.
Well, one was very obviously shot by a shotgun.
Okay.
Given that we've seen 3 of them, but that other one, Keiko, do your
So
magic.
that's
I
a
don't know what
50, but I have a 70 in biology.
So that's a pass. You can actually determine exactly what's going on with the body. So yes, the Dr. Webb bled out from a shotgun wound, was fired upon, and the other one appears to have. Well, you're looking at it from a biological perspective instead of Eliza, who is looking at it from sort of a more psychological perspective. Or could have pieced it together, and science explains everything. So you're able to realize that the electrical forces that were contained within this person, the very neurons firing between their brains, the stimulus that was getting their heart to move, the power from their nerves was drawn through and sucked out, and they flailed wildly until there was nothing left. The spark of life extinguished.
Oh, so I bend down and explain it. Well, the spark of life, the electrical spark of life, was drained from this person. Maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe it's some sort of new creature, some new evolution of electricity that's become sentient and is living in this forest and feeding off of other human beings.
Would you say mummified creature?
She's
really stuck on this mummy thing.
That sounds like something.
Tiny thing.
She's just like, sure, and it has snakes and can drive a jeep.
Keiko, I'm quite impressed that you can discover all of that by poking it with your hockey stick.
Thank you. I am a scientist, and scientists have their tools. Mine is a hockey stick.
Well done.
It sounds more like H.G. Wells than Charles Darwin, but came in, and I'm like, please keep an eye on Clem. If he runs, shoot him. And I go and look at the sarcophagus. Are there any hieroglyphics? Because I do read hieroglyphics.
We do. Make me a hieroglyphics test, and can I also get a spot hidden test from you?
Hieroglyphics, I got under half.
Yep.
Spot hidden, I got just under.
Okay, let me get the exact details for you. By the way, I have a lovely little picture here that I can share with you if you'd like, a preview.
Yes.
Is to come.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's awesome.
It's gonna be fine.
Yes.
I'm about to say the fact that it looks like Eliza, that's not troubling at all. Great, cool, great.
Foreshadowing.
So yes, you written across the outside of the sarcophagus are a set of hieroglyphics that don't seem to convey meaning as much as sound. So a more which is not the traditional way that hieroglyphics would work, but they appear to be spelling out some kind of a set of words that start with ya, and you stop immediately because you recognize that this is some kind of incantation.
Yeah, this one I know. I know those words. Yeah.
Perfect. So, with that in mind, how did your spot hidden go?
Just under.
The desk itself has all kinds of sort of bits of paper and strewn about it, and you can see that the locked cabinet at the bottom appeared to be where the sarcophagus was kept. It was relatively small, so it could have been slotted into the bottom of the desk. And near that, there were a collection of bundled papers, which you can pick up and share with the rest of the group if you would like.
I would. I make a point as I'm walking past Godfrey. I'm all like, normally we have to go up the coast for these kind of shenanigans, and I kick him in the foot, like my foot and his foot, like, puh. Got what you deserved.
The leg flops to the side, and his head does a little. And he keeps like sort of staring straight up.
Oh, that's off-putting. Is what's his name? Clem? Is he being calm?
I'm not going to do anything. Please don't shoot me.
I check on him with my rifle still at my waist.
I don't
my,
want
my pistol.
I don't want to be fed to the monster. Please, just let me go or take me to police or anything. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry.
Glim, did a tiny mummy come out of here?
No, we asked him where the money was, and he said it was inside that, and we opened it, and then the light came. The light came out of that. Meanwhile, on that note, you've distributed these papers now, and I have a full handout here, but I'm not going to read it out verbatim because who wants to hear that? So instead, I'm going to paraphrase it, and it seems that
It's like bullet points: madness, madness, tentacles, madness, death.
Exactly, bullet point. You've got it. Specifically, these are the notes of the good Dr. Webb, who has been trying to figure out a way of disposing of this thing for many, many years, but he has not been able to figure out how. And he laments the fact that the only person who probably could is his sworn rival, Avery, that he hates with all of his might. And he has been using it in medical procedures, actually, because it has the ability to change the body. He calls it a sin eater, and it says that he inherited it from another physician. And bit by bit, it has started to sort of shake and become more powerful and more difficult to control. And the last time he released it, it almost killed one of his patients. He's terrified that it was going to break free, which is why he contacted the collection of you.
Avery, do you see anything about how to put it back in the box?
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm like, of course it was Godfrey. Too late. You called. Although I rolled pretty good. So what skill is this?
I'd like
Eliza, sorry.
I'd like an occult skill for someone to go through the papers and try to figure out some kind of, some kind of information in the notes that will be able to restrain the beast.
I am not good at occult.
That's a specialty of mine, and I rip the papers out of your hand. I figure there must be a way.
I have a 0. I'm just so sciencey.
All monsters can go back in their box. There's always a way.
I failed on my occult check.
Oh, bad luck. Nevada, how did you go?
Got it.
You got it? Okay, fantastic. So you find a section of writing which notes that he was told that to restrain the creature, which is how he's always put it back in the box when it threatens to escape, you have to read the incantation imprinted upon the outside of the sarcophagi backwards and attempt to physically place the creature back in the box. But it has become more and more difficult to do as it has gotten more and more powerful. The only way he's been able to weaken the creature is with fire.
I write out for them phonetically the incantation backwards. I do not say it, but I write it.
So you're working away, you're writing out the incantation. I assume you're still standing hockey stick at the ready to smack Clem if he does anything. Yeah, he keeps kind of flinching every time you take a breath. Meanwhile, what are the two of you doing, Eliza and Nevada?
Keiko, wouldn't you say that a shotgun blast does create fire in its use of gunpowder?
It does. It's a combustion weapon.
Interesting. Combustion, yes.
So you think with our firearms would be able to defeat?
I don't know.
This thing,
well, I told you I wanted to go outside and shoot at it.
Or we could
all
set
thought I was
this
crazy.
house on fire. And burn it all down.
Well, it seems the doctor wouldn't mind anymore.
That is an option.
Yeah, but that wouldn't help actually restrain the creature. You have to get the creature in the box, you see, and then do something to do away with it.
Can I ask? Wait, meta question
The box
again.
no, it's right there, Kiko. You stay with me. This is the sarcophagi, child.
So,
It's right there.
what did we see about fire? Can you reiterate that? Like, do we need to set a fire to draw it in, or it needs to be like
So when you-
restrained with fire?
When you are attempting to force the creature back inside the box, it is very strong and will try to resist you because it doesn't like being put in the box. The only way that the doctor was able to weaken it to make it easier to put in the box was with fire.
But the incantation doesn't draw it near. It's just
No, it appears to be something that you do. You don't know how to draw it near, although it appears to have been wandering around and being drawn to electricity in the past. That's what you managed to extrapolate. So you figure if you can get some kind of electrical impulse here, and this place probably has a generator, you could draw it in like a moth.
Or we could do the old Ben Franklin during the storm and just send a bunch of metal objects onto the
fly
roof.
a kite.
Can
I search the house for a kite?
Yes, absolutely. Make a luck check for me.
Okay. Oh yeah, there's most definitely a kite here.
Okay, it turns out that Dr. Webb was a keen kite collector.
I found a big one shaped like a shark.
All right, Pat, perfect. I was about to ask you to describe one. So you've got one shaped like a shark. Easy.
We could also put a kitchen appliance into some water.
I don't know what kitchen appliances we have in a cottage in the 20s.
Oh, that's true.
It's probably pretty simple. I think there's probably a gas stove. So I don't think you have electrical appliances that you can drop, but you do have this kite and bits of metal on the roof. Those are all excellent options. You also, since you were searching around the house, occasionally stop passing by Clem and kind of getting ready to scare him in case he's thinking of going anywhere. You will find a generator. Yes, what were you going to say, Avery?
Do we see the robber's vehicle, Clem? Clem, where's your vehicle, lad? How'd you get up here tonight?
We got dropped off. We were going to get picked up.
Can I look at the weapon that Wentworth is holding and the weapon that Clem is holding and see if they're the exact same model?
They are different ones, actually. Now, if you would like, can I get you to make a psychology test, Nevada?
You got it.
I was thinking we might be able to use an automobile to draw it out. You see, it went after the farmer's vehicle.
I slid under. I got a 39 on a 40.
Okay. He says picked up, so that immediately makes you think, oh, there's someone else involved. Now, who could be? And your mind casts back to the ash blonde-haired woman, Mary, back at the gas station, who tore away and seemed very suspicious and angry and scared. You reckon that she might possibly be involved, or at least
Never trust an angry woman, I say. As an angry woman sometimes myself.
That's what I'm taking from this is if Mary should turn up, we shoot her. That's what you say we do with the pew choo.
Let's ask Clem. Hey Kiko, how about you threaten him with your hockey stick and shotgun dual wielding?
I feel we might be better off if we set a trap.
Love a good trap. Once I set foot into a bear trap in the middle of the Arctic. Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm sure you were fine.
Another time.
I think what we should do, if we're going to use science as a basis for all of this, we set the house on fire, pull the sarcophagus out in front of it, fly the kite, summon whatever this creature is, and then give it no choice but to go back into its sarcophagus because it's afraid of the fire. And then one of us stands guard with a shotgun in case anyone else shows up.
Yeah,
sounds like a plan.
Yeah, might point out one tiny flaw with your logic there. So we cannot predict when the electricity will arrive, but the fire is an ever-present threat that I feel would drive the ghost sphere further away, not hitherto.
Perhaps we could find gasoline either siphoned from the vehicles.
Yes.
Or somewhere else.
Yes.
We sprinkle it, despite the rain, we spread it throughout the house, and then we throw the match at the very last moment.
It's a risk.
I like that idea.
But
I would love to see Godfrey's house burn to the ground. Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone wins.
Except for the young girl with no grandfather and soon to be no home.
Yeah, I'll see that she gets a scholarship. She'll land on her feet. She's a smart young woman.
Exactly. Perfect. So it sounds like you have a plan. I'm going to need somebody to mess around with kites and metal and lightning. I'm going to need somebody to go and try and siphon some gasoline. I'm going to need somebody to take watch, and I'm going to need somebody to do that one other thing that you've forgotten that I won't remember.
My best skill is archaeology. Any of these.
I want to do the kite.
I'll prepare the trap.
I hand the shark to you.
I do.
May this do well in your capable young hands.
Science!
I will search for some gasoline, and I
All
am
right.
armed. And
Yes.
should anything happen,
Okay.
Okay,
Make
I'll-
it happen with you.
Did anyone claim that they were taking the tiny sarcophagus and putting it outside?
I'm
you're
doing
doing
that.
that. What was the
However, I
last
make
thing?
I make a point of giving the phonetic incantation to Eliza. So like if this goes wrong, I know it, but if I can't get it out, you have it. Yeah.
perfect.
Last thing is staying watch with a shotgun.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's my favorite thing.
right.
Can I borrow someone? There's a shotgun on the ground. I guess I'll pick up that one.
You're all armed to the teeth now. Between the
I got a handgun and a shotgun.
guns.
Clem, step outside with me, friend.
Okay. Just just don't shoot me.
Oh, quickly before I'm gonna have Clem search the pockets of both the doctor and his friend.
Do I have to? Okay.
Well, that's you came here for the loot, yeah. So I suppose you should check and see anything.
Yeah. Yay. He searches through the pockets. Look, they have, Webb was in his pajamas basically, so he doesn't really have anything on him. His friend has like a key, a little stack of money, and a penknife, but they don't have any bizarre effects. Are you looking for something, anything in particular?
Just thought I'd check. And actually, while everyone else is doing their stuff, I'm going to oversee Clem dragging the two, Dr. Webb's body outside because, I think Elia will like to give her grandfather a proper burial. And that's the least we can do.
Okay.
His friend, we're leaving in the house that's about to burn.
Fair enough. So you're watching
Clem.
over. I'm going to need. You have already succeeded your hieroglyphics check, so you know this sarcophagus. You know the position.
One more thing before I actually touch this thing and drag it outside. I'm like, Clem.
Yeah.
Walk me through this entire thing from start to finish, just one more time.
Okay.
What exactly
As he's
happened
dragging
from
a
the
body.
moment you drive? Oh yeah, no, I am. Yeah, from
Three
the moment
shotguns
you
pointed at
drove up that path to now.
Okay.
All of it.
Well, we got dropped off.
Yeah. Who's we, boy? Who's we?
Well, me, and my childhood friend, whose name I obviously know since.
Is it the dead guy? No, it's not. I mean, I'm just trying. Is it the guy who's twisted and broken?
Me and Billy, whose name I'd never forget.
Got it. Okay.
Drags, forward. Me and Billy got dropped off by Mary. We were going to head into the house. We'd seen Elia come by and flash Folden money when she was at the diner, so we figured we might be able to get a few dollars. We came in and we had masks, we had guns, but the crazy old bastard fought back, and we were wrestling with a shotgun, and then it went off, and Elia attacked us, so we knocked her down, and then he said the money's in there and pointed at the drawer. We tore it open, we opened the box, and a light came out. So I ran while it jumped on Billy. Oh, you don't think I'm a coward, do you? He says.
No, I do, but
We
please
most
keep going.
definitely do.
Continue. Yeah, you shot an unarmed man. It's great. Yeah. No, but keep talking. Go on. How'd you end up outside, boy?
Thing jumped up on Billy, and I turned back to look at it. And as soon as I saw it, it's like something came over me, and and then I can't really remember anything. And then I was getting hit in the face with a hockey stick.
Okay, go to your electric entity hypothesis. Why is it that it so thoroughly consumed Billy, but merely stunned Clem and Ayla?
Those hands were on the box when you opened it, Clem.
That the guess would be that those two were able to actually get away, whereas the thing stopped and fed on Billy.
They got frightful presence. He got claw bite. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I feel slightly more prepared for this here because if I die making the same mistake Godfrey made and never live it down, you see. Right? No.
Of course.
And then I go back to setting up the trap as discussed.
Okay, so you've got this whole thing. You can draw some pentacles around the box. You've got it all set up. Meanwhile, you're keeping watch. You're making Clem work. He gets the body. He covers it with the blanket that you had found that you were going to use to cover it so that Keiko wouldn't see it. But then Keiko got down and was like, oh, cool, and started poking at the body. Keiko, meanwhile, you're up on the roof and you're trying to get some kind of harness the power of natural fury, get this lightning to work.
Yeah.
Can I get you to, what role would you like to argue here? I think a natural world is probably pretty good.
Natural world or, yeah, I guess that's my most science, other than biology. This isn't really biology.
I think natural world will suit perfectly.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'll go down in the science books or whatever. Ooh. I got a 98 out of 60.
98 out of 60. Okay, so a 98 is
on the roof trying to catch lightning.
Oh no!
I think I have the perfect idea of this. Come back to the second. But first, you're grabbing fuel. You know cars. This is probably you paid for this car, so you probably know it pretty well. I would assume.
Right.
Eliza. So you can drag up the fuel and you can start spreading it around inside the house, setting it up ready to burn. Is there anything else you want to do?
Well, I do retrieve that transcription of the incantation.
Yes. Okay. So you are now armed with the bit of paper. You've splashed gasoline everywhere, and you're all ready. I'm going to assume that you have set up the trap relatively well. You're all getting stationed. We're going to come back to how that fumble affects you, but to set the scene, you get Clem. I presume you lock him in the car or something to keep him out of the way.
Yeah, get in the back seat, Clem.
Okay, he gets in the back.
And I don't want to see you leaning forward. We have the key right here.
Yep. Okay. He stays hidden, and then the collection of you set up around the house, getting ready to bait this trap. Maybe one of you are you crouched inside? Are you under the car? Are you watching from the roof? Where is everybody setting up for this trap? Keiko, I'm assuming you're managing the kite, so you're going to be stuck there until
the kite's also tied to the end of my hockey stick.
Okay, perfect.
I'm crouching
higher.
At the driveway next to the car with my shotgun and the handgun pointed towards where Avebury is with the sarcophagus. I think you're outside the front door?
Yeah, because we're trying to draw it towards the house, right? Yeah. I'm like, Keiko, I'm no scientist, but if it's tied to the hockey stick, aren't you completing the circuit to the ground there, my dear girl? Won't you be?
I don't hear you. The rain's too strong.
Exactly. So
I'm just like the power.
It's alive.
You're all set up. You're in your ambush positions. You've figured stuff out pretty well, and you're ready to go now. You're not going to let this creature get the better of you. You set up the trap, and then lightning starts to strike down bit by bit nearby. At first, it's going very, very well, Keiko. You manage to draw the creature forward, deep in the woods, an alien presence, one that sees in brilliant colors and thinks and feels differently and is drawn towards that scent of electricity that it must find, that it must consume, trapped for so long it can finally feed. It moves towards the house, and the collection of you will see this light flickering in the wood, a dead light that flashes first one way and the others and gradually moves forward. You're waiting, you're baiting the trap, and then the creature surges forward, heading towards the house. Just as a lightning bolt hits the end of your hockey stick, you complete the circuit. Make a constitution check for me as you are struck by lightning and all hell breaks loose. Everybody else, you see the dead light, make me sanity checks.
Oh my god.
I was going to say, I make a point to not look at it. I don't. I look. I just eyes on the sarcophagus.
So there is, unfortunately, there is a rule in Call of Cthulhu.
I have to look at it.
Your eyes. It is too horrible. You can't bring yourself to do anything but peek. It has to be seen.
I have seen many things of the earth, many things dead and undead, but I have never seen a light come to life like this. I rolled an 88 on a 60.
So those of you who fail are going to take a D8 of sanity damage, and those of you who pass are just going to take 2.
Okay. I just got a
M2.
Constitution one though, right?
Yep. You just
Okay.
got the Constitution one.
So mine was 70 out of 80.
Oh my God, you are tough. Okay, you take a D4 of damage
right.
as a lightning bolt hits you, and you get that rad kind of like, you know, those bruises, the lightning bruises that fire.
Oh
you
man, that's so cool. I'm getting tenure for sure.
I'll write your reference letter.
I'm glad I already have tenure because my next actions are not going to be up to me. My sanity just dropped 7 points.
Oh my
no.
God! Which means that you need to make for me an intelligence check.
Oh,
to
goodness.
see if you comprehend what is happening.
I
Otherwise,
hope I fail.
Yeah. You want to fail because you want to not be able to understand what's going on.
I failed.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Stop.
There's an
In a
explanation.
good way.
For this. You just can't think of it now. You managed to get control of your mind. Eliza and Avery. What about the two of you?
I passed.
All right, you passed, and Eliza.
As well.
Oh, okay, so the two of you, well, you've steeled yourself, and Nevada, you've managed to cruise through this by playing golf, essentially.
No, I remember it was Alaska. Alaska, I saw something like this. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. In which case, we are going to go to dexterity order as this creature now begins its hunt proper. Keiko, you have been struck by lightning. You have survived, and you're not, a toasty, marshmallowy creature now. But you have fallen off the roof, and you land flat at the bottom of the house, and that's sort of part of how you take the damage. So, everyone, please give me your dexterity score.
Yeah, mine is 50.
40.
Mine's 55.
Yep.
Dex, I'm a 70.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
I'm a
How do you think
thinker,
I
you see.
tumble through all these
Yes,
tunes?
yes. Your alacrity is of the mind, not of...
Yeah, in my younger days, I was very spry.
And how fast can a deadlight be, really? So it turns out it's pretty fast. It goes.
It's a little too fast. It can be a little too fast, I believe, is the answer to that there. A little too fast.
And now that you've seen it properly, let's get that art again in a way that you can all see.
Oh my goodness.
One more time. The deadlight comes charging forward.
I feel like she just seems like fine. Like she's just like, yeah. Like, I think it's all right. Deadlight. Woo!
Yeah. Deadlight.
Deadlight.
Deadlight. Yeah, maybe it's friendly. Did anybody even ask? You know, like maybe it just wants a hug.
Yeah.
It's just
Billy, it wasn't.
Absolutely.
Hugged Billy too tight.
It's just hungry. It just wants some electricity.
It's just misunderstood.
Electricity. He needs.
I too hated Godfrey. I feel like I've got something to build off of with the ghost light.
Exactly.
We have common ground.
You're more alike than you are different. You know who's the real eldritch monster?
That guy, because his body's out here. Him.
Exactly.
He clearly stole your research.
Yes. He grounded you, electric being. Yeah.
So basically, the deadlight, in its strange, obeying its strange appetite, comes rushing forward, and there is someone who has just been struck by lightning on the ground, who is still carrying a significant charge, I suppose. So the deadlight is going to rush towards you first. You were the source of all this electricity. You were being hit by it before, so it tears towards you, moving quickly across the ground, and little kind of tendrils of light start to, smack out from it and hit the walls and the ground around it, sparking and giving off this cold sort of energy. They reach towards you when they try to grab at you. Tendrils, tentacles, whatever you want to call them, they're heading for you. I need you to make a dodge check or a riposte check. A dodge check is, I'm getting the hell out of here, and you need to just match the same score as them to avoid it. A riposte check is you getting up and saying, hey, I'm not letting you get away with this, and trying to flip it back. And you need to get a more successful roll than them.
Run,
so it will
Keiko,
be
run!
easier for you to dodge.
It might be easier, but it's way less fun.
Yes, very true.
And I'm not standing down to this thing. It's clearly a biological entity.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to stand up to it.
You stand up, bring up your hockey stick like an ancient legendary blade, and swing it down. Make me a fighting brawl check.
Don't forget you've got a shotgun. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, I do have a shotgun.
Oh yeah. So you bring the hockey stick down. They go, wait a minute.
Yeah, and then yeah.
All right, make me a firearms shotgun test.
Firearms shotgun.
And since you are in point blank range, you make it with a bonus die. So roll twice and take the better result.
All right. Ooh. Okay, so it's 25 and I got a 20.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you're not a great shot. You haven't trained.
No.
You hit, and this tendril comes firing out towards you, and oh my god, it does not do very well. So it's going through its probing. It's like a lovely snack, and bang! Suddenly a buckshot flies into its face. Well, it doesn't really have a face, but it flies into it. Now the bullets do nothing. This thing is not hurt by shrapnel, but there is fire. You sparked flame right in its face, and that it doesn't like. And it kind of leans back and hisses, I suppose. A strange sound diffuses through the air. It's oddly familiar. You could almost describe it. Eliza, what does it sound like? What's the sound of this thing in pain? It can be anything that you'd like.
It sounds. You wouldn't think it because it's electrical, but it sounds like a gurgling.
Ah, fantastic. So this gurgle kind of comes through, it leans back. You have damaged it. Oh, excellent. I won't tell you by how much, but you've heard it. And now, as it rears backwards injured, you can initiate the plan. Stop going so well. You're all meant to die in Cthulhu. First, Nevada.
I want to yell to Eliza, throw the match! Well, I take my handgun, because I'm better with my handgun. The shotgun was just to scare Clem. I take my handgun, and I want to, just to keep my friends safe, I don't want the bullet to be anywhere close to Kiko, but as long as I can put maybe 10 feet away from Kiko and have it in the direction of the thing, just to get fire going at it.
Okay. So you'll kind of just fire and smoke, flame and smoke. Make a firearms pistol. You won't be making this with a bonus die because you're basically not really trying to shoot it. You're trying to just sort of create fire here.
Remember how I saw the light and I was disoriented and I'm just seeing multiple of the light everywhere and I fumble with a 96.
Oh my God. Oh dear. And
luckily I was aiming way out.
Yeah, you tried really hard to, unfortunately, but then Kiko's so quick, and she just came out round the other side. I'm sorry, I'm going to be really mean. With that, Keiko, you see a gunshot land next to it, and the second one, make a dodge check to try and now a bullet.
I can't see the light in my eyes.
It's the Devil's Tower all over again, Nevada. The focus.
No, that's I have
so
25,
many of them.
and I got a 56.
Oh, okay, so you were struck in the shoulder.
No!
Roll your damage, and you will take half the damage of this shot.
She's like really short too, which is like she's like tiny, just getting shot. Oh, no. All right, so the damage for the shotgun, what is that?
No, this is just the pistol.
Oh, it's just for the pistol. Okay.
So you can roll your you roll your damage, Nevada.
Roll my yeah. Okay. 1d10.
Humans are the monsters after all.
Did you roll a 10?
I got a shot here. It's a 10.
Oh my God!
No.
You take 5
we could call it a 0
damage
if you want.
That cracks you in the shoulder. How much? What's your max health?
So I've taken 9 damage.
Oh my God!
Where is that? I'm looking for the health. I'm gonna apologize.
Otherwise, you can
points
just tell
are
me
below
your
age and everything. Your name.
Otherwise, you can just tell me your size and your
12.
constitution, and I can tell you
12.
what it is. 12. Okay, your max health is 12, so this is not a major wound, but you have taken.
I'm like messed up though.
You're struck by lightning and shot,
like
and you stagger forward. You're Nevada. You're kind
This is a
Keiko,
tiny
my
science
protege.
student.
Will you ever forgive me?
This is not that
I'm
form
just
of
like,
experimentation.
I will never forgive you.
Eliza, it is your turn.
So are we at the point where we're trying to, everybody's off the roof and we are trying to light the place on fire?
Yes, now is the time where you'll be able to weaken it.
Yes, so I will draw a match and flick it over towards the house.
Okay, fantastic.
In the trail of gasoline that I've lit.
Perfect. Do you want to give me a throw test just for style points? It's just lighting a match.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Good thing it's not windy and raining right now, right?
Yeah,
no, we're
right?
good. No, we're fine. We're good.
Okay,
We're fine.
I need
all good.
below a 55. No, and I rolled a 97.
Oh, oh my gosh.
I was so close. I was so
That's a fumble again.
The problem is you were like, you're all supposed to die. This is going too well. Like the storyteller's not supposed to be able to curse us with hubris.
Yeah, like the match gets, like the flame gets a little too close to my fingers, and so I'm like, ah!
And you drop it, and it lights in a way that you weren't expecting, and fire just rushes forward, so it will go off. But in the grand spirit of Fumbles bullying Keiko, it goes just as Keiko is running past the house, and then there's suddenly fire and little bits of gasoline are spraying up on you. Make me another dodge check, and she's struck by lightning and shot and flames.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god. Okay, that's better. That's 17 out of 25.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
So you dive sideways, managing to slap at the fire and avoid.
Wait, while the explosion goes off.
Yep.
Oh
now,
my goodness.
this fire rushes forward and it is completely engulfing everything. The light shrinks back. An ancient enemy. This is a rivalry that goes back beyond time, before existence. This creature and flame and energy, and it rears back and it begins to shrink in terror before the sarcophagus. And just at that point, it is Avery's turn.
Hagen, Ugagnagel, Raila, Cthulhu, Muggle Nafa, Nagalua, Vatagan, Cthulhu, yay!
Brilliant. You lean forward and bring up the sarcophagus and it begins to suck into it, tearing and ripping at the light. Make me a power check as you just force this thing in, tear it back in, binding it once more.
That is under half.
A hard success. It is beautiful. You don't even you just finish off my monster in
expected a
one
fumble.
round. That's okay. You finish this. You lock this thing in. It doesn't get at your hands. It doesn't burn you horribly. You suck it in and slam the lid shut. And the creature is bound once again. And you are left alone. The sound of the rain echoing about. You have bound the dead light. And this place is once more safe.
Just sit on the sarcophagus and I say, monster captured, Godfrey dead, house in flames. I think this all counts as a win. And I just put my monocle on.
I think I saw a flask in Klim's pocket earlier. I opened the car door, rip it out of his pocket, slam the door again, and bring it over to the crew to cheers. And maybe pour some on Keiko's wound.
Yeah, I'm just laying in the mud, just letting the rain hit me. Just like, that was the best thing that ever happened to me.
I take a swig, but as she's passing it to Keiko, I retrieve it, take a swig, and then give it back so she can pour it.
Brilliant.
And I'm like, I can't, this is illegal. I can't do that. I have to follow the rules.
Very well done, sir. Again, we've proven ourselves quite a team.
Yeah, indeed we have. Indeed we have. Another one for the record books there. Clem, by the way. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah?
You can go. Yeah, get out of here.
Really?
Yeah.
I swear to you, I won't squander this chance at life. You've given me back my... You tell him to get away, and he hurries off.
Sorry about your best friend.
It's okay. He probably wasn't a good influence.
Make new friends.
You're a reflection of the closest people around you.
Make better life choices.
I'll try. So fantastic. That is the scenario. That is called Cthulhu.
Jamie, great job.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes,
Wonderful.
thank you. We were doing so well until the very end.
Oh, well, you managed.
Interesting.
Oh, we did.
That was great.
Keiko.
Keiko, you got, I don't think I've ever seen 3 fumbles and someone got struck by lightning and set on fire in the light.
But it still survived.
Yes.
It's statistically anomalous, girl. I'm just pointing that out to you. Just a disproportionate number of things happen to you.
Keiko really went in the take to come up with that plan. What a excellent student. Reminds me of myself at a young age.
Absolutely. So very quickly, can I get you all to just go through and can you give us a brief epilogue for your character? What goes on? What are they going to go on to do? And also tell everyone watching where they can find you and see more of the cool things that you're doing.
Sure. Let's probably the same order as the beginning of the show. I'll
Sounds
jump in.
good. Yeah, let's do that. So, Becca.
Well, Dr. Nevada Jones, of course, writes a book about it. she's very well published and goes back to her professorialship and just, puts it on the shelf along with all the other adventures. Make sure to write once a week to her incredible cohorts here and ready for the next adventure. And I'm Becca Scott. You can find me at the Becca Scott, and I'm running some Call of Cthulhu games on my own YouTube channel, which is Good Time Society.
Okay, fantastic. Brilliant. Thank you so much. And Nora.
Yes, Eliza, being completely exhausted in this area, heads back to her investigative team in London on Carnaby Street and does use her experiences as a inspiration for her next adventure novel.
Okay.
And then, speaking of Carnaby Street, I am on a Call of Cthulhu stream called Carnaby Street Case Files, and it's on the Initiative Order on Twitch and on YouTube. And I'm also on a D&D Curse of Strahd campaign called Into the Mist, which shows on D&D's Twitch channel and also on twitch.tv/realmsmith. That is also on YouTube.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you so much. B. Dave.
Oh, Wentworth Avery returns the sarcophagi to the Miskatonic Society of Paranormal Investigation to be encased in cement to the end of days. Make sure that everyone knows of the heroism of my fine associates, and that although Godfrey was trucking with infernal powers, in his last moments, he too died a hero.
Yes, of course. And just to throw a little spanner in the works, Elia doesn't really know people in her grandfather's profession. She'll ask you to manage the funeral. Are there any particular words that you want to say at the eulogy?
So many sneak disses. So many sneak disses. A man like Godfrey was the Dr. Godfrey. It was an inspiration. The Dr. Webb managed to exceed his significant mental limitations to achieve great deeds, and oftentimes through sheer happenstance encountered powers best left alone that still managed to help people. And in his moments, although he died alone and afraid, he died seeking revenge, which I think is all we could possibly hope for. And whatever is built on the ruins of his land and reputation, I'm sure will grow up greater and grander than what came before.
Amazing. That's perfect. Thank you so much. Holly.
Yes, so Keiko goes on to go back to the university, Miskatonic University, graduates with honors and cool scars, which is like super sick. Now she's super even more rad. And then she's going to go back for grad school, obviously, do that for a while. And then for a couple years, obviously, she has to wait until one of the professors dies to get a job, and then eventually get a job, and then obviously works very hard, gets tenure, becomes a professor, tragically goes on too many adventures shortly after, eaten by a horrible monstrosity, but dies a hero. With her hockey stick in hand. Yeah, with her hockey stick in hand.
Logical explanation for that Shuggoth, I'm telling you.
Yes, she will say that the Shuggoth is a new evolution of squid, and she will never ever deny it.
It's not.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, hello, Holly. You can find me on the internet as Holly Conrad and at We Crowing Hens. I stream things and just do random things all the time.
And make amazing art.
I do sometimes, yes, occasionally. But yeah, I'm here. Find me. Say hello. Yay.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great time.
Yeah. Well,
yes, of course.
Who are you, good keeper? Who are you, good sir?
Terrible. So I'm James. I work for Chaosium. You can find me on Twitter as @RoboPelican, and you can check out the stream of Chaos, which is Chaosium's live stream game, and also all of the amazing Chaosium related things that all the cast are doing. And thank you so much, everybody. If you want to pick up a Chaosium book, you can go to the Chaosium website and you can use the promo code PAX Online 2020, all caps, no spaces, to get 10% off your order. Thank you so much. Enjoy, and we'll see you all later.
I have to say, this is my first time playing.
Yes.
I've never played Cthulhu before, and it was
You
so
were
fun.
incredible.
Yeah, you were great.
Everyone should pick it up and play some Eldritch Horrors.
It was a lot of fun. All right, thanks so much. Bye, everybody.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Chapter 6.
Incoming. Virulent incoming. Gladiator versus the Bombardier. Viewer event, Spin Doctor. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. The boss approaches. Virulent incoming. Entering the cell block. Trap kill. Room complete. Kill. Room complete. Virulent incoming. Virulent incoming. Viewer event, Spin Doctor. Room complete. Room complete. Viewer event nuked. Room complete. Room complete. Victory.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, Circle of the Moon, mind you. I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile? Cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry? Or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them.
Oh, hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Welcome to another episode of Games on the Barbie. I'm Corbs.
And I am Anna. Hello.
How's everyone going?
How are you going, guys? We had a fun time watching the chat peek up whilst we were waiting to begin. I love that people are getting around our barbecue. I mean, you know, I can't go outside and have a barbecue with my mates in Melbourne, but it's nice that we can have a nice digital barbecue together.
This is the next best thing, and I could really do with a nice lit barbecue right now because it is freezing cold out here. I'm outside the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre. It's an all right night. It's just a bit chilly. Yet again, I'm evading the authorities. They can't catch me. I'm too fast.
He's crossed the border illegally, and here he is outside the MCEC watching out for the popo whilst he stands in front of a camera really sussly. So claps for Corbin, all right?
Was that claps or clacks?
Or claps or clacks, everyone. What dost we think? I mean, the High Priestess Church of the Tongs has already informed us that we need to bring up the tongs. And who are we to refuse the High Priestess?
Who are we to deny her?
Mm-hmm.
Here they are.
There they are.
They are still here. And like we mentioned, I will be getting 2 more of these. So 3 of these will be going out with the swag bags, which we'll talk a bit more about soon. And I've actually gone to the super difficulty of signing. It's the first time I've ever signed anything other than a drawing. There it is. So you'll know it's legit, but I'm not going to reveal which one was the ones actually in the show. So you'll all have to just believe that you have the tong-tongs.
You just have to lick the tong-tongs, the real tong-tongs.
I don't think I should be doing that considering 2020.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that, you know. Well, Herbs, if you want the tongs so bad, you got to wing the swag bag, but we will tell you about the swag bag in a moment. But welcome, guys. Games on the Barbie. We're an interactive talk show where we talk about the Telstra tourneys that we've had throughout the week at PAX, play games with you guys. So that is the key word of what we do, interactive. So we'll play games, and you'll need to say your answer in chat. Let's get going. Oh, we've also got our little slideshow down here. Yeah, down here, which you can see the PAX Oz memories. And it is not too late to chuck your own memories in the drawer as well. It's just a little slideshow of our love for PAX and the shenanigans we've been up to at previous PAXs in person.
And it's really easy to add to it. You just use the hashtag PAXOz memories. I was serious, Mama, because I'm thinking all the hashtags there are. Like PAX, it's not PAX Online. PAX Oz memories on Twitter.
I was waiting
Instagram,
for the rest of that. And
Facebook should work too, because we've been scoping that out for the memories. And
I was like, is this a bit or?
There's one more episode of Games on the Barbie tomorrow night. So this is your last chance to get those in there. And we want to hear all about your favorite panels, your favorite games you've been playing in the chat. We'll do our best to look at the chat. But then, did we mention the swag bag? Now,
yes.
Another mind blank I
Did
had.
someone say bag? With
Bag?
swag?
Bag?
Bag?
Now,
What
I had
about
another
that
mind
bag?
blank last week on Sunday, as some might recall. So there is actually a bag that comes with
There
this
is a
stuff.
bag.
Here it is. If you can see that. Oh, let's bring down its face. It's Pusheen. It's Pusheen to fit all the tongs. So you will receive the goodies of the swag bag. Fine.
That's it. Amazingly, we have managed to fit all of the stuff you can see in the little graphic into that tiny little bag. It's like, the Mary Poppins bag of swag. So we will go through what is in the swag bag a little bit later, so don't worry about that.
All that time playing Tetris
but-
99 prepared me.
Oh, yeah. Tetris. So many tongs could fit in that bag. Tongs in the Pusheen, says Moss. I'm not sure that is an image I want in my brain. So let's move on. Less tongs, more packs. Don't you reckon, Corbs?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Anna.
Although before we do move on from the tongs, I will say one little tiny little thing. And that is, here is my answer to Corbs' Mimi tongs. And I know it's not going to be as cool. And Corbs doesn't actually know what I've got here. I have shown him this. So he doesn't know what I've got. But I have, here's what I would bring to the Barbie. So I want you guys to guess what I've got here. It is something I would bring to a barbecue. Yes, it is a kitchen implement. Nothing dirty. And yeah, go on. It's not tongs. I mean, I guess you can see that. There is a handle there. You might
See, yours are better because mine is just all metal.
Yes,
Yours has a
well.
handle. This is dangerous. Like, I feel like I'm going to nick my fingers.
Sobel Farmer says spatula. Atomu says egg flipper, which I believe is a spatula. A lighter. Spatula. Oh, well, I mean, come on, guys. Think about my personality. Think of the kinds of things that I would like to eat. And it is, of course...
What is that?
Oh, yes.
What is it? Is that
yes.
an ice cream scoop?
What? Yes. What barbecue would you be having if you didn't have a fucking 10-kilo tub of Neapolitan ice cream?
Kind of ice
You know
cream.
what you need to do? You need to scoop it out. So there you go. There you go. I'm glad I surprised you, Disco Dan. So
Is this
and
an
on
M.
that
Night Shyamalan movie? What a twist!
And on that note, we can move on.
Oh, what's up next, Anna?
All right, so we have had PAX so far this week, and we are, of course, only here because we love PAX, and we wanted to celebrate all the things that PAX Online has given us. So, Corbs, like, what did you check out this week?
It has been a heck of a week. But a listing off a few things I've really enjoyed throughout the week. Firstly, with, of course, the Telstra tourneys. There was one every night of the week, Monday through to Friday, across a range of games. It was awesome to follow the tournament throughout the day and then actually see the finals with actual commentators and actually seeing the gameplay live. It was so exciting. That was awesome. I actually took part in a little tournament myself. So you've got the Telstra tourneys here on the Australian side of things, but then on the States side, you've got the Intel tourneys. And here, as you can see on the screen, I took part in the Age of Empires 2 tourney. It was a free-for-all game. It was myself and 3 other people. and I won, which was really cool.
He sure did. I think Corbsy Boy did a very, very good job in this tourney.
I don't want to toot my own horn a bit, but I sieged them good. I sieged all three of them in a row good. I have seen the two towers and Return of the King enough that I was able to implement effective strategies.
It's basically military training, those movies. I mean,
it is.
What more do you need?
Lots of catapults.
True. I also want to draw attention to Corbs' t-shirt in that video. I'm really enjoying the fact that that his green screen has melded together with his PAX. Oh, look, video Corbs laughed at my joke. That's great.
Oh,
guys, we've been planning this forever.
Past Corbs enjoys. Past Corbs loves a good Tongan. But yeah, anywho, I also enjoyed really jumping into a lot of Halo Reach. There was a bit of Halo 3 as well. I just love playing Halo any chance I get. There was a bit of that in the free play this week. Of course, I loved all you guys making Tong memes on Sunday. That was hilarious. That really brightened up my day. And it's just stayed with us the entire week. Can't thank you enough. And that's the thing, you know, PAX is awesome, but then it's the community that really balances 100%. It out. And you've done well. Like, that is so funny. Also took part in the Overcooked 2 party up, which was a lot of fun. I haven't played that for ages. Great to play that again. And then panel-wise, I'm a fan of just a nice, calm chat about games and why people like the games that they do. So I really enjoyed the history of Star Wars games and also the one where they covered the most influential games of the decade. And, you know, I could go on and on, but then there was a whole bunch of demos and whatnot. But what about you, Anna? What was your favorite part? I could go on.
Oh,
please stop me.
One of my favorite moments just happened in chat where SF77 just posted up a little picky of you with the caption, "I showed you my tongs, please respond."
Oh.
So good, so good, so good. But I also loved all of the panels. I was enjoying it. And actually, I saw someone say something. Yes, High Priestess said that there was a panel this afternoon about making game-themed drinks, and Xena was disappointed because she missed it. Well, I missed it as well, but the cool thing is you can actually, I've been catching up retrospectively on panels via YouTube. Some of them are separate YouTube clips and they're titled with the name of the panel, but some of them are just the whole stream, but they are segmented into the panel, so you can just figure out which day it was and what time approximately, and you can try and find where the panel is in the stream. So you can check it out again, and I will be doing that. But things I liked, there was all these I was really happy to see that there were lots of panels on like mindfulness and mental health in gaming, which was really, really great. But one of my favorites so far has to be the Animal Crossing Summer Olympiad panel, which was 5 people having a great time, and they were literally like doing the Olympics in Animal Crossing, and it was so good. If you want to check that out, it was on this channel, so the PAX channel, and it was on September 16th. So yeah, jump on. I highly recommend. There is a real freaky twist at the end, and it is so entertaining. I would have loved to have joined.
It sounds awesome.
It was so great. And also all the tourneys, like we played Dead by Daylight with Corbs the other day and a couple of other people in the Intel tourney. And also, of course, there is actually a Fall Guys tourney happening right now, but there was one earlier in the week. And here is my unfortunate, well, I won't spoil it for you, but let's just say I was not happy with the result. You can see me there in my hoodie, looking real profesh, running around. My friend is nearby, who I was competing against. He's not actually my friend. He's someone I have to defeat. There he is. And it's coming up, the bit that absolutely kills me. Here it comes. Watch for those facial expressions of death. I was having such a great time. I was actually complaining that no one was dead.
Oh my god! That is devious.
Did you see that sabotage?
I'm still shook.
That's horrible, Anna. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that and see that. That would have been very
And that was the end of me in the tourney. I was so disappointed.
I didn't have much luck either. I lost in my first round. The person I was up against was always at the head of the pack and just gunning it. So, hey, look, we just have to practice
stiff competition. That's it. Well, here's some of the, as well as Fall Guys. We have played a whole bunch of other games throughout the week. Here are some of them. And you know,
bunch.
Look at all of the games
Rocket
we have
League, You got Minecraft, even Just Dance, Fortnite. Everyone knows Fortnite. The new Valorant. Other ones you got like that. We interviewed the developer from Streets of Rogue, which I've been playing throughout the week as well, which has been loads of fun. Zombie class is the best in my opinion. Halo, like I mentioned, FIFA, PGA Tour 2K21, the new Avengers, Warzone, where we dropping boys, Forza Horizon. You know, there's something for every genre, something for everyone. It's been good to see. So much variety.
And even some of the games that were on today, like we had Fortnite, which if we haven't mentioned yet, we have our own private server, which was so great. Like, it's a completely different game when you're like, you know, you're getting together with people. For instance, when we, you know, our friends jumped in and played together, that was completely different than playing with random. So it's cool to be able to jump into a PAX only kind of server. There was WWE, 2K on, there was Valorant on, and actually right now is a Fall Guys tournament. Unfortunately, he can't join, but you know, we might be keeping up with the updates from the bracket throughout the show if we get a spare moment.
I would be playing that if I could. I'm just looking at the bracket now. We are up to round 3. We've got a couple of pairings ready to go. After round 3, there's round 4 for the semis, and then on to the finals. If anyone gets track of the semi-finalists and the finalists, we want to know in chat. We want to know live on the show because it's killing me. Killing me.
We wants to know. We wants to know. And these are the games that are on tomorrow, so it's not too late to join into these. So you can see them up on the screen there. You're all good. We don't need to say them. But just jump into Discord, scroll down to Telstra Tourneys and Free Play, and you will be able to jump in. All the details are there, so make sure you join in. And tomorrow, of course, we'll have our show at the end of the day at about 7:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to talk about community games in more detail. So today we're going to be talking about the esports game in detail. And tomorrow we'll recap the community games. And we're also going to show a lot more highlights of the and the submissions that everyone has been submitting in the Submit Eclipse channel. Thank you guys. That has absolutely gone off, and we are so grateful for all your awesome submissions. So can't wait to show you them tomorrow.
Again, great variety there. We super appreciate it. But I think we might be time for us to play a game of our own.
Yes,
With
it is
all
time.
of you.
So it is time for our first game, Let's Play Team. It's a game called Backwards. And so all you have to do is guess the tune. Easy, Corbs, right?
It's as simple as that. Guess the tune. So it's going to be a little soundbite of, it might be an iconic theme, sound effect, who knows, but you should recognize it. Played backwards. As soon as you have an idea of what it is, you want to get typing. Faster than anyone in the typing challenge that you may have seen on the Discord over the week, and get it in there. Get it in there. If you win, that's great. The real game will be later on where you get the swag bag. This is
100%.
cheeky warm up.
So at the end of this show, you will be able to win a swag bag by playing a game with us. This is not the game. Stick around to the end of the show to play, but this is just for funsies and eternal glory. So let's start us off with round 1. All right.
So what do you reckon?
So, I think I might have a little idea. What dost thou... Oh, Blake Tato with Mario, Moss with Mario. I think it's pretty obvious what we have here, Corbs.
I think we have a winner. I have a sneaky suspicion.
Pupital with Super Mario Bros. There he is, the man himself. All right, let's go round 2.
What you reckon?
Blessed West Tong Song by Cisco.
Tong Song?
Tong Song.
We can make a Tong Song. Oh! All right, let's have it again.
DJ Disco Dan is going to play it again. What do you think? What do you reckon, huh?
Yeah, I think the chat knows what's up. Hard to pull over the wool over their eyes.
Have you guys played this before? On to the next
Nice, guys. Well done. That's it. On to the next one. All right, Corbin, do you reckon they'll get it?
I reckon some of them will. Some of
Not
them.
as quick as the first two, though, surely.
No, it's taken a second.
We had to give you guys some simpler ones to start you
Someone was
off.
typing. I saw Sobble Farmer was typing.
Yeah, I did see that, but clearly not posted it.
Do we need to hear it again?
Yeah, let's go. All right, need a replay? Yep, you got one, Zeno.
Oh. We have a
Moss.
answer with a question mark.
Are you gonna lock it in, Eddie?
Come on, Eddie. Come on,
Mirror's
Eddie.
Edge, GTA.
I
4?
don't know,
No.
says Riff.
All right, let's go one more time. Alrighty. Okay, I think, yeah. Oh, Moss is locking
Moss
it in.
is keen.
Well, Moss, are you ready for this?
Kick of disco.
All right. Are you guys? Yeah. It is in Fortnite. So well done, Moss. We stumped most of you, and even Moss was unsure, but I'm glad we got there in the end.
Nearly
Okay,
gotcha.
one more to take home the glory. Let's go. I love this.
What you reckon, everybody? What's it
What
gonna
does
be?
thou think?
Riff is keen. Riff is coming
has
in with
one.
a confident answer. Sobble, Moss,
Well.
Rat
Got
Kid,
a few confident
Bike,
answers there.
Zeno
I
Zen,
thought
Herps.
potentially this would have been difficult. And when I first heard this track at the beginning, I was like, what the heck? And then it got to the end and I was like, I'm with you.
How good
What
is
a
that
bop,
track?
guys.
Well done, guys. Well
So
done. But
good.
of course, that wasn't the real game. The real one's coming. And like we
Mhm.
mentioned, the real one, the winner of that one, the first one in with the correct answer for the final question of the real game gets the swag bag we've been talking about again. Let's give everyone a cheeky refresher of what's in the swag
100%.
bag.
Yes, so check it out. Here it all is. It's about 550 Australian dollars worth of goodies in one tiny little beautiful Mary Poppins pusheen bag.
Thank you, Magnificent Nerds, for putting it all together and getting in contact with all the publishers who were so awesome in getting us all this sweet merch.
Thank you. Blessed be the tongs. But if you are an American or a non-Australian resident, unfortunately, this is not for you, Aussie residents only, because it will have to be posted to you. And as you can tell, it's going to be a bulky boy. So yes, Aussies only. But let's give you a quick recap of what's inside. So from Square Enix, we've got a limited edition beautiful Marvel Avengers swag, including a shirt and a hat.
We've even got from Capcom, a umbrella from the Resident Evil series. See what they did there?
Hey. And even copies of Street Fighter. So get your hands on that. From Tiny Build Games, we've also got copies of Streets of Rogue. So that's at least 2 games in there.
That's very good, very good. Devolver Digital, some more awesome swag, including a game code of your choice from any of their titles.
That's massive. So thank you, Devolver. And yeah, take a peek into that graphic to see what other kinds of Devolver stuff you can get in this bag. But also awesome stuff from Control Freak, Bethesda, and ZQ Racing for even more merch that you can see in there, including more games. So get keen.
How good are ZQ Racing chairs, though? Like, mine is nothing compared to a nice ZQ Racing chair.
Can't even see much.
Lucky, you could probably stack all the goodies just on that chair. Throne of goodies.
I mean,
headsets.
Unfortunately, the chair would not fit in the pushing bag. So, but headsets do.
Yes, Rig headset, 500 HD surround sound, Dolby 7.1 surround sound, noise cancelling boom mic flips up to mute, and 1 year limited warranty.
Hey. So you even get a warranty with it. So today, like we said, you win it by playing a game, but tomorrow the best clip in our submissions wins. So to preview that a little bit, since we're going to be talking about esports in the show today, we thought we would make a little montage of some of the clips from our esports titles. Let's check it out.
Oh, not yet. Oh! No! No way! There is no way you hit that ball! No way!
Nice.
And this just in, guys, Corbs, I don't know if you saw the chat, but Shenanigan has posted that Big W take the win for Valorant tonight. So props, Big W. Great job.
That gets a clacking. A good clacking.
A good clacking and a good that's a good noise. There you go. Everyone loves that noise. That's great. Okay, so moving right along. But look, if you don't win the swag bag, there are only 2 of them and lots of you. Don't worry, you can still buy things with your money. I know, revolutionary concept. And God knows I've been doing a lot of that in isolation. One of my favorite things about PAX is walking around the expo floor, seeing all the cool, random, crazy, pop culture-y things that I can buy and spending way too much money on them. Fortunately, we can't do that, but we do have PAX Online. So I thought I'd chuck a few of my favorite things are up here for you guys to spend your money on too. So here we got from Epic Burns, which do like woodcut earrings and like laser cut stuff. Also like clay cutters, which is so random. So super cool earrings. Love the Star Trek ones. D20. I mean, why would you not want these like hanging off your ears? Like I thought this was really cute. The little fishy dude from The Simpsons. I love, yes, Blinky, that's it, yeah. Oh, you got the Etsy shop there too, so if you really like them, you can go check it out. Yes, these are really cute. I'll be honest, I want to buy all of this stuff, and if my boyfriend is watching, he is just like, he's probably gritting his teeth in hatred of this segment. But unfortunately, I cannot buy all the things in the world. Oh, these are Australian shops, by the way. So all the shops I'm going to be talking about today are all Australian. So we've also got a shop called Get Fobbed, and like the randomest name ever, but have a whole variety of cheeky things, a lot of which I cannot show you on the show today because they are explicit content. But love this. Dodgeball, anyone? Yeah? Cool. Little gamer purse. Love it. Love little show off my identity.
I'll leave a little link there.
How cute. Link in his menu, and you get little Zelda peeking out there as
little
well.
Zelda.
So cute. So I quite, yes, and the little bow with the, I want this so bad, guys. With the little, I don't even wear bows. Like, actually, I probably put a rat up here with the little 8-bit hearts. So cute. I think this is really great. And yep, I mean, why not, man?
Mortal Kombat!
Why not?
Raiden. Sorry.
But the last shop I'll show you guys today is called Sherlock Designs. So that was Get Fogged, by the way. I think if you Google them, you'll find them, whatever. Sherlock Designs, they do a whole bunch of, again, wood and laser cut, but this is homewares. So I do actually own a couple of things from these guys, and I'll show you why. Like, look at this feasty board here you've got here. Let the feast begin. Like, how cool, man. And, you know, they have all sorts of stuff with quotes and stuff from Game of Thrones and TV shows, everything, like, even ones that you wouldn't think of. Like, how good is this? Hodor. Like, come on. Y'all get it? Yeah.
Get it?
So good. So good.
These
Oh, I
pretzels are
literally
making
have
me
this.
feisty.
Literally have this. And I do store pretzels in it. Love it.
Oh, I love Seinfeld. No soup for you.
No soup for you. I have this one as well, which is like, yeah, let's
Jesse,
cook.
we need to cook.
Oh, my heart. Oh, yeah, Christmas ornaments as well. Like, you know,
Yeah, everyone
little
that
bit of
argues
Die Hard.
that Die Hard's a Christmas movie will get that.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, like Marvel Avengers coasters as well. So like the randomest of the random, but we love them all. And that was just me showing you guys how much I love to spend my money. And you guys can live with me in that. There you go. That was my artist Sally.
And that's really important to highlight that stuff because, you know, all these vendors would usually be at conventions much like PAX this year, but due to 2020, they're not. So I imagine they would appreciate all the online purchases they can get. So.
100%. Oh, yes. I think
Very good.
it's kind of like, you know, online purchasing has gone up, but you can't actually see these things in person. So kind of a
Weird
little
times.
thing.
Weird times.
But let's talk about the esports games that we've had this week. So the first one was on Monday. It was Rainbow Six Siege. So let's have a little recap of the action.
A whole lot. Yep. Thank you. I said that was very cool.
Yeah, and like, you know, with these verticals downplayed, you can see exactly how effective they are.
This is going to be a battle of just the reaction speed, I would imagine.
I believe Groovy has the advantage in this case because he does have 2 more flashes still left in his pocket. As long as he's able to pre-aim down the pulse, he should be able to get the jump on him, and he does. Happy Skittles gets down, and Groovy walks out of this exchange unharmed. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first interrogation of the round.
Round indeed, yeah. Tyblacks does manage to find the kill on Mississippi Wonder. Does know that there is Toasted going in for the gunfight. Ruby on a double kill. Does see the Zofia, but Zofia able to punish. We're back to a 2v1, but still winnable for Kaz. Kaz will be just completely punished, shut down, and Randy Pants winning out round number 7. This could be the end of it, albeit we are down to a 3 versus 3. Toasted does find a double kill. This is now leaving all down to the Zofia and the Ashe. Make it just the Ashe as Frenzy does find the shot on the double kill. And well, this is definitely not looking too pretty here for Dim Scrims.
Oh, it was so close! And you know what? That is it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Randy Paz taking out the grand final for the win.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Some
That's
great
where the bonk
plays
is.
there. There was some great plays. So that was Dim Scrims versus Randy Pants. And I actually got to watch a little bit of Dim Scrims versus Fridge and Fish earlier in the day where they absolutely dominate on them. But then, as the saying goes, there's always a bigger fish. So the finals did not go in their favor, but it was a great game. So that was on Monday night. Then on Tuesday night, we had Street Fighter V.
Street Fighter was on Tuesday. It was a good time. If you watched the esports final that we streamed live, It was pretty close. So we had the second semi-finals first up, which was to determine who would qualify for the finals, and it was Budget Evil Ryu with TTTJ, and wow, crazy stuff. Budget Evil Ryu looked like he had the upper hand from the beginning, and it looked pretty done and dusted. But TTTJ actually came through and managed to get all the way to the final. So then it was TTTJ and Ghost Chips, and that was an absolute slugfest. Like both really heavy characters, and it was just pounding. And unfortunately, Ghost Chips, well, fortunately for Ghost Chips, did control most of the match and took the win. So thank you to everyone who watched our esports streams and who played along with the games, and extra special congrats to all the winners. And let's have a little recap montage.
Straight over the top. Oh, here we go. This is huge. Look at this damage. Nakali is super scary in the corner here because he has a command throw, but didn't even get to use it. Don't worry about it. That was not a safe on block move, but Zed with no punish. Ooh.
Oh, great reaction.
Zed could almost kill off a hit.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is anyone.
Ooh, now definitely. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be it.
Yep.
Zed with the clutch. Ooh, that's huge. Look at that damage. This set is a slugfest, man. Both guys are just pulling punches. And here we go.
Look at this damage.
Meaty blast. Wow, he did it again.
Take a break can completely change how you're seeing the match that you're playing. Yeah, that's it.
And that can make or break a tournament. Ooh, gets the hit. Now,
this is tournament game.
Exactly right. The pressure's on Zed here. He's going to have to make something happen here, or he's going to lose this set. Man, Ghost Chips is looking ready to go now. This is for all the marbles here. Zed's got to stay alive. We got the hit. Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is winnable for both players.
Definitely. If Zed gets a clean hit, he takes this round.
Enough to kill for sure.
Good for Chips trying to find a way to activate here. There it is. Oh, and that is it.
Pump up some bass.
It was a great watch. But before we move on to the recapping the other esports games, we want to ask you guys a few trivia questions. First up is we want to know, what's heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? No, that's not really the right question. Making me. We got a couple of questions for you. Let's bring up the first question, Disco Dan 82. What was the number of the vault you left in the first Fallout game?
Let's go, people. Numbers. We know there are numbers in the world. Both. What? Oh. Oh, Sobel Farmer
13,
with the 13.
103, 13. Oh, we got it between 13 and 103.
More with the predictable answer. I see you.
Vault 1.
SF77!
Some good tries, and 420.
420.
You dags. It was Vault 13 in the first
Solid
Fallout
effort.
game.
Sobel in with the correct answer.
Well
All right,
done,
so
Sobel. On to the next one.
what was Pac-Man's original name? And no, Blake, it wasn't Pie. What have we got? I don't know, cause
Hey, everyone's on the same wavelength.
I am gonna give that point to Yusomo Kasevu because that ranger, it is Puck with a K on the end, and Blake Tato, you just said Puck, not Puck Man. So there you go.
Well done. And lucky last trivia question before we move on is, when and where was the first PAX?
No Googling.
No Googling.
Always watching, Michael Zowski. I'll see you if you cheat. Oh no.
Puck.
In a convention hall. Yes.
In a convention.
You're not wrong. Oh,
Melbourne?
2002 Melbourne, Seattle in 2008. 801 AD. Pooped out.
OG.
Well, we did have the year. We did have the year, so we've got that so far. So that ranger, it was in 2004, but Corbs' house, the Tong Shed, the Tong Dungeon.
That's right, 2004 is correct, but then the location, Bellevue, Washington.
That's it.
We gotcha.
Solid try, guys, but not quite any cigars for you today.
The more you know. But that's enough trivia for now. On to the next esports game. So, we've had Rainbow Six Siege. We had Street Fighter V. On Wednesday was Overwatch. We got some clips. Roll it.
Remember, this point's still in favour of Paradigm Shift, but Mingyun are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, both teams really fought hard there. Paradigm did not want to let that point up. It's going to be the last team fight. They need to get on the point. They need to get there fast, and they need to win it.
Bork on the back line, trying to do what he can, will teleport behind with a death blossom of his own. This could be huge. It is 4 kills for Bork on the back line. Make it 5. Buggerlugs gets taken down as well.
Their antennae detect blue water.
And it looks as though Mingyun, the left, right, good night. They send Paradigm Shift all the way back into spawn in the blink of an eye.
Roaches have great peripheral vision.
We see the overtime now going in, and once again, just like we were on Oasis here, Domino, it's 99 apiece down. Now Design says, let's go, boys. He throws down the sound barrier. This is the last hurrah for Paradigm Shift. They take down Jackal as well. Marlowe is so close to an EMP. Oh no, Aki! He gets sent down as well. Design is getting it done. He gets Husky as well! Oh my goodness, Design getting it done. Here come Paradigm Shift. Are we looking at our PAX 2020 Overwatch champions? Not if Marlowe has anything to say about it. He throws down the EMP, but where's his team? They are all dead, Domino. Paradigm Shift are gonna flip this point back. We're into overtime. The Primal Rage from Virginia from Good Measure and Paradigm Shift are your PAX 2020 Overwatch champions.
And of course, that was Mingyun versus Paradigm Shift. Oh my god! Oh, the corona has spread to the show!
Guys, guess what? I'm in Melbourne!
Oh my god! But yeah, that was Mingyun versus Paradigm Shift, which was another intense game. There was a lot of Reinhardts. There was a bit of Zaya. Then there was quite a few Reaper play of the games, which was, so there was a lot of really getting in close, getting in your opponent's face. And I don't think I saw any other healers apart from Moira and Lucio. A lot of the time, both teams were mirroring the other team's hero picks. Anna? Anna, come back.
No.
Yeah.
Can't see me.
Yep, the wires are back.
You what, mate?
All right.
You what?
Back. But yeah, the Overwatch was the Overwatch was great. The Overwatch was great. So that was Wednesday night.
Great.
What about Thursday night?
It was absolutely hectic to watch. It was absolutely hectic to watch over, Corbin.
High five.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no. No, I'm going to go this way. I want to go this
Roll the clip. Roll the clip.
So we did have Rocket League, not to be left out, on Thursday. And it was the tribe of pandas versus mine. As our awesome esports caster said, it was the seagulls versus the pandas. I like that. And yeah, so the leader of the pandas, the captain of the pandas, Riv, is very well known in the Rocket League community. And so it was going to be pretty clear that it was thought that the pandas were going to have that upper hand, but actually mine gave them a solid run for their money. So I think the pandas started 4-0 up in the first game, and then every single time in all the games, actually, the pandas would get a really big score, and then mine would actually take it back and not only equal their score, but then it was a bit of a they would just chase each other for the win. So it was a really good game to watch. But yes, the pandas did indeed take the win for that. So let's just watch a little replay.
Just far too easy this time for our pandas. They lured the attacking side into that false sense of security. See, Nick Wild this time, he pushes too far forward. Dodge able to get the pinch in the corner, but it might already be too late because Riv is setting himself up. The ball will land in the box. Where's the shot? Sparley held back.
But Sparley's the one who ends up saving the day with 7 seconds to go.
Does the blue team bring this one back? Shot saved by Sparley. Dodge follow through. No! Saved by Sparley again with only 30 seconds.
So congrats, guys, on all the wins. And look, we're all in our respective places. I haven't chased down Corbs at the NCEC, so everything's fine, team. Everything is fine. But yes, congrats on their win to the Pandas and to Paradigm Shift. Solid job, guys. And now, check out our little slideshow we've got over here. So, there's Disco Dan with Batman.
That is Disco Dan in the flesh. Oh, and he's gone.
And he's gone. But yes, here are you and me and mine and Corbin and Disco's and everyone's, who entered.
Oh, there's me.
Paxos memories. Yeah, there's Corbin. There you go, with a big giant balloon.
Those balloons were fun.
And it's nice that we can, it really does, when you flick through your photos of previous PAXs, you really go through the madness that happened during, cosplay.
Hopefully we can go back to doing it for realsies next year. And we can meet for real with our tongs.
Yeah, I reckon. Hopefully. Yes, and we'll all be there with our tongs.
We'll have an actual barbecue.
Oh my god, a Games on the Barbie barbecue? Live stream barbecue.
We will try our darndest to do that. You'll know where to find us.
Cogs are turning.
The sizzle.
Cogs are turning. But actually, one of my little favorite memories just flashed up there. Another one with the Lord of the Scrolls. Oh, so good. I love some of the crazy cosplays that you see, and you just see stuff that you never thought was possible in real life.
Chat, do you have any particular fond memories you'd like to share real quick?
Yeah, chuck in some
highlights.
Yes, Church of the Sweet Roll, gotta love it. But Corbs, do you have any favorite memories, perhaps?
Oh, I was asked this a little while ago, and I think my answer is still the same, but it was basically being able to meet whole bunch of friends that I met online in person for the first time, which was really cool. I had a couple of mates that I'd met on the Xbox through Overwatch that lived a little bit outside of Melbourne and actually drove in and came and found me on one of the days, and we got to have a bit of a chat and everything, which was really nice. It was really good. And one of them in particular, we still chat and play every now and again today, which is good. Hopefully I can see him again sometime.
That is really nice. Well, fingers crossed for next year. High Priestess just wants to burn all the filthy sweet rolls. All hail the ball. So I'm guessing that's a reference to the ball in line. That has and that you could have played with in the line simulator if I'm guessing you're on the Discord because you're in the chat now. If you haven't played with the ball in the line simulator, get it going because there's only 2 more days left of PAX in which you can do so.
We're nearing the end.
Being in the Megathon was exciting. That's great, High Priestess. Awesome.
And that typing challenge I thought was really unique.
Oh, the typing challenge was so fun. Actually, that's been one of my highlights of PAX Online is all the crazy fun things you can do via the Discord, like the scavenger hunt and the typing challenge and so many crazy things. Love. Tongs beat sweet roll. What do sweet rolls beat? Hunger? Yes. Yes.
Let me guess.
What does hunger
Someone
beat?
stole your sweet roll.
Triggered. So triggered. But
I used to go to conventions like you.
Then I took
then I got an arrow
and
to
a
the knee.
pandemic to the knee.
Or true, a pandemic to the heart. But if you guys want to make sure, if you're tuning into Games on the Barbie tomorrow at 7:30, which you will be, and you want to have your memories on stream, you can do so. So chuck them on your socials. As Corb said earlier, this is your final chance. Socials, #PaxOzMemories, as you can see below. And we will find it and stick it in our show because that's what we do.
We'll chuck it on the Barbie, so to speak.
Yeah, we will chuck it on the stream / chuck it on the Barbie, you know.
But while IRL didn't happen, the games go on. And we've got one last game to highlight. Kick it down, Disco Dan.
Here we go. We see Reg just coming on in, slides straight into the crates and finds that kill. All up to Jar once again, 1 versus 2. No time left remaining now. But they're on the flag. He needs to find the kill and does. Jar again. So a lot of players like to go for these early pistol shots. And once you're in that close quarters range, that's when you pull out the shotty. You couldn't have asked for a better grand final. This one is going to be huge.
So that was the Call of Duty Modern Warfare Telstra tourney that was on last night. Super fresh, and it was the gunfight mode. So it was 2v2, 2 teams battling it out. It was Sons of Buscemi versus Bushy. Sons of Buscemi from the States and our Australian lads here from Canada. And it was intense. So if you don't know how gunfight works, basically every round, you don't know what guns you're going to get. So everyone in the game gets a random gun, all the same type, and then they battle it out. It was neck and neck. It was a great watch. Super cool.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. So congrats to the Buscemis for winning. Congrats. But before we jump on to the next little bit, I just wanted to answer someone's question. There are a couple of questions about the music in the videos. So the Rocket League one was Take It to the Top, and I've forgotten the artist, but I will find it for you guys.
Royalty
but
free.
that was Rocket League.
Royalty free.
Yes, it is a royalty-free tune from artlist.io, which is a website where you can get royalty-free music from. And we're lucky because we have a subscription, so we can do that. But you guys can go get a preview version if you want. If you just want to listen to that banger over and over again, go ahead, artlist.io. And the song from COD, I actually don't remember what the song from COD was, Zeno, but I'll look it up for you and I'll let you know later. But before we move on, and so yeah, we have recapped all of the esports tourneys that were played throughout the week in the Telstra tourneys and free play, and it was a whirlwind, to say the least. Corbin?
Been an experience, but a good one.
A very good one. It's been a huge time, and we've absolutely loved it. And there is a massive team that has put all of this together. So we just wanted to say thank you. Here we've got all our hosts, casters, observers, presenters listed. So thank you to absolutely everyone who took part. Yeah, we could not do it without you. Like, that is...
A lot of moving parts.
Oh, yes. So thank you so much, guys. We've absolutely valued your input. And
then we also had
all of the blood, sweat, and tears.
And then also the Magnificent Nerds team. We've got a few of them there. Big help. Doing some big work behind the scenes.
And they have
had
a right tonguing to get this all together. And a whooping and a scooping sometimes as well. So there you go. There you go, everyone.
Big team effort.
But now is the time. The time we've all been waiting for. I know, well, I'm not waiting for it because I can't win it. But yes, it is swag bag time.
Swag bag!
The giveaway is a-coming. Remember all those cool things that you could win. Now is when you can win them. We are going to play a game called Your Trash. So as you saw before, the rules will come up, and we are going to play 2 practice rounds because you gotta know what to do, you know. 2 practice rounds, and then we will have the final. So don't worry, we will make it very clear who won and when the final is beginning. Okay, so basically this is how the game works. We have rummaged through a video game character's trash, and we're going to chuck some bits and pieces out for you to look at, and you have to guess who the game character is. Is that about the sum of it, Colin?
That is it. Be ready on that keyboard. Ready to guess.
All right. So, round 1.
So that's the first clue. We found this. You know, I just pulled it on out of the trash can.
Yeah, with his tongs as well. He pulled it out with his tongs. It was
like,
very impressive. They're very strong tongs.
This perfectly good thingamajig away.
Mm-hmm.
That's clue 1. Let's see what we got for clue 2. Okay.
Oh.
All right. You know, I think that would still probably work. You know, that's not cool, but you know.
I mean, we've got a couple of guesses already. I mean, this is massive. Law just says Steve. I mean, yeah, okay.
Metal Mario.
Like, Donkey Kong in there. Interesting. Poopta says Iron Man. I mean, fair. Metal Mario. Oh, not a bad guess. Fortnite dude. Not sure about that. 100 DK.
Another clue there.
Crash Bandicoot Team Racing. Could be.
And we got a tie.
Got some leadies. And we've got a little tie. So I think
I reckon we had a winner in there.
When you said Donkey Kong, I think you were right, mate. Congrats, Blake. You got the first one. All right. Now, Thug Jesus, it's Corbin.
I would not throw out a go-kart.
Yeah, true. Why would you throw that out? All right, let's go. Number 2. Here is our first clue.
Okay.
Good for writing. Good for smelling, because the leather probably smells really nice.
Hope when they threw it out, they didn't include like bank details or passwords or
Ooh.
something. You gotta shred that
rifling.
stuff, man.
Good for scamming.
Cambridge University hoodie.
Ooh, interesting. We've got Nathan Drake. We've got a Lara Croft. We've got many Nathan Drakes and Lara Crofts. Okay. What have we got for clue number 3?
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes, Indiana Jones, Lara Croft. I'm really sensing a theme here.
I'm sensing a theme too, but I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Some glovesies. Probably smell worse than the journal. because they've probably been on sweaty hands, but they are also leather. And a little harness. Yes, I think, who was it? Who got it first? Who got it first? I'm gonna scroll up. Herps. Well done.
Herps.
You got it.
Well done.
Lara Croft. Indeed. Lock it in. Okay, team. This is it.
This is the real one. Be ready on the keyboard. Swag bag coming at ya.
Get it right, guys. Okay, so
Clue
clue number 1, incoming.
Okay. Bit colorful. You got some, is that Looney Tunes characters? Magic Mountain or something written there?
Magic Mountain.
Is it giving anything away?
Something about, a number of flags. It's a Magic Mountain. Okay. Okay. All right. So, no guesses so far. Okay. We might need number 2. Ooh.
Got another clue. It's that guy from that show that was on TV at some time.
That guy. That guy.
Okay.
And there's a signing. There's a signing.
This is extremely vague.
TY the Tassie Tiger. Or Ty, sorry, the Tassie Tiger. Kingdom Hearts. Daffy Duck. No
Clue
Daffy
3.
Duck. David Spade. That guy still doesn't have a career. Oh, look at that. That looks useful.
That's an Allen's key, right?
That's probably something everyone has in their trash.
I've got some right here. I've got a whole bunch of Allen keys. Look at all these Allen keys.
Look at all these Allen
Look
keys.
at all these Allen keys, man.
Allen. And here's a guess. The character's name is not Allen, so it's not his key. Sorry. It's not Nani, like Tato. Sorry. Ooh, knee pads. Hello.
When you're
Hello,
down on
knee
your knees
pads.
praying to the tongs, you need some good knee pads.
Thug Jesus gets it to bed builder.
It's a bed builder.
But and we have some wheels. So in fact, we have a winner, and it's Atomu. Atomu. I'm sorry. Well done. You got it. Atomu, I hope you're from Australia because you are the winner. If you are from Australia, you are the winner of this Excelente swag and bag and SF77 Avril Lavigne. That's correct. But not a video game character. And Tony Hawk, in fact, is a video game character as well as being a human. So well done, Atomu. Please give us a PM DM, sorry, or PM. And we will grab your details so that we can send it through to you.
And which clue was it where it clicked? Which clue was it when you're like, yeah, Tony Hawk? Was it the flag at the start?
Oof, that's niche.
Super hard mode?
And by the way, that flag at the start was from what was it, Disco Dan, producer Disco Dan? It was, it's from Six Flags, but it was from a tour, a extreme sport tour that he did that ended up at Six Flags, which is so niche. And there you go, David Spade. He was a stunt double for David Spade in Police Academy. So
the more you know.
I would have thought that the thanks Tony written on the bloody picture would have given that away, but you know whatever.
Me too. I'm like, it's right there. The name is right there.
Oh, and Tomu says, okay. Oh my God. Thanks, guys. I'm in shock. Well, you are most welcome. Give us not that we have an Insta or anything, but just show the love and let us know once you get it.
Disco Dan 82 is going to message you right now.
There you
Producer
go.
Almighty.
All right, but it is time. It is in fact time for us to wrap this the heck up, and for the next guys to get their stream sorted. So thank you so much, guys. I don't know about calls, but I have been reading the chat like crazy, and
if only we had more
have
time.
Really enjoyed it. It was bloody insane, and I wish I could talk back to all the cool comments that were going on, all of the tongue stuff that happened like in the middle of the chat. Oh, I was really loving it. So if you want more games on the Barbie, we do have one more show left after this tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. on this channel. Catch us here, 7:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Continue being awesome. Enjoy the rest of your PAX.
Yes, love it, guys. I don't have tongs, but I do have two fingers that can make the peace sign.